Drumlin Field, the fourth book in the Eye Soldier series by Craig Martelle. Narrated by Bryan Douglas. Chapter 1. Regroup. Winning isn't final, especially when you're losing. Ares stood on the roof of the tallest building in the primary city on Pan Major and looked west. That's where the next battle would be, in the Drumlin Field, regular hills formed of glacial till from the planet's distant history. It was a natural defensive position, one that the Skinnies had already taken advantage of. One that had cost a section of soldiers, 13 to be exact. They were lured into it and never had a chance. The bodies of those they killed along with their bodies were out there, on the plain and in the Drumlin itself. The human force for peace just declared the city to be free of the enemy. The Skinnies had been driven out. Many enemy soldiers died to help humanity achieve that feat. In the square before the primary government building on Pan Major, civilians were gathering. They were confused while also being relieved. How many of their own died during the Skinny occupation? They wouldn't know that number for a long time. For Ares, section leader and confidant to battle planner Dante, as well as the force commander, civilian losses were someone else's issue. He led the attack that brought about the full retreat. The enemy had prepared a meticulous defense in depth that Ares had breached and penetrated to the very heart of the Skinny military leadership holding the city. Dante stood next to him.
Good thing we have a public affairs officer.
Ares didn't know what that was. He'd never heard of such a thing. The public was never supposed to be on the front lines. That's what the Regulus Treaty had been all about, but the Skinnies had violated it, and now the HFP had to confront them everywhere they shouldn't have been, like in human space.
Who? A person who softens messages for the public. The ship had the comm guy who had once worked as a politician spokesman on Earth,
Dante explained. Why'd he leave that gig for the military?
His politician got arrested, convicted, and jailed. He knew he'd never work a decent job again.
Ares laughed. Even though Dante was his commanding officer, he was also his friend.
Decent jobs working for corrupt politicians? No thank you. I'll serve with dishonor as a soldier.
Dante shook his head.
We have more honor on our bad days than those people do on their best. But as long as they keep sending us troops and material, I don't have to waste time thinking about what they're doing in shady backrooms.
That's a good policy. Are we getting men and equipment? We're on the last of our ammunition, aren't we? Ares was always concerned about that. Assaulting a reinforced position without high explosives was a daunting task.
Mark 71s are full up,
Dante quipped. The Mark 71s used rechargeable power packs, energy generation systems on board Antilles, their primary troop transport, were relatively unlimited. The power packs were recharged every time they were turned in or swapped out. They had no consumables attached, but with the huge losses incurred by the HFP in the first 5 campaigns, there were far more weapons and combat armor on the ships than troops to wield them. Ares leaned over the edge to listen to the public affairs officer address the crowd. You've been liberated from the Skinny invasion by the HFP. We have boots on the ground, and you will be protected from the enemy. They are cornered west of here, and our soldiers are marshaling assets right now to engage and eliminate the Skinny threat. Ares looked at Dante. The battle planner scowled. We're going to need every soldier we have, which means the colonists are going to have to defend their own city. But there's good news, Ares said conversationally.
And what is that?
We have a nearly unlimited supply of Mark 71s to give them. Ares strode away. His section was on the edge of town, ostensibly guarding a section of the perimeter. But the enemy wasn't going to attack the town. They were going to draw the human forces to them. Their plan was already working, because that was exactly what the HFP was going to do. Humanity had no patience for alien incursions.
I'll let you know when you can have resupply,
Dante said. Hot gel on the objective? Ares called over his shoulder. It was a running joke. They never had hot food in the field. That was reserved for the shipboard mess.
Only if the locals cook it for you, which isn't out of the question. Looks like the Skinnies didn't mess with the cattle herds, and there are other towns besides this one.
Ares stopped. He hadn't thought about that.
Why didn't they attack those other cities? Why did they roll up into a defensive position?
Dante caught up and put his hand on Ares' shoulder.
They did hit those other cities. They are mostly destroyed. Very few survivors. I guess they figured they had enough humans for slave labor to work the fields in this town, and this is the only one with a spaceport. It was logical they would leave it intact to draw the HFP into it. I'm glad you didn't play by their rules. I'm developing a burgeoning dislike for our skinny counterparts. What did our captives say? They're not talking. Not yet. It's nice to have two different computers working the translations. We can bounce them off each other to make both better. In any case, maybe they'll talk. It's not like we're going to torture them. We'll kill them with kindness, I guess. Our humanity could be our downfall.
Dante lamented.
Then so be it, Ares stated. I'd rather be humane. They broke the treaty. They're going to pay the price for that.
Ares left the rest unspoken. Threats were hollow unless acted upon. They had a massive skinny army to face down before they went any further, but the skinny homeworld had to be on a new target list. Not to kill them, because humanity didn't conduct genocide, but to convince them to face the reality that they were no longer the dominant race. Ares wanted to personally deliver that message. But there were some things that had to be done first.
Round up your people. I'll send 4 sections to you. You'll have a few hours to train them to be your shock troops, your winged hussars, as you refer to them. And then let's look at the maps and see how you can deploy them for max effect. Just like the city, you clear the way, and we're streaming through the breach, so to speak.
We might have to hit them with artillery. A lot of artillery. And send me Goblin section, please. They're ready to join Ares' command. Ares glanced over the crowd in town square. They could have informed them that they'd be responsible for their own defense, but it was the public affairs officer's responsibility to rectify his ill-conceived claim. Ares had a battle to fight. He walked around the crowd on his way to the perimeter, leaving Dante behind to manage defense of the city and the staging of the remaining forces and logistics for a campaign against the Skinnies. And once the forces were in place, he'd direct the battle. That was the role of the battle planner. He was one of 2 remaining planners in the HFP, and the other had proven his worth at managing the base camp. A third had cracked under the pressure and was removed. He worked as a mess hand, as far from soldiers on the battlefield as possible. That left the fight to Dante and the soldiers under him. Ares walked through the city streets that weren't as quiet as when he first landed on the planet. Soldiers moved about, and civilians wandered aimlessly, some traumatized by the events of the past few weeks, while others celebrated their liberation. Ares could do nothing for the former except continue being a professional soldier, clear the planet of the Skinnies, make it safe for the colonists to resume their lives. He found his section lounging and eating from a variety of vegetables and dried meats set out on a blanket. Ares stared at it, then turned to Frodo for an explanation.
The nice people of this fine city wanted to thank us for what we did. Here they are with more. We never have good food when we're dirt side. It's about time that changed, don't you think?
A group of young women, wearing shirts tied to expose their midriffs, walked up. Their shorts showed long, tanned, and toned legs. A couple of young men trailed behind them, carrying what looked like pie. They made a beeline for Stubby. Ares watched the women fawn over the male soldiers. He closed his eyes and accepted that liberty was inevitable. He couldn't keep his soldiers focused 100% on combat. Not all the time. The respite they enjoyed had been well-earned and well-deserved. There should have been a reward on every planet they liberated, after every battle they won, but their rewards had been limited to a return to the ship, a hot meal, and extra sleep. It was the least the Force could do. The very least. Ares could smell the pie and his mouth watered. It had been a long time since he had tasted freshly baked pie. He took a knee next to Stubby and pointed at it.
"Give him half, my worshippers,"
Stubby joked. One man snorted.
"As you wish, my queen,"
he shot back. The man cut a slice out and handed the rest of the strawberry rhubarb pie to Ares. The crust was browned with a crisp, sugary glaze. The fruit within was chunky but soft, and in a sweet, thick sauce. The young man handed over a fork with the tin. Ares wasn't too proud. Thank you for this. And thanks to all of you for providing for our soldiers. We don't get home-cooked meals very often. Or ever, Frodo added. You guys are the best. Any of you married? Ares rolled his eyes. Soldiers didn't have much time for the usual courting rituals. They would always come across as abrupt. The young women giggled. That told Ares all he needed to know. I'm not sanctioning any marriages, should that opportunity present itself to any of you miscreants. You'll have to wait until your service to the HFP is ended. Don't forget, you signed a contract. The soldiers laughed. Ares didn't excel at off time. He preferred to study history's battles, but the brief interaction with civilians made him think of the nurse on Antilles. He didn't know why he thought of her, but he did, and he accepted it. She had stood up to him, but for his own good. She was strong and capable. At ease, Ares said. Is the weather always this nice on Pan Major? One of the young women stood next to his towering figure. We call it Majorca. I hear it's what the cool kids say. She laughed. And yes, the weather is usually like this. Pleasant, isn't it? We can't thank you enough for freeing us from the Skinnies. She shivered. Hang out with the cool kids. They'll keep you safe. He pointed at the soldiers scattered around. He looked them over. 4 sections will join us for the next phase of the operation. We'll move out once we've consolidated. Until then, relax and enjoy yourselves. Don't eat yourselves into a coma. I see mountain climbing in our future. We figured, Frodo said. Doesn't mean we're not going to eat our fill. We're just getting started. We promise not to lose our armor in case it come off, if you know what I mean. He waggled his eyebrows at the nearest young lady. She brushed the finger of shame at him. You used to be somebody, Frodo. Since you're up and have plenty of energy, come with me to find our supporting sections. Oh, man. Frodo watched Ares' eyebrow raise at the disrespect. Compliance, he added hastily. He nodded to the locals. Until a better time when repast and collegiality meet and are unencumbered by time. Ares handed the empty pie tin to the young man next to Stubby. Much obliged. Once out of sight, Ares stopped and leaned against a wall. Aren't we looking for the other sections? Frodo wondered, leaning back and forth to look down the streets. They'll come to us. Ares, I never took you for an evil man, but just when things were getting interesting. You're in charge of these people. You make sure your soldiers have a good time without breaking the law. I expect you had something to do with the banquet. Well done, but you don't get dessert until the others have eaten theirs first. You know the rule. Leaders eat last. Frodo sighed. You had your pie, he countered. It was clear that everyone had eaten their body weight in home-cooked and fresh food, you included. Frodo chuckled. Guilty as charged. He nodded in understanding. Hey, what do you mean I'll be in charge? He made a show of looking around. I don't see any replacements to fill the 16 empty slots in my section. I'll be running 5 sections. I might not be able to devote my full attention to Ares' section. That's where I'll need you to make sure everyone is pulling their weight. This isn't going to be a cakewalk. The Skinnies know we're coming. Just like they knew we were coming into this city, it still didn't help them. They're not good soldiers, Frodo argued. Don't get complacent. If we get hit in the open by a barrage from needle guns, we'll go down like Bo and his soldiers. I don't want that for our people. I don't want that for any humans. Frodo chewed on the inside of his lip. He carried his helmet, while Ares wore his but with the faceplate raised. I know, Ares. I just wanted to get away, experience the softer side of life for a few minutes. But you're right. We can't rest. The enemy is out there, waiting for us. They're preparing. The Skinny leadership team blew themselves up at Panis Station. That's how committed they are to their cause. They lost, but they weren't going to give up. And neither are we. Rejoin the team. I'm going to get some shut-eye. A place where your thoughts can run free Frodo ventured. My thoughts will always return to the upcoming battle. It won't leave my mind until it's over. Be happy that you can escape, even if only for a few moments. War is what you like, though, which is strange, you have to admit. War is home for me, but it doesn't mean I like it. How many soldiers have to die before these wars are over? Ours, as well as theirs. Frodo studied Harry's face, but the section leader showed no emotion. I'm starting to see. Like why you pushed to take prisoners, and why we carry around that computer with the translation program. You know what, Ares? I'd be happy if I didn't have to kill any more Skinnies. What will it take for them to surrender? Now you're talking like a strategist. There's hope for you, Frodo. Go on back to the section. I'll be right here. Frodo shook his head. No way. We'll watch your back. Come where we can see you. Sleep in peace, knowing your section is there. We've got women to impress, and men too, but Stubby seemed to have everything well in hand. If I see any naked people when we turn that corner, there'll be hell to pay. Frodo roared with laughter. But let me go first. Give me a minute. He rushed off to make sure nothing unsavory was going on. He didn't want to give Ares heart failure. Not that it would have bothered Ares. He would have stood there and stared at them until they got dressed, which reminded him he needed to get in touch with the ship and check up on his people. Wheel 3 had been saved by emergency surgery on Paneth Station. Would he be recovered enough to join Ares' section for the attack on the Skinnies' main force? And Point 1 was helping with prisoner interrogations. He would like her to join them on the planet. There was no reason for her to continue, because the battle was going to be fought. The HFP needed every able-bodied soldier on the front lines. Ares wanted his complete section, although he was overstrength at the moment thanks to picking up strays, those wandering the battlefield after the loss of their section leader. When Ares strolled down the street and turned the corner, he found the whole section without any of their upper body armor or shirts on. They flexed and posed while he shook his head. Ares wondered how Frodo had gotten his armor off so quickly, but that was good training. Being able to doff and don one's armor needed to happen in seconds, not minutes. They came through. Despite how goofy they looked, Ares was proud of his people. Many had been with him for a while, through Antares 4 and Paneth Station. Every day they survived was a good day. What waited for them in the Drumlin field would challenge their survivability, their skill, and their cunning. Chapter 2. Scraps. To those with sufficient food, water, and ammo, we salute you. Ares was first to wake. Goblin section approached, followed by 3 other understrength sections. A full section was supposed to have a section lead, 2 point soldiers to conduct reconnaissance, 4 wheel soldiers to provide heavy weapon support, and 10 swing soldiers for sustained firepower and maneuverability. 17 soldiers working together to achieve a single objective. Goblin had 14, including him. He was the best staffed of the 4 sections assigned to work with Ares. The other 3 looked to have 10 to 12 soldiers each. Anemic wasn't the right word. Dante was doing the best with what he had. They had lost too many soldiers in previous battles, and now the ammunition was limited. They were an army running on fumes, having to do more and more with less and less. Eventually, they'd be responsible for doing everything with nothing. That would not be a monumental day in the history of the HFP. Ares walked out to greet them with Frodo by his side. At the tail end of the 4 sections, 2 familiar faces leaned out to take a look. Daryl and Stacy. Ares thought Stacy had had enough and returned to the ship, but there she was. 11 years old, the section mascot, but also a challenge to keep out of harm's way. Daryl Schwartzman was a reporter, embedded with the HFP, but who'd found his way into Ares' section, where he kept turning up like a bad case of insomnia. Right when they didn't need someone watching them, he was there, recording the soldiers' every move. He'd written a glowing article and forwarded a video to Earth that painted the soldiers of the HFP in the best light. They'd used it to widely increase recruiting from the norm, but those recruits had disappeared en route to rendezvous with Antilles and bolster the ranks of the diminished army. Despite the efforts, the force was in a worse place than before they started with the campaign to sway public opinion. But for Earth, the war wasn't an issue of concern. Aliens were kept beyond the buffer zone. Humans on Earth didn't seem to care how or about the desperate battles fought on their behalf. The graveyards on distant planets, never to be visited by friends or relatives. Names forgotten and names never known. At least these sections had seen combat. They'd taken losses and made it through. Dante wouldn't send him any sections that weren't capable. Ares, he said by way of introduction. He didn't need to say anything else. Soldiers who had been with the HFP for one campaign knew of the legendary soldier, a 5-time winner of humanity's highest medal for valor. Goblin shook his hand and introduced the other section leaders. This is Bingo. That one is Dreadnought. And the last one is Yellow. Yellow? Who came up with that? Ares wondered. That's his real name. Parents must have been hippies or drug addicts. I dunno. It's best not to ask too many questions. Ares had no inclination to ask more questions. He only wanted competence, compliance, and mission accomplishment. Do you know what you're here for? Ares asked. Something about spearheading the attack. Are we the Forlorn Hope? Dreadnought asked. A name from ancient Earth history. The unit that led the charge against a fortified position, usually dying en masse as they attempted to breach the defenses by force of will and pure luck. It didn't work out for the soldiers, ergo forlorn, a mission without hope. No, Ares replied. We're not hopeless. We're not going face first into the enemy's defenses. That's what the Skinnies want. We're not going to play their game. We're going to move through the mountains under cover of darkness and descend that wall at their 10, 11 o'clock. And we're going to do it without making a sound. When we hit them, it'll be where they don't expect, with such ferocity that they will buckle. That's what shock troops do. We'll open the way for the rest of the force to hammer them into non-existence. Unless we can get them to surrender, then the follow-on forces will simply gather and consolidate prisoners. That's when we'll leave it to them while we grab breakfast. Just like that? Yellow was skeptical. I like your confidence. How much mountain climbing have you done? Enough to know that we can tackle anything on this planet. Ares questioned how these other soldiers would conduct the movement to contact when their section leads showed doubt. Ares had to shake that thought free. We'll look at a 3-dimensional projection in the main government building. I already have a route mapped out. There will be challenges, but they won't be anything like running face first into needle gun fire. You're going to have to trust me on this one. The section leaders nodded, but they weren't completely convinced. Ares was the gold standard for valor, but the soldiers around him tended to die. They knew this. Were they the supporting cast for more of Ares' heroics? Frodo knew exactly what they were thinking. I've been with Ares for 4 campaigns. He puts his people first, and has taken incoming men for us. We've stayed strong because of him, and we're better soldiers because of it. If you have any questions about the viability of this plan, know that I trust Ares with my life and the lives of my friends. Ares raised a hand, discomforted by the endorsement. He only wanted the section leaders to comply. The order to infiltrate was sound, because it was backed up by a plan that made sense. Travel where the Skinnies least expect. What do you need to make you accept this plan of action? We're going to do it whether we accept it or not, aren't we? Bingo asked. Ares stared at him in silence for a few uncomfortable seconds. I'm not going to force anyone to go, but you and your section will join the masses as part of a frontal assault, which depends on how successful we are in creating chaos inside their camp. I'd rather be hitting them from the side and the rear. An Ares section will go it alone if you don't have the stomach for it. He threw the gauntlet down. No one wanted to be accused of being a coward, especially by the person who showed what bravery looked like, day in and day out. I like a good breakfast, Goblin said out of the blue. I'm with you to the end, Ares. Beats the human wave attack. Do they have artillery? Dreadnought asked. Don't know. Ares wasn't going to give misinformation. Best to assume they do. And tanks. We saw bug-like creatures that could have been a cross between the Scudagarans and the Antigeneses, armed with lasers. I'm also going to figure they have tanks, but we have a soldier who can drive one of those things. Bingo nodded.
I heard that. Sounds trippindicular.
Ares didn't know the modern lingo. He suspected it meant something good. The worst part was that these section leads were generally the same age as him, but he sheltered himself from a life with the socially aware. He didn't feel like he had missed anything because of it. He was always doing what he'd always been meant to do, leading soldiers into battle.
Frodo, take them to the town square. I'll meet you shortly.
Compliance, Frodo nearly shouted. He had grown annoyed by the section leaders. They knew who Ares was. They knew of Ares' section. They should have been honored at being selected to join him in the critical role he'd play in the upcoming battle. Once Frodo led the section leaders away, Ares took a knee.
Originator, hear my prayer. Help them to understand, and help me to honor you with a battle that will shake the galaxy to its very foundations. The Skinnies or the humans. We serve for your glory.
He stood, and without looking around, hurried after his 4 section leaders. At the main government building, they found Dante with Governor Tate in the Military Operations Center, which had been the council chambers when it wasn't being used as a boardroom. It had the only holographic projector on the planet. It wasn't a compelling need for an agricultural and budding industrial society, but it served a purpose for the military. Dante nodded and brought up the surrounding terrain in vivid detail, gesturing for Ares to take the lead. Ares used a pointer to highlight geographic details within the floating digital model.
At the first sign of darkness tonight, we will run at my pace to this point, 40 kilometers southwest, where we will enter the hills. We will maintain pace through the foothills to this point. He tapped a ravine. This is the key access to our route into and through the mountains. I estimate it will take an hour and 15 minutes to get here. That gives us another 6 hours of darkness to cover the rest of the distance, approximately 25 kilometers. We'll slow our movement from here into the steepest part of our movement to contact.
He tapped the pointer on the final and steepest slope of the small mountains behind the Skinny position. They weren't like the mountains on Espinar 4, which soared far above the foothills. These were rugged, but they didn't climb to mystical heights.
We come down this slope, hugging the rock face on our way down. We'll use 3 ropes to steady ourselves, which means we need to carry those ropes through all of this. You 3,
Ares pointed to Bingo, Dreadnought, and Yellow,
have rope hauling duty.
Compliance, they mumbled.
What?
Dante barked at them.
Compliance,
they said with far more gusto.
I will not tolerate anything less than 100% effort. The lives of all humanity depend on this success, and you're acting like you're not being allowed to go outside for recess. You will do what Ares tells you, and you'll do it with fanatical zeal. You'll sell it to your soldiers, and you'll sell your discipline and dedication to me. Do you understand?
Dante walked around the table, stopping and staring at each section lead, but he clapped Goblin on the shoulder, the only one who hadn't given anything other than absolute loyalty to Ares and the mission. Ares didn't smile. He had never found Dante physically intimidating, but he'd always given the man his respect. The position called for it, and his performance warranted it. Dante deployed to the plant with his soldiers. He was right there with them wearing light armor that didn't augment his physical abilities and would barely stop slow-moving shrapnel. That's why multimodal binoculars hung around his neck. Ares appreciated what the battle planner was doing. He was leading. This wasn't a battle that lent itself to failure. The risk was high, but the reward was the protection of the human race. If the HFP failed, then the Skinnies would be free to move their forces farther into human space, reassert control of Pan Major, retake Paneth Station, and threaten Earth itself. The only trump card they had to play was to attack the Skinny ships and destroy them before they could move this force. Would that open the floodgates of reprisal should the HFP lose? No one doubted that it would, and that's why the fleet hadn't taken that drastic action. Defeat the Skinny army. Let them leave, but with a message. We'll come for you and destroy everything you hold dear. One ship in human space, and you're done. Threats without action were less than useless. They emboldened an enemy, and that's why it was important to allow some troops to leave. Demonstrate humanity's mercy, while also showing the effectiveness of the human force. That meant a lot of Skinnies were destined to die before tomorrow ended. One day, the fate of humanity rested on the actions of the soldiers in front of Dante and those outside. The next 24 hours would tell the tale. Either humanity walked away with their heads held high, or they didn't walk away at all. And these 3 section leaders were grumbling about having to carry a heavy rope. It made Dante angry all over again. For the greater good, for all humanity, the last few battles haven't been as hard on the HFP, and thank the originator for that, because if it had been, we wouldn't be able to attack the enemy, but we have put ourselves in a position to fight this battle, and we have a chance to win, but only if every soldier believes and is committed. Soldiers will die, and we can't let that deter us from pressing on. Find the gaps, exploit them, and dominate. He flopped into one of the oversized chairs. I picked you because you've shown prowess in combat. I didn't expect to hear any whining. Dreadnought leaned on the table to look Dante in the eye. We were off base, but we are fully committed. You will hear no other words from us that could be misconstrued as anything less than our total dedication to this mission. The battle plan depends on our success. We know that. We're contemplating the challenges and the risks, all of which we'll have to mitigate. And we will. For all humanity. Dante nodded. Ares appreciated the eloquence. It was time to continue so these leads could brief their people and give them a little downtime before they had to cross the line of departure. None of it was going to be easy. They'd be hard-pressed from the start to the finish. With a skinny camp, it would be 65 soldiers against 20,000 Skinnies, maybe more. Once we get into the Skinny camp, assuming we made it most of the way down the hillside without being spotted, then we'll fan out to cause as much destruction and death as possible. Blow their ammunition stockpiles, explode their artillery shells, hit the soldiers while they're sleeping. They don't have IR, so we'll be hard to see. If they have lights, take them out. And that's the plan, assuming Dante can get us some more rockets and all the hand grenades we can carry. We'll get them from sections that weren't in the mix on this planet. You'll go out with a full load. I could use another of those experimental tubes that delivered smart bullets from overhead. The armorer gave me his prototype, and it worked very well. What happened to it? Dante wondered. I gave it to Bo, and he used it against the Skinny retreat, to great effect, I might add. But they ran into an ambush. After they died, the Skinnies relieved them of their weapons, including the canister launcher. I'll ask, but don't count on it. Thank you, sir. Full load is Mark 71s with a spare power pack, mortars with 6 HE rockets and 2 armor-piercing, needle guns with a spare magazine and 6 grenades. That won't leave you much room for anything other than a spare water pack. Compliance, the section leaders replied without hesitation. Go see the logistics chief. He'll get you set up. Ares, wait behind. The soldiers saluted and hurried from the room. The air was thick from the verbal beratement that Dante had been forced to deliver. Too much? He asked. They need to sell it to their people. Hard is almost always worth the reward, which is nothing less than a complete victory. Like the 300 Spartans, but this time, we're taking the fight to the enemy. Actually, we do that every time. It's easier to win that way than digging in and letting the enemy have his way. Dante snorted. Get out of here before I have to accuse you of sucking up. Chapter 3. Stepping Out. Every journey starts with the first step. The soldiers shifted uncomfortably in the waning light, like runners before a big race, willing their muscles to loosen and be ready, watching and waiting for the starter's pistol. Tin Man had his drone in the air scanning the horizon. He'd grown used to the device and the view it gave them. Pack it in, Ares told him. We'll be our own eyes while we run. But you think you could keep that thing aloft as we move? Could it keep up? I believe so. It slaves off the battery pack and the control unit, so the power isn't the issue. But I don't think it was made to have a top speed since it's tethered. But then again, its initial design was one of free flight. Best I can tell is that I don't know. Test it. Right now. Ares pointed where they were going. Run out a click and then come back. See if it sticks with you. We're not heading out for 5 minutes. You'll be back in time to stow it if needed. Compliance. Tin Man took the task as a challenge, research and development, a test bed, an improvement to the Force's capabilities. Ares had changed the paradigm. The best improvements came when frontline soldiers worked with the support teams to produce items that would improve their capabilities within the constraints of the Regulus Treaty. Just because the Skinnies violated it, the Force couldn't reorganize and establish new tactics wrapped around ignoring the treaty. This was a special case with the Skinnies, but for future enemies, humanity would comply. Train how you fight. A tethered drone was allowed, but could they expand how they used it? Tin Man started off slowly, and then accelerated. The drone lagged behind him. He worked the controls to speed up the device while he continued to run faster. The drone flipped sideways and dove straight into the ground. He slid to a stop and ran back. His body language, even with wearing combat armor, told the whole story. The drone was wrecked. He had only made it 100 meters. Ares clapped him on the back. I guess the answer is no. It can't do that. Sorry, sir. Rotators are broken along with one support arm. Turn it in to get fixed. We'll go without. And that's okay, because I didn't see where we would be able to use it without giving ourselves away. Ares wasn't sure they'd be in a position to use it or not, but he didn't want Tin Man to feel bad about a failed test that ended up destroying their special asset. There were only 2 in existence, and the Skinnies had the other one because it had disappeared in the ambush with Bo's point soldier. It was a good idea, and the Force would make more, maybe even enough to deploy with every point soldier. That was a solution for a different day. 5 sections of soldiers, but not a full number. A reporter, and much to Ares' chagrin, an 11-year-old girl. She was coming, despite her earlier shock at finding herself on the wrong side of danger and death. They were loaded heavy with weaponry, as Ares preferred. Water to stay hydrated, but little in the way of food. Eating was a distraction and a reward. Darkness descended, and in the misty twilight approaching night, Ares took a knee. Originator, hear my prayer. Grant us the serenity of focus and vigor in battle to deliver a victory in your honor. After a nod, Tin Man stepped off to lead the way with Ares right behind him. Ares waited until everyone was moving before ordering Tin Man to accelerate to just under his maximum speed. They spread out as they ran to avoid being bunched up, in case they went through an area registered by artillery, ranged and pre-aimed, or if a minefield had been prepared. But Ares' command wasn't running toward any of the usual avenues of approach to the Skinny positions. Although Ares didn't expect the worst, it didn't mean they weren't ready for booby traps or other lethal obstacles. It was standard procedure to move tactically. It had been learned the hard way, and Ares wasn't about to relearn one of those lessons. Tin Man accelerated to 40 kilometers per hour. His top speed was a little more than 50, but it was going to be a long night. They needed everyone to arrive at the same time. He scouted and scanned while running. It was his responsibility to pioneer the path they followed and deliver them to the target coordinates. Ares' section was in the lead, the pointy end of the spear. Goblin and Bingo sections were to the left, and Dreadnought and Yellow sections flared right. The slower pace helped them to not pound the ground so hard, but the wheat field they ran through was getting punished. They left a trail through the young growth, pointing unerringly to where they were going. It was dark, and the plan was to attack before dawn. The trails going through the field wouldn't mean anything by the time they were visible. They would be OBE, overcome by events. Plus, it couldn't be helped. The Regulus Treaty prevented aerial movement to move troops for a flanking maneuver or reconnaissance. Changing landing zones was one thing, but conducting a vertical envelopment was something completely different. Tin Man increased his speed to 45 kph. The ground was stable, and the target was within sight, albeit still far away. There was nothing in between to indicate that the Skinnies had taken action to deny this route to the human forces. They'd bet the humans would come to the main city, and from there, they'd attack through the Drumlin field. They'd been right while also incorrectly anticipating how the humans would attack. The Skinnies were relatively unsophisticated when it came to war, but so were the humans. They'd enjoyed peace for too long and had to relearn many of the hardest lessons, like agreeing to minimize their technological advantage to ensure parity with the alien races. Centuries of propaganda extolled the superiority of alien races, only to find that humanity was the most advanced when it came to defending itself. The Skinnies were cheaters, and humanity was attempting to make them pay. Ares' command was on their way to deliver the bill. Ares glanced over his shoulder. Daryl was getting in shape. He maintained the slower pace with seeming ease. Stacy was running next to Stubby. They both appeared to be working hard to keep up. They hadn't found their groove in rhythm and pace. The rest ran without a problem. Had Ares slowed the group solely because of Stubby and Stacy? He didn't want to believe that he was retarding his section's capabilities to accommodate someone who couldn't keep up. He had moved soldiers out before when they couldn't perform. There was only one standard: make war in a way that limited risk as much as possible. That meant moving fast. But Stubby brought something no one else had: the ability to fit inside a spider tank and operate it. Stacy brought a reminder of why they were out there: protect civilians and give them peace they didn't know was at risk. Stacy was well aware that Ares didn't want her there, but she had won over the Force Commander and Battle Planner Dante, who didn't pull her from following along. Playing with the cards you're dealt. That was something Ares had learned. He never had a chance to stack his deck. That came afterward, when he trained his people to a higher standard than any other section. He drove them relentlessly. Kilometer after kilometer passed beneath their armored feet, and they continued to run. Tin Man didn't push it to his maximum speed. He didn't accelerate beyond 45 kph. Even Stubby and Stacy settled into the pace after a while. Maybe that's why Tin Man did it. It mattered that they arrived at the foothills with enough time to climb into the mountains and then descend into the enemy camp, all before dawn. Preserving energy was also on his mind. Ares didn't push Tin Man to run faster. The little bit of time saved would punish those who would be the most challenged going through the rougher terrain. He needed everyone to be as fresh as possible for when they exploded into the Skinnies' rear area. He tightened more than he should have. Had it been just him, he would have run at 70 kph and already been halfway up the hills. He would have attacked by midnight and used the darkness to keep the Skinnies confused throughout, destroying any artillery, ammunition, and tanks, and killing as many soldiers as possible. But it wasn't just him. He had a small army with firepower to envy. They had their shortcomings, and speed was one. The bigger the group, the slower the movement. When they reached the foothills, he checked the time and was happy to see they were a few minutes ahead of a loose schedule that he kept to himself. Tin Man slowed to a stop, but Ares shook him off. "Keep going on this vector. We'll stop when we reach the mountain and have to climb." Ares pointed with his whole arm in the direction they needed to go. Tin Man jumped ahead and ran upward, going more slowly than in the open because of the slope, but it wasn't brutal. Less than 10 degrees. He sped up once he saw the rest of the soldiers were following him. Ares checked on Stubby and Stacy. If they could keep up, then everyone else was just fine. Comms were still jammed, so Ares had to do everything the hard way. He drifted back until he was even with Goblin. "Report." "No issues. It's all good, Ares." Goblin wasn't winded, which is what Ares expected. He drifted back to receive the same report from Bingo. Ares eased to the right side of the formation, although it was nearly collapsed at this point. There wasn't enough room for them to spread out while running inside the valley that climbed between the foothills. Yellow brought up the rear on the right side. He also had no problems. All his soldiers were fully combat effective. Dreadnought hesitated before he answered. "I've got a soldier who's sick. He's having a hard time keeping up, coughing and hacking. He's had to open his visor so he didn't spew nonsense all over the insides." "Send him back. Now. We don't need that. Take his rockets and grenades. Spread them out among your section." "We're fully loaded." Dreadnought started to argue, but Ares wasn't playing. "He's our problem. I'll send him back, and we'll take care of the ammo." Dreadnought nodded to Ares. He didn't want to come across as terminally negative. He was better than that. Ares agreed. All of them were better than that. "Focus," was all Ares said to him. He clapped Dreadnought on the shoulder. "We're going to show the Skinnies what we're made of." Ares moved up and called a halt. The group slowed to a stop. Dreadnought took care of business with his sick soldier, while the others broke out their water bladders. It was better to drink from those than their internal water supply, which they might need while under fire. Stepping over to Stacy and Stubby, Aries asked, "How are you holding up, little trooper?" Stubby pointed to herself. Aries gestured toward Stacy. "I'm doing good. Way good. So good that good needs a new definition. Wouldn't old people like you say groovy?" she quipped. "No." Aries wasn't sure what point she was trying to make. "So, good then?" "Yes," Stacy replied. "I'm ready to fight. Is that soldier going back to camp? I heard him coughing." Aries hadn't heard him, and that caused him some concern, but his focus had been forward, not back. "He's going back. Can't have anyone giving us away or being less than mission capable." "I'm sure. Can I get his weapon? I feel like I should be able to contribute," Stacy said. "She's checked out on the Mark 71. She's fired with us on the range. She has the armor and is a member of the section." At Aries' look, Stubby's explanation tapered off. "Take it in the spare power pack. Be ready. It's different running with a thunderstick than running without." "Thunderstick! I love her. Hip and groovy, old man." "You call him Aries, and the only acceptable reply is compliance," Stubby counseled. Aries nodded to her and walked to the front. While Dreadnought was still handing the grenades and rockets to his team, Aries signaled that it was time to go. Tin Man started slowly to give Dreadnought time to complete the cross-decking of equipment. Stacy jogged to them to take the Mark 71. They didn't give her a spare power pack. She was already weighed down with just the beam rifle. She ran away, herky-jerky in her motions as she struggled to find a rhythm, even at the slow speed. Aries took a deep breath and sought the originator's help in finding patience. Between patience and anger, his mission didn't lend itself to the madness. He thought it was going off the rails before they had even started. Aries drifted back to run even with Stacy and Stubby. "I'll keep up," Stacy said before Aries could address the issue that grated on his soul. Control was something he did his best to maintain. He ran ahead, in front of Tin Man. He needed to think. He needed to regain control of himself, if not the 5 sections behind him. The enemy was out there, on the other side of a short series of peaks. It was there that they'd infiltrate into the Skinnies' camp. He was Aries, named after the god of war. Was he? Or was he a glorified babysitter? Had he stopped projecting confidence, and that's why the added section leads were more upstart than they should have been? Aries thought he'd set them straight. Maybe he had. But had he screwed his own head on right? Or it was the one thing he was good at. It's what he was meant to do. Focus, like he'd advised Dreadnought. Aries scanned the surroundings. The way ahead was growing increasingly rugged. The soldiers would pass through it easily, but they'd have to slow down and run between the rocks and outcroppings instead of going over it. In the IR and UV shades of the way ahead, he saw more. Movement. Aries called for an immediate halt. It took a few steps for the soldiers to comply. They each held up a fist, passing it back to the soldier behind. They took a knee when they stopped running and watched outboard, Mark 71s at the ready. Aries dropped prone and watched. Was it a herd of goats or something different? He wasn't sure the distances involved because of the scattered nature of the obstacles. Nothing was at an identified distance because it wasn't sure where he'd seen the movement. A shadow within an IR shadow. A flash of warmth. UV showed nothing obvious. A snippet of more movement. A long, thin arm. He would have missed it had he not been staring. A skinny. At least one. But there was no way the Skinnies would send a single soldier into the mountains, 30 to 40 kilometers from their camp. Did they have a comm device that worked, despite the jamming signals that filled the airwaves? Danger lay ahead. Aries crawled back to brief Tin Man. Frodo moved up to meet them both. "Skinnies up ahead. I'm going forward to engage them. Keep everyone here and your heads down. We can't let them see our numbers." "I'm going with you," Frodo said. Aries didn't argue. 2 soldiers were better than 1, especially when that second soldier was a warrior like Frodo. "Hold down the fort, Tin Man. We'll be right back." Chapter 4. Outpost. It's best to attack where the enemy is not. Aries went first, With Frodo behind him to hide, there were 2 of them in case they were spotted. He angled to the side, over a small rise, and hesitated above the gap beyond, scanning it to make sure it wasn't filled with skinny soldiers. He eased closer and looked uphill and then down. Seeing nothing, he slipped over the edge and to the bottom. Ares moved out of the way so Frodo could join him. Ares checked the ground for prints but found none. He stalked uphill toward where he'd seen the enemy. He switched from his Mark 71 to his skinny needle gun and gestured for Frodo to do the same. The Skinnies could misinterpret the weapon's fire as an intramural firefight, friendly forces engaging friendly forces. The small cut within which they advanced narrowed until it was no longer passable. They'd have to crawl out of it. Ares lifted his head over the edge and quickly dropped back down. He'd seen nothing with his IR filter engaged. Night was cooling, and warmth stood out in stark contrast. Even the limited body mass of a Skinny flared to prominence. Ares used his periscope to slowly scan the way ahead. He paused and waited. He changed filters to UV and back to IR. Still, he saw no signs of exposed Skinnies. He knew they were there, but they were keeping their heads down. That meant he needed to get up close and personal. He crawled out of the cut and into the open. He moved at a glacial pace. Anyone watching wouldn't see rapid movement that drew the eye. Frodo crawled out into Ares' shadow. They moved slowly ahead. Ares aimed for a gap between 2 rock formations. The Skinnies were most likely behind one or the other, and the gap would be covered. The Skinnies carried needle guns that penetrated human armor. Crawling through that gap could be instant death, but that assumed the Skinnies were expecting to be attacked. They may have seen Ares' command's earlier movement, but that had stopped. If they misinterpreted the earlier movements as local wildlife and discounted them, that would be the best case. But Ares always counted on swift and violent action when engaging the enemy. He wasn't going to fire the first shot from cover. He'd be in the open, where firing the first shot was critical to survival. The crawl took time, but Ares had infinite patience when it came to shaping the battlefield. He knew he'd be galvanized into action when he crossed the threshold from unseen to seen. He was ready for that. When the time came. Until then, he'd closed the distance. Every meter closer improved his chances to get them before they got him. When he reached the rocky outcropping, he stood and put his back to it. He raised the needle gun, nodded to Frodo, and crouched, knees bent to propel him forward or sideways or even backward. Action was coming. Extreme action was paramount to survival. For Ares, time slowed. His reflexes quickened. He was ready. Ares bolted around the corner and into the gap. With one glance, he identified 3 armored Skinny soldiers and their exact locations. He ramrodded the closest, driving through the enemy's midsection with his shoulder. The Skinny flew backward, body broken from the violent impact. Ares fired at the next closest. The crack of the projectile weapon was unnaturally loud, echoing off the rocky walls in the middle of a still night. Frodo rushed in behind Ares and sized up targets from left to right. He fired an instant after Ares to take down the 3rd guard. That quickly, it was over. But this was only the opening salvo. How many more soldiers were in this area? Ares moved to one side of the small open space and directed Frodo to the other. The gap they attacked through was the only one. There was no other direct exit from this area that had been turned into a poor defensive position. What made it poor? An extremely limited view. The Skinnies had glanced through the gap every now and again, but they hadn't maintained a continuous view of the approach that Ares and Frodo had used. They studied the area, looking for a way out, an internal line of communication where the Skinnies here would have been able to report to other Skinny soldiers so they could work together without exposing themselves to enemy fire. Optimally, they could reinforce weaknesses in their line whenever an attack came. Ares refused to believe this was a lone outpost. "Keep watch," he told Frodo. He searched the Skinnies for equipment, a way to communicate what they'd seen. He had to think like them. They carried no food, no water, and little in the way of anything else. Their guns had only the inserted magazines and no reloads. They were as stripped down as soldiers could be. That didn't add up. By Ares' measure, they were a good 30 to 40 kilometers over rough terrain away from their camp. They were 3 meters tall. On the back side of the outpost, the rock wall only rose to 3 meters, 2/3 of a meter above Ares' eye level while wearing his combat armor. Ares used his periscope to look over the top. Scrapes through the moss right in front of the lens. He couldn't focus on it, but the damage was evident. They had come this way. It would have been a challenge for the humans to move across, but for the Skinnies, it was one raised hand from getting reinforcements. How close were they? Ares watched carefully, looking for anything that would indicate reinforcements were coming, or at least someone to check on what had happened. The needle gun's firing had to have drawn attention from Skinny soldiers nearby. But there was nothing to be seen besides evidence that someone scraped the moss. Going? Coming? Something else? No answers but time. Ares angled upward to scan the steeper slopes of the mountainside beyond, looking for a Skinny observer nestled into the rocks, watching and reporting. UV was unremarkable, but IR told a different story. There were warm spots scattered across the rock face. Mountain goats didn't look anything like Skinnies if they were fully exposed, but the terrain in that area was broken, and Ares only had glimpses from which to draw conclusions. Would the wildlife traverse an area that had soldiers? Did the Skinnies hunt mountain goats? More questions. He could only watch while time rolled on. Every minute ahead of schedule that they had earned was already gone, and a debt was building quickly. But running into an ambush would be worse than being late. If they weren't going to make it before morning, then they'd have to push it another day. Dante wouldn't know what happened to them. He counted on Ares to make it that night. If the HFP launched their attack before the Skinnies were in disarray, they'd be slaughtered on the open plain before the Drumlin field, just like Bow Section had. Somewhere in between was the right answer. Stay long enough to determine if the Skinnies exposed themselves without investing too much time in it. If the Skinny soldiers were staying down, then they wouldn't see Ares coming. Ares raised his visor. "I'm going vertical," he whispered. "Wait here." Frodo nodded, but Ares had already climbed up and over. He crawled in the direction the scratches had shown. Ares moved slowly, only to limit the noise. He wouldn't be invisible because he was in the open. No shadows, nowhere to hide, and it wasn't far. The route he crawled ended less than 10 meters ahead in the darkness of a drop. Rocks were further ahead. A gap in the rocks. Another outpost. Maybe. He wouldn't know until he got there. A Skinny head popped up right in front of him and stared wide-eyed. Ares snap-fired his needle gun. The range was less than 2 meters, close counted. The enemy's head disappeared, sending a cloud behind him. Ares rolled sideways, pulled a grenade, yanked the pin out, and sent it over the ledge in front of him. He covered his head until the explosion. Ares pushed up and launched himself over the edge. It wasn't a cliff. He was sure of that. If it was, then his attack would end in a long and miserable drop. He twisted midair to get his feet beneath him and came down against the rocks on the far side of the one-soldier outpost. He turned quickly through 270 degrees to make sure he was alone. It was empty except for a twice-blasted Skinny soldier. A gap in the rock showed him the hillside where he expected his soldiers waited. Ares' command was out there. He couldn't summon them forward until this series of observation posts was cleared. Series. It had at least 2 OPs and 4 soldiers. Ares was inclined to believe there were more. He had no logical reasoning why, besides not coming across anyone who seemed to be in charge, or anything that looked like a place where they could get food or water, where they could report what they'd seen. The main post was still out there, somewhere, and Ares was obligated to find it. Remove the risk to his soldiers as they moved into position to head over the mountains. Ares used his periscope once more to scan the way ahead. He stretched as high as he could to get more of a look. The terrain appeared to be more of the same that he had just crossed. Shadows showed where the gaps were, where more observation posts could be located. It almost looked like a beehive. Openings amid surrounding walls. How many soldiers would the Skinnies commit to watching this unlikely avenue of approach? Although, as unlikely as it was the exact route that Ares had taken. What else was the enemy prepared for that would stymie Ares' plan? Doubt crept into his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. They'd been prepared when Ares and Bow sections attacked the town, and the Skinnies hadn't been able to stop them. But tens of thousands of soldiers? He'd deal with it when it mattered. Until then, he had a string of posts to clear. The Skinny army wouldn't know they approached because he'd cut off access to their eyes and ears. That brought a grim smile to his face. Strategy and tactics collided with the pointy end of the spear. where everything devolved into the ability of individuals in hand-to-hand combat. Ares went up top and crawled forward. He accepted that he'd lost the element of surprise, so his attacks had to change pace. It was time to go fast, just until he slowed and made them impatient, anxious. Ares prepared 2 grenades and threw the first at the second gap in the rocks, after which he quickly tossed the second grenade into the closer area. Both grenades exploded in rapid succession. Ares stayed above the gaps. His IR screens showed the remains of 2 Skinnies in the first area and 1 in the second. He hugged the hill to the side. It wasn't as steep as the rest of the surrounding terrain. This was the route Ares intended to infiltrate the Skinny camp. He only needed to clear the area around it and call his soldiers through. That meant 4 or 5 more areas that could be used as observation posts. None of them had good fields of view, but all of them together covered the frontage, the hillside where Ares' soldiers waited for the go-ahead. Not yet. Ares continued until 2 heads appeared at once, both looking over the barrels of their respective needle guns. Ares stepped into the nearest gap, firing on his way down. He moved sideways and readied a grenade. He'd already used 3 and only had 3 left, but as usual, he'd use them until he didn't have any more, and then he'd figure out what to do next. He lobbed a grenade high, so it would drop directly into the open area next to the pit he occupied with 1 dead Skinny soldier. The sound of metal hitting metal was as odd as it was unexpected. Ares realized what it was the instant before the grenade reached the ledge above his hole. It was well over his head, but he jumped and slapped it away, covering up as he dropped. The grenade exploded almost immediately, but enough ground was between it and Ares that the shrapnel passed harmlessly over his head. He hated wasting ammunition, but dying because of a throwback would have been the greatest waste of all. Ares jumped up and locked his elbows on the ledge. He waited for the soldier's inevitable appearance. 2 heads popped up. Ares fired. A forehead exploded behind the face mask. The second Skinny aimed, but Ares shot his weapon. It jumped out of the soldier's hands. Ares fired again. The soldier toppled over backwards. The echoes from the needle gun faded and silence returned. Ares climbed up top, ready to go after the rest of the outposts and any Skinny soldiers he could find. A scrape behind him. He rolled over and aimed between his feet, but it was a human soldier. Ares rolled again and aimed at the possible observation posts ahead. He had not yet encountered the primary post where the others reported. "I heard those explosions. By my count, you're almost out of grenades," Frodo said. He crawled up next to Ares and slid 2 to him, giving them both 4. "I see 6 more possible OPs out there." Ares waved his needle gun barrel at the way ahead. "We have 8 grenades. This close one had 2 inside. But we'll drop a grenade just in case. Gotta cook it off and spin it. They tossed the last one back." "Is that what that was about?" Frodo chuckled without taking his eyes off the way forward. He was a kindred spirit, and how his soul became one with the battle while he joked and made small talk. "I'll take the close. You take the next. Then we run. I have 3 and you 4. Then we stop and reassess." "Compliance," Frodo whispered. He had a grenade in his hand, ready to pull the pin and let the spoon fly. Cooking it off meant counting to 3 and then throwing it so there would be no time left before it explodes. The enemy might try to pick it up and toss it back, but it would explode in their hands. Together they flipped the spoons and counted. At 3, Frodo tossed his. Ares waited till the count of 4 and threw his grenade into the nearest, but spinning it like a curveball so it would hit and bounce sideways. The soldiers ducked their heads. The explosions were simultaneous. Ares and Frodo were up and running in an instant. They slid to the edge of the enemy outposts and thrust their barrels inside. Only the 2 Skinnies were inside, and Ares had already shot them. Frodo held up one finger from his target. Ares was up on all 4s and scrambling forward. Frodo joined him. They stopped short of the next area, where they readied 2 grenades and tossed them, same as last time. A Skinny raised his head. Ares delivered the grenade like a fastball, directly at his face. He ducked before firing. The grenade clipped the top of his helmet and skipped high. Frodo's grenade dropped into his target. Ares' grenade skipped across the ground and fell into the same area. Ares launched himself forward and to the left. The Skinny was ready for him, but to come straight on. Ares snap-fired into the hole. The Skinny soldier couldn't adjust his aim quickly enough. He never got off a shot before Ares' projectile tore through his chest plate. Ares had the gap in the rocks in front of him, and the OP to his right. Frodo crawled past the outpost on the other side. He stopped when he reached the hole he had chucked his grenade into. Frodo held up his hand, indicating 0. It was the first position they'd reached with no one inside. Ares directed Frodo ahead when he eased himself through the opening, holding rocks on both sides until his boots touched the ground. He moved around the outside into the area under observation by his soldiers. Frodo remained up top, 2 more possible outposts. Ares signaled for a diversion on the count of 3. Frodo moved forward, then scraped the rock with his metal glove. Ares jumped into the opening to find an area that was too small for a skinny to fit. 1 more. Same plan. Frodo scraped the rock while aiming his needle gun ahead. Ares was in and around. A skinny. He fired at the soldier, who aimed his weapon upward to engage the threat from above. Ares' projectile tore into his side and through, pulling his insides out through the exit wound. The skinny dropped where he stood, dead before he hit the ground. Ares hurried ahead, but the terrain changed, and there was nowhere for an enemy soldier to hide. Infrared was clear. Frodo jumped down. "We're behind schedule." Ares was painfully aware, but it needed to be said aloud. Chapter 5. Movement. When you're not running, you're preparing to run. Ares circled his arm over his head, a signal to rally his soldiers to him. He strolled in front of the series of observation posts along the hillside until he found the one that opened the way into the mountains on a slope that they could climb without needing ropes or ladders. The 4 section leaders were first to reach Ares. "This was a major skinny observation area. We killed more than a dozen, but found no way for them to send their reports to their main force." "That doesn't make any sense," Goblin said. "It doesn't. Have your people double-check. Look for a comm device or a wire, or a laser, or anything they might use. If not, then there has to be another outpost within visual range. I didn't see anything up the hill, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Our cover may be blown." "Are we going back?" Yellow asked. Ares cocked his head as he looked at the man. "We're not going back. No matter how many we run into. We're going to plow through them and into the skinny camp. We're going to disrupt the skinnies so our main attack can succeed. We're outnumbered more than 10 to 1. If we don't get into that camp, the HFP is doomed, and Earth will be invaded. I don't want that on my conscience, even if I get killed. The originator would never forgive us for being so weak." The non-believers might have scoffed, but not this time. Ares had put them in their place often enough that they didn't dare question his faith. He had survived too many engagements that should have killed him. It challenged their lack of faith. As has always been said, there are no atheists in combat. Everyone wants a little help, even if it has to come from a being that might only exist in one's mind. The section leads sent their point soldiers into the honeycomb to search and report back. "We're going up there." Ares pointed at the slope between sharper hills with rocky faces. "That extends for 15 to 20 kilometers, and then things get hard." Seeing the hills above them, which looked almost insurmountable, hard wasn't something they could wrap their heads around. Within 5 minutes, the point soldiers returned. Not a single one found any technology. "It's like these soldiers were abandoned. They had nothing but a rifle and the clothes on their back, wrapped inside their armor. That's it. No lasers, no high beams, no radios, no food, no water. I expect we'll find their supply point up there." Ares pointed up the slope. "Watch for loose rocks, but we're behind schedule. We need to make up some time. This is going to be the only place we can do it. Brief your sections." "Compliance," the 4 replied, and staked out ground on the slope where they summoned their soldiers. "They know we're coming," Darrell said, his voice thick with accusation. "So?" Ares wasn't in the mood to argue. "Nothing. I'm just saying." "You want to tell me something I don't know? Maybe figure out how they're communicating through planetary jamming without using any technology, including lasers or flashing lights." "Are you sure they don't have lasers as part of their armor?" Darrell suggested.
I'm not. Care to look? Everyone else is busy.
Ares gestured toward a cutout with 2 dead skinny soldiers inside. Frodo had already briefed Ares' section. There hadn't been much to say. Run and keep running. Stubby and Stacy assured him they could keep up. They reiterated that to Ares.
We'll be with you the whole way,
Stubby said. Stacy nodded emphatically.
We're not stopping, and we're not slowing down. If you fall behind, you'll be left behind.
Ares had to put his foot down. They had too far to go over rough terrain and not enough time.
Tin Man, lead the way, and keep your eyes peeled. We can't have any skinny surprises from the hillsides.
Ares intended to run up front with him, but Pogo, the former Ragnar soldier, moved into position beside Tin Man.
Sir, it's my job. Let me do it. We'll set a good pace. Max speed, Tin Man. Take us out.
Ares ordered as if directing a ship to get underway. 2 soldiers from each section cupped their hands to give the follow-on soldiers a leg up and onto the rocks. They moved past the 2 outposts and started up the hill. Tin Man and Pogo took it easy on those who followed until the last clambered up the rocks and stood on solid ground. The next phase of their movement was underway. Ares was 6 soldiers back, but he needed to be so he could communicate with his section as well as the 2 behind, who would pass the word to the sections that followed them. It made more sense than him leading the way. It was a change of mindset, one that he was only beginning to embrace, despite being the champion of the shock troops' approach to ground combat. Up and up they ran. The slope was steep at first, 20%, which made setting a rapid pace problematic, but when it eased between multiple hills, they broke into single file to cross a wide spine. The drops on either side weren't too severe. Anyone going over would survive, but that would waste time. Ares called a halt.
Break out the ropes, stretch them out, and everyone grab on.
Tin Man grabbed the end of the rope threaded along the soldiers by Yellow section. Everyone put a hand on it. Tin Man tried to run, was jerked back, and then started afresh. The group increased in speed, but there was tension on the rope to create a slinky effect. Eventually, they achieved a steady pace. Ares would have gone faster, but that would have left too many soldiers behind, those who were intimidated by the drop. Ares was certain of his footing, which meant he had no fear of falling. He had run full speed along the tree branches of Antares 4. But he needed every soldier. They continued at Tin Man and Pogo's pace. The rest were able to hold steady despite the rope. They found that if they didn't grip it so tightly and let it slide back and forth, it greatly reduced the slinky effect. Ares felt comfortable in judging by the pace the soldiers embraced the process, believing it reduced the risk. In Ares' mind, it was simply running. They all could do it without a problem, but they let the distraction of the slopes on both sides affect their focus. The crossing was no more than 3 kilometers, and it took longer than Ares wanted, but checking the map in his mind, he hadn't counted on this spine between the hills. Despite crossing it more slowly than he had intended, they made up time. They had also shortcut much of the distance. Ares figured they had 20 kilometers to go, but once they reached the other side, they became mountain climbers. Progress would be extremely slow after that. But it was the only way. He wasn't sure if the Skinnies had reported the human presence, or how they might have reported up the chain. That bothered Ares. He didn't like questions without answers, and there was no one to give him answers. Tin Man cleared the spine to an open area on the far side. He directed soldiers to the left and right to keep them together by section. Yellow was rolling the rope up when the sound of gravel and rock split the night. The mountainside was coming for them. There had been no explosion and no earthquake. It was unnatural. Ares didn't get the chance for a thorough IR scan of the mountain face ahead.
Inverted V, shoulder to shoulder.
Ares ran toward the mountain and dropped to one knee. His soldiers filled in on both sides. Then the other sections followed suit. Goblin and Bingo on the left, Dreadnought and Yellow on the right. Soldiers that couldn't fit on the ends instead filled the middle. Ares had selected a spot protected by an outcropping that rose upward like a knife. Inbound rocks would bounce off it. If the landslide didn't hit them directly, they could use their armor to deflect the worst of it. That was the hope. Ares kept his eyes forward, switching between UV and natural light to find the best view. He settled for UV. It wasn't optimal, but nothing was. A dust cloud preceded the larger rocks. That was a problem. None of them could see what was coming to move slightly one way or another to prevent a direct hit. The cloud rolled over and around the vertical stone. Ares braced himself, expecting the dust to clear enough to see any boulders coming his way. Hope wasn't the optimal plan, but it was the only one he had. Without firing a shot, the Skinnies had brought Ares' progress to a halt. He knew it was them. They started this landslide somehow. He didn't know how they communicated from the observation posts, but they had, and the Skinnies here had been expecting them. Where were they? Up there, beyond the dust and falling rocks. The first stones bounced off Frodo next to Ares. Then more and bigger stones dashed against them, like a storm-driven tide warring against the rocks. Thunder engulfed them, filling the void between the dust and the worst of the incoming boulders. The pinging off suits got worse. Then a big one rolled past Ares, so close he could almost touch it. It skipped past Frodo and bounced off Wheel 2, who they call Drippy. It nearly knocked him over as it bull's-eyed misfire. He went down as it crunched over him and started it bouncing. The soldiers inside the inverted V ducked left and right in an attempt to get out of its way. It bounced over Dreadnought and disappeared to the side of the spine. Misfire stayed down. A soldier from the inside dove into the gap and locked arms with the others as a basketball-sized stone skipped off his chest plate. A massive boulder hit the spire with a crack that shook the ground. It rolled to the side and fell the rest of the way to land with a thud. It parted the wave of stone coming toward it. "Behind it!" Ares shouted. He stood up straight and jumped over, waving for the others to join him behind it and the massive boulder that seemed like it should have its own gravity and drew them to it. The soldiers scrambled, rushing forward on foot or all fours to get out of the deluge of stone and gravel. Bigger rocks hit the boulder and skipped to the side. They filled the gap behind and rolled over the top, like a ramp, launching into the gap aside the spine they'd just crossed. The roar became a cry of pain, and then a whisper of anguish as the mountain conceded its loss. It wouldn't be the first time a landslide had happened, and it wouldn't be the last. Millennia would flatten the mountains before recreating them elsewhere. Habitable planets tended to be constantly changing, from glaciers to floods to lava showers. Nothing ever remained the same. The dust drifted away, and the calm of night returned. "Point soldiers. I need eyes on that hillside. There are Skinnies up there somewhere. Find them. Section leads report," Ares barked. Goblin was first. 14, all present. Bingo replied next. 13, all present. 10 present. 1 sick, return to camp, Dreadnought reported. 11 good, Yellow added. Frodo shook his head. Misfire's down. All others are good. Stacy and Daryl included. "I'm not dead," a voice shouted from the dust and rocks. Ares glared at Frodo for just a moment, then waved at Swing 7, who he had taken to calling Doc. "Check on him." "Sorry about that. We'll get him out." Frodo rushed away, rather than suffer under the withering eye for declaring one of the soldiers to be dead. Ares joined the point soldiers. Tin Man conferred with Dreadnought's recon soldier, and they both pointed up the hillside. "There, at least one Skinny. There might be one to the left of him, but that was brief. It could have been a bird." "Mark 71s?" Bingo asked. "More people will shoot the fly off a dung pile if you need them to." "I appreciate your confidence, but I think we need something a little less precise, but more effective in case they're behind cover. Mark 71s don't do so great against granite." Bingo smiled. "Mortars fire and HE, compliance. And hit that area to the left, too. Let them know we're not pleased with the trap they set, but this will also tell them that it wasn't effective. Wait until we move out of the way, since I suspect there might be another rock slide, this time with a few Skinnies included." "It'll be like Christmas," Bingo exclaimed. Ares went to personally check on Misfire. He found him standing. "Not bad for a dead man." "Knocked the wind out of me, sir. I'm good." Doc shook his head. "He's not good. Probably bruised ribs, maybe even broken. There's nothing I can do about them out here.
Misfire, once again I'm changing your nickname, but not to Dead Man, because that would be confusing in case we had real dead men lying around. I dubbed thee Lazarus. So let it be said, so let it be done.
Ares pounded a fist into his other hand to formalize his declaration. He looked at Frodo.
I thought he was a gunner too. I guess that'll be the last time you make that mistake.
No doubt, Frodo agreed. Lazarus, I like it.
Daryl.
Ares crooked a finger at the man.
Thanks for keeping up.
He had been gruff earlier. He still didn't want the reporter along, but he'd been staying out of the way, which is what Ares had asked of him. I can't get the story if I'm not there. Daryl shrugged and fell into formation as Ares' section moved to the next obstacle. A short but steep rise that led to a cascade of boulders and rock in the saddle between two much more pronounced mountainsides. Bingo stayed with 4 wheel soldiers brandishing their mortars, loaded with HE and aiming upward.
Fire in the hole,
Bingo called. They sent their rockets screaming in a high arc toward the mountain face, and then ran the second their rockets were out of the tubes, away from any impending rockfall. Frodo and Sailorman fired rockets from where they stood to hit the area from a different angle, to send shrapnel at the Skinnies from multiple directions. The 4 explosions happened nearly simultaneously, scattered across the rock face, 2 high and 2 right on the mark. The concussion of the HE rounds echoed off the stone and rolled through the small plateau. The final 2 rockets bounced into the crevices before exploding, blowing rocks outboard in a violent explosion from within the constrained spaces. More dust clouded the area. The explosions faded. Falling rocks landed, bounced, and rolled away. The final debris rolled slowly down the hill, and then was caught up in the jumble from the earlier rock slide.
Any Skinnies in that mess?
Ares asked while scanning intently with his IR filter for any body part that might still have been warm.
Caves,
Frodo offered, pointing upward. The final 2 shots had exposed 2 separate caves, not far apart.
Bullseye,
Ares said.
Anything in there didn't survive the shock, but just to be sure, maybe you 2 can send a rocket straight inside each one of those.
Woohoo! Sailorman called out, then quieted.
Shoot the fly off a dung pile, huh?
He and Frodo delivered. Their rockets arced high and flew through the opening as if they were guided missiles. Ares was already walking away. The next challenge was going to be all they could manage. The time of easy running was behind them. Chapter 6. Pioneering. Sometimes the terrain is the enemy. Nice shots, Daryl told Frodo and Sailorman. It's nice to see top professionals in action. The wheel soldiers tipped their chins up in the manly acknowledgement of a compliment, while they hurried past to catch up with Ares. There was no running up this hill. It was easily 45 degrees. They could almost reach out a hand to touch the hillside in front of them as they climbed. Tin Man and Pogo continued to lead the way. Ares would have no one besides his section in the front. He could trust them to respond in the right way to an ambush. With that, he could direct the other 4 sections into the right position to do the right thing to deny the enemy success. It was a chess game played at the speed of car racing. Tin Man and Pogo carried the burden of the rest of the soldiers. Lazarus walked with Stacy in the middle of a formation that had degenerated into a column of 2s, soldiers traveling in tandem, 2 abreast with 2 more behind them. There was no tactical dispersion because there was no space. That's what made this route dangerous. The fact that they'd already been seen and attacked by the Skinnies suggested there would be more, all the way into the Skinny camp. Ares passed the word back through a 2-handed arm signal, moving his hands outboard from being together in front of him. Spread out. The option to move left and right was limited, but they could put more space between them, front to rear. The soldiers at the very end of the formation had to stop and wait while Tin Man and Pogo pressed forward. Ares moved as far to the side as he could, away from the others. The climbing was rougher over there, but Ares handled it with ease. His hand-eye coordination was keener than most, even when wearing combat armor. He bounced off the side walls to move faster, zigging and zagging. He passed Tin Man and kept going. He motioned to Frodo that he was in charge. Frodo threw up his hand in a rude gesture to demonstrate what he thought of Ares running ahead. They needed to keep him alive, and he wasn't helping them fulfill that part of the mission. Ares had a different plan. If the Skinnies were up ahead, one soldier would find them easier than 5 sections of soldiers moving together. Ares skipped back and forth, finding sure footing with each step. Once he was clear of the soldiers, he surged ahead a good 50 meters, then moved back and forth across the slope. It was faster than trying to climb straight up. Tin Man and Pogo mirrored Ares' movements and increased their pace. After a few minutes, 2 lines snaked back and forth. But Ares was already well up the slope. He kept running, increasing the distance between him and his soldiers. Speed had always been his friend. He counted on moving faster, denying the enemy an easy target. He scanned as he ran, keeping one eye on the terrain and the other on the way ahead. He was looking for the Skinnies he knew were out there. They'd already run across them on exactly their route. It was like they'd been at the briefing when Ares had gone through his plan. The Skinnies had been in that room, and had been directing their war from there. Had they hacked the computer? Did Dante and Ares give them the plan? That made more sense than anything. But the Skinnies were up against the clock as much as Ares' command. The group of 5 sections acting as a shock unit. Would the Skinnies believe they were still coming? At some point, they would believe their defenses had been effective. Ares was also convinced there would be more Skinnies in places that would be most inconvenient for the humans. In Ares' mind, that meant the Skinnies would be vulnerable. They'd expect the trap to spring after expecting the humans to be attrited over the course of the entire movement. But they'd only lost one due to injury and one to sickness. And the injured soldier was still able to fight. Not well, but he would be there, weapon raised and ready. There was no way that was the Skinnies' plan, as long as Ares found the traps before they were triggered. He trusted his point soldiers, but this reconnaissance was best conducted by a lone soldier moving fast. That's what Ares was best at. He raced to the top of the slope, where it leaned over into a steep decline, but by traveling perpendicular, he could move along the slope of the adjacent mountain, neither giving up nor gaining elevation. It would spread out his soldiers even more. They'd have to become mountain climbers. The first across would have to bring the rope and anchor it. The others could use that for balance. Don't look down. Heights had a way of upsetting some people's balance when the ground beneath their feet remained rock steady. Ares couldn't wait. He would cross the worst of it alone before the rest of the snaking formation appeared and drew unwanted attention. Despite the rugged terrain, Ares knew, deep down, the Skinnies were out here and watching. How did they get here? Probably taking the same route that Ares had chosen, only in reverse. That's why they were traveling so light, to move fast while negotiating a difficult route. The closer they were to the enemy camp, the more rested the Skinny soldiers would be, unlike those who weren't ready at all to deal with Ares and Frodo at the farthest point. They had cover, but weren't using it properly. Once again, Ares made it look easier than it should have been. He stepped onto the rocks, facing the wall, and started sidestepping along a ledge that led most of the way across. At the beginning, he could look in toward the wall, but the angle soon changed, where he was bending backward, holding on with his fingertips while he inched sideways. He ducked under an overhang, and the ledge widened. Ares took the respite to scan the area ahead, both above and below. On the rock face, the UV showed nothing discernible, but the IR was more illuminating. It showed where the cool of the rock gave way to empty spaces that showed up slightly pink. Cave mouths. He couldn't tell how deep they were, but Skinnies had a fondness for the underground. They thrived out of the sunlight and the moonlight. Their eyes were big, but they couldn't see any better in the dark than a human. Their combat armor was ballistic only, unpowered, without special lens filters for the helmet. That was the advantage Ares was exploiting. The caves ahead? He assumed they had Skinnies in them. As long as it was possible to reach them, he'd deliver a little surprise. He had 3 grenades left, and there were 6 caves or crevices that looked like caves. It wasn't optimal, but he'd make it work. He hurried along the ledge until he was directly below the first cave. His view from here was worse than the one he had before. Leaning his head as far back as he dared, he could barely see where the cave was, the entry a solid 5 meters above him. Could a Skinny jump that high and grab the ledge? How high could they reach? Close to 4 meters? That still meant they had to jump a meter high while wearing unpowered armor. There were no handholds or toeholds on the rock face. This section was smooth. Ares left it and moved to the next. It was part of the ledge, and the most likely candidate for a Skinny ambush team. They could stitch soldiers moving slowly along the ledge for a good 100 meters. Ares toyed with the idea of tossing in a grenade, but there were more caves, and moving to them would expose him on the ledge. He didn't enjoy the thought of getting hit by penetrator rounds while having no room to maneuver, forward or back. Those were his only choices when trapped on the ledge. Ares eased up next to the cave mouth. He picked a spot on the ground in front of him to plant his left foot and push off. The first move was critical, to gain both momentum and an advantage. He dialed his external microphones up to maximum and listened. A rustle when there was no wind and no trees to blow. A scrape, faint but distinct. He caught the sight of a flashing light from behind him, where the saddle met the mountain wall and ledge. He turned as much as he could, and flashed twice. 1 flash for yes, twice for no. That told his soldiers to wait. He turned his microphones down to their normal settings. Ares brought the needle gun around and prepared to fire. He stepped left and rushed into the cave. He instantly assessed how much room he had to maneuver, 2 meters to either side. He started down the middle. A Skinny soldier was close to the mouth, but his weapon was down. Ares reached for his throat, catching him unaware. With a quick shake, the soldier's neck broke. Ares dropped him and continued running. IR showed 4 more Skinnies, 1 close and 3 deeper in the cave. He shot the closer one and then slammed himself against the wall. He readied a grenade, cooked off 3 seconds, and hiked it as deep into the cave as he could. It exploded the second it hit the cave floor. Shrapnel filled the space. Minor pieces tinked off his armor, but caused no damage. His IR view inside showed 5 total Skinnies on the floor, their lifeblood draining from them. The bodies were already starting to cool. Ares stepped back to the cave mouth. Despite his desire to clear out the soldiers quietly, it had been anything but. Once again, his element of surprise didn't survive first contact. He scanned the other caves. 4 more. He wanted to see a head peek out, but there was nothing. No warm spots. Even with another cave near the ledge, no one was looking out. Ares waited, though it grated on his soul. He couldn't rush this, because 1 well-aimed shot would end the human attack before it started. Ares gave it 5 minutes, then moved onto the ledge. He faced the wall because there wasn't enough room to shift around or keep his backpack and weapons from pushing him onto the precipice. Ares moved his needle gun to his left hand, having to remove it from its sling first, and kept it aimed toward the caves ahead. He raised it and lowered it, depending on where he was looking, but the ledge was too narrow to run. He had never felt more vulnerable in his life. The enemy didn't have to shoot him directly. They only had to knock him off. He would never survive the fall. "Don't fall, then," he whispered to himself. He moved as quickly as he could. Halfway to the next cave, movement appeared near the mouth. He focused on it. A periscope, similar to what he carried. He had been spotted. He moved his foot as far to the left as he could reach and brought his right up next to it. He made rapid progress like this, with 1 foot always in motion. His rifle was in his left hand when he needed a grenade. He tossed the needle gun over the precipice and into the void below. He readied one of his last grenades. Ares raised his hands over his head so he could pull the pin while still skipping to his left. He stared at the opening, looking for the periscope or the Skinny's head. It wasn't his head that appeared, but the barrel of his needle gun, and Ares was too far away. Ares tossed the grenade at the opening. It bounced on the ledge, clipped the cave mouth, and disappeared into the darkness below. The Skinny pulled his weapon back. While the grenade was bouncing, Ares brought his Mark 71 over his head and snap-fired one-handed. The first shot chipped rocks 2 meters short of the cave. The second shot hit the ledge. The third shot nearly struck home. The Skinny pulled back inside, but Ares never stopped moving. He had too far to go before he could address the threat properly. A shot rang out that wasn't his, barely missing him on one side. The next cave beyond the one ahead. Beyond and above. A needle gun in the hands of a Skinny soldier, nonplussed by Ares' approach. He fired again, clipping the rocks over Ares' head. The splinter bounced off a pauldron on its way into the void. Ares continued moving toward the cave mouth. He threw a few beams in the direction of the shooter, but after a quick dip out of sight, he reappeared. Ares searched forward and then stopped. The next shot hit the ledge in front of him. He aimed better and delivered a beam directly on the needle gun, and the weapon leapt from the soldier's hands. Ares continued his skip-hopping until he reached the cave. He couldn't get at another grenade. The Mark 71 would have to do. He jumped in front of the cave mouth, planted his foot, and rushed in, firing on full auto. He panned the weapon from one side of the cave to the other while he got his bearings. There was a sharp turn, barely 5 meters in. The skinny with the weapon was dead on the floor, nearly cut in half by the rapid-firing beam weapon. Ares readied his last grenade. The periscope was on the floor. He took it to peer around the corner, but there was nothing besides another bend. He carried the grenade with the pin pulled. It limited his options. He moved around the corner and dialed up his pickups. He listened for something as simple as breathing. He focused 100% of his effort on hearing. Ahead, the slightest of noises. Ares tossed the grenade around the corner, spinning it to make sure it bounced erratically. It exploded, sending back rock chips and a cloud of fire and smoke that boiled out the cave mouth and was gone. Ares eased around the corner, aiming his Mark 71 as he went. One more skinny soldier, on the ground, already dead from having his legs blown off. It had to have gone off between his feet. Ares moved back to the entrance, using the skinny periscope to watch the next cave, where it was guaranteed that at least one more soldier waited for them. At least one. Chapter 7. Plunging. Take the battle to the enemy. Ares eased onto the ledge and looked in the direction of the next cave. He'd have to climb up to it. He didn't have a grenade he could use. He replaced his needle gun with the one dropped by the skinny who died near the cave entrance. Ares conducted a quick function check to make sure it still worked. Like the other soldiers, these weren't carrying reloads or other electronics. They had one tool the others didn't, the periscope. A new item that the HFP had just acquired. It was odd that the Skinnies would show up with the same battlefield aid. Ares didn't believe in coincidences. He wondered if they somehow had acquired tethered drones to extend their visual range. He pushed those thoughts out of his mind. What mattered was getting to that cave without getting thrown from the ledge or killed outright. With each step, he was one step closer to the enemy. As the range lessened, the soldier's margin of error would be reduced, improving the Skinny's likelihood of delivering deadly shots on its human target. Ares had no intention of making the enemy's job easier for him. He may not have had any grenades left, but he had his rocket launcher. A well-aimed shot would get the enemy's attention. A little diversion to pull his attention away. Ares moved into a position that limited his profile to the cave in front of him, while clearing the light on his chest plate. He flashed the order to go. Lead brings the rope and stakes it into the hillside. Tail End Charlie was to unhook it and collect it. They were going to need the rope for the final descent. He waited until 10 men moved out front and the procession began. It was dark, and Ares wasn't sure the Skinny could see that far. They were a couple kilometers away. It was a long track, but it was a shortcut compared to Ares' initial route that had them drop into the valley below before climbing out. The ledge and the way across the side of the mountain saved them an hour or more. They'd be back on track, assuming Ares could eliminate the threat. He shouldered his mortar and leaned out, taking aim at the cave barely 50 meters away. There would be limited drop on the round. It would almost be a point-blank shot, one that didn't suffer from the effects of gravity because its flight was so short. Ares aimed at a point that was a handspan above the rear edge of the cave mouth. From his angle, the opening was barely more than a sliver, but it was big enough and one of a limited number of options. It was the only option that didn't expose him to the enemy for more than a second or two. He verified he had a high-explosive rocket loaded and dialed the range to its closest setting, which armed the rocket the second it left the barrel. He used his Skinny periscope to check the cave mouth before committing himself. The Skinny periscope had a bigger viewing area than the smaller human-made versions. He knew that he'd keep it and not turn it in to the intel types. Toby had no use for it. Ares did. The entrance was clear, no hotspot. Ares leaned out, took aim, and fired. He stayed where he could see the cave, reloading his mortar without taking his eyes off his target. The rocket hit just inside the far edge and exploded against the stone just inside the mouth. Ares was off, and skip-hopping along the ledge. He scanned the areas above and to the side, looking for any other caves where a skinny soldier might be. With his mortar in his left hand, and loaded with another HE rocket, he moved quickly but deliberately. He covered the 50 meters until he was directly below the cave. Handholds had been carved into the rock leading up to the cave. He'd have to sling his mortar to make the climb, but he couldn't leave it as it was, unsure if there were any soldiers left alive and functional inside. They could wreak havoc on the soldiers inching their way across the rock face once he spotted them. Clearing the ledge meant he'd have to wait for his soldiers to reach him. He slung his mortar and started to climb. The toeholds were big enough to accommodate a Skinny's bigger foot, so they were large enough for Ares' armored boots. The slope leaned inward to give Ares less of a feeling of falling backward. He still hugged the wall on his way up. It was only 5 meters, but it felt like forever. The handholds ended at the bottom ledge. Ares had to execute 2 maneuvers without losing his grip and without getting shot by any surviving Skinnies. He took his Mark 71 in his right hand and used his fingertips to pull himself upward on the last handhold. His left hand was free when he had his feet in place. Ares reached up to grab the ledge with his left, while stretching to shove his beam rifle over the ledge and fill the cave with fire. But his left hand slipped on the debris from where he had shattered the cave wall. Instead of pulling himself up high enough to use his weapon, he lost his grip and started to lean backward. He thrust his knees to the side and his hips forward to balance upright. He let go of his Mark 71, but it was still on the sling. It clattered off the rock while he flailed to get his fingers back into the handhold. His hand hit the side, but 2 fingers found purchase. He teetered precariously between going over backward and regaining his grip. If the Skinny was alive, he'd be able to reach over and shoot the helpless soldier. The fact that he didn't suggested the cave wasn't occupied by a living soul. Ares pulled himself back to the rock face. He stayed as he was for less than a second before making a second attempt to get a grip with his left hand. He didn't let go with his right until he was sure there wouldn't be a repeat of his previous failed effort. He re-gripped his Mark 71, raised it over the ledge, and fired it into the cave. It had been less than 5 seconds total since his first failed attempt. His plan hadn't changed, only the timing of its execution. After hosing down the cave's interior, he pulled himself up and leaned his upper torso over before rolling inside, right into a dead Skinny soldier. This cave was no more than 5 meters deep, tapering to a point on the sides, but it was high, a crevice that reached well up the mountain. It was barely more than a spot from where the Skinny could shoot at anyone using the ledge to cross the mountain. Ares wondered if the Skinny had been sleeping and only partially awoke when the needle gun sent rounds downrange. He hadn't been completely awake when Ares confronted him, but he was dead before Ares fired his Mark 71 into the cave. Ares collected his wits before backing over the ledge until his questing foot found the first foothold. He let himself down slowly, his body remembering the tumble he almost took 2 minutes earlier. It was still vibrating through his body. He wasn't afraid of heights, but he was bothered by missteps. The mountainside had been precarious. Ares had navigated it without a misstep until he tried to move too quickly into the last cave. The best laid plans could always fail at execution. One misstep, or a missed hand grip. Ares reached the ledge and exhaled long and slow, happy to be somewhere other than clinging to a rock face with his feet and hands in holds barely larger than his boots and gloves. He checked the mountainside for other caves, but from his current angle, the other possibilities turned out to be nothing more than shadows from a wave in the rocks. Ares examined the ledge using his UV filter, then switched to IR and back. It was clear. He hurried along the ledge until he reached the far side. With that behind him, he climbed ahead, looking for the next Skinny ambush, although he had already discounted that it would be nearby. It possibly could have been where they could see their soldiers in the caves, although they seemed disinterested in coordinating. Each group had been put into place to ambush the human soldiers. Traps and more traps. It was the only play in the Skinny gamebook, which meant they were good at it. They learned with each engagement, like the periscope. It limited Ares' sharpshooting skill and the sniping of his soldiers. They were better shots than the Skinnies, but only if the enemy was visible. What else were they doing? Ares climbed the gently sloping hillside to the top, where he found another saddle. According to the terrain and compass reading, the adjacent mountain was the last one. When they crested it, they'd see the Skinny army arrayed before them on the plain behind the Drumlin field. Ares returned down the slope and waited for his people. They had used all 3 ropes to help them along the ledge. Frodo was in front and moving steadily, but not quickly. They weren't using the skip-hopping technique Ares had employed. They snaked across the rock face. This was the drawback of a large unit. They lost the advantage of speed. Ares checked the time. They needed to ascend and descend in 2 hours, which gave them 30 minutes to do the most damage they could do to the Skinny camp, assuming the Skinnies let them descend. Ares had 2 choices. The one he had planned for was south, but he was convinced the Skinnies had that plan. He'd have to take them north. The distance was the same, but the danger of falling increased. The ropes would be critical, but they'd slow them even more. They'd have to tie them together for a longer drop, rather than use all 3 at once. On the ledge, the child's small figure walked normally. She didn't have to scoot sideways. She seemed exasperated by the slow pace, crossing her arms as they stopped frequently, only to hurry up a few seconds later. Ares found it trying just watching them, but it was far better than descending to the bottom of the valley and then climbing the slope afresh. With rock chips and loose stone, they would have had a hard time of it, worse than moving along the ledge. Ares turned around and busied himself with identifying a passage up the mountain and over. Higher to climb and higher to drop compared to the southern route, but it would be safer. The Skinnies wouldn't be there. Frodo finally reached him. "Sorry for the delay, boss." "We didn't lose anyone. That's what matters." Ares was saying it more for himself than Frodo. "We're going to take that mountain." Ares pointed north. Frodo looked at the shorter slope to the south. He started to point, but stopped himself. "Skinnies tapped the computers in the boardroom. They knew our plan," Ares stated as a fact, although it was only speculation. The Skinnies were tech-savvy, but even though their soldiers were bigger and stronger, they didn't have the level of barbarism that made for good soldiers. Even intelligent and thinking soldiers were better when they embraced the Neanderthal within. Frodo chewed on his lip as he contemplated Ares' assertion. "Makes sense. North it is." He hadn't spent time thinking about it. He thought Skinny soldiers were scattered throughout the hills. There weren't that many routes through. With an army of more than 10,000 soldiers, it wouldn't take many to cover all the usable ingress points. The soldiers picked up the pace with each one that arrived at the end of the ledge and recovered away from the mountain face. Dreadnought had switched with Yellow and was dragging the half-rolled ropes when his section arrived. He handed the 3 ropes to Bingo, Goblin, and Yellow to carry. He dusted his hands and held them up. He had done his part and had been carrying one of the ropes, but he saw his duty in that regard to be finished since he brought the ropes off the rock face. The others didn't question it. Pulling the ropes as they passed had been no easy task. They coiled them dutifully, and 2 soldiers shouldered them for the next phase of movement to contact. Ares called the section leads to him and explained quickly. "I believe the Skinnies had our plan. So if we want to drop into their camp unmolested, we need to hit them where they don't expect. We're going over the north face." He pointed toward the hillside to his left. "Fun and games time is over. It's time for the real work. When we crest that rock, we'll be looking down on an army. We'll tie the ropes together if we need to, but we can't be shaking stones loose on our way down. Once we're over the top, we move in complete silence. Every step has to be firm. If we can, we'll split up and enter the camp at multiple points. If we can't, we'll enter at one and spread out once there." Frodo added, "Be ready to bring the pain, but we need to take out their heavy hitters first and foremost. Spike the artillery tubes. The needle guns will work nicely for that, and then kill the operators. Blow up their munitions and weapons. Wreak havoc. Each section will be on their own to do the most damage possible." Ares nodded to him. The soldiers would be unleashed once inside the camp. Nothing was predictable at that point. The most general mission order was the best. Take out the big weapons and cause as much damage as they could. Simple. easiest for them to implement. "Tin Man, take Stacy and find us the quickest way up that hill." The reconnaissance soldier looked to the child and back at Ares. "Compliance," he replied tentatively. She was more sure-footed than any of the soldiers. That would make the difference in helping them over the top. The two jogged up the slope until they reached the rocks, where it became a mountain climber's dreamscape. Tin Man started to climb, but Stacy skirted the base. He stopped and watched her. "This way," he said casually. She'd been born and raised on a space station. What did she know about mountain climbing? Tin Man made it no more than 5 meters when he hit an impasse. He looked down to find Stacy pointing. He returned to the base. She jogged a short distance and then started to climb. She was much shorter than any of the soldiers, even Stubby, so if she could reach to pull herself up, anyone else could. She scrambled up the side, 5 meters, then 10, then 20. Tin Man looked back at Ares. The section leader remained stoic. He didn't care how they accomplished the mission. He'd had a feeling about Stacy's ability to climb. He had been right. "Keep your eyes peeled on that hillside. IR. Look for Skinnies, but I doubt we'll see any up there. The enemy is over there." He pointed to the south. "If they're expecting us over there, and we don't show up," Frodo started. "When will they realize we've gone around them is the right question. My guess is that it will be too late, but you have a point. Dreadnought, take your section to the south and look for any Skinnies hiding on the hillside. Make sure you're seen and heard. We'll send a runner to you when most of us are at the top. You can join us after that." "Make sure the runner knows the way up," Dreadnought replied. "And we'll comply. We'll catch up. We've got some climbers on the team." Ares fist bumped him. The diversion was important, and it was good that Frodo thought of it. He clapped him on the shoulder and moved into the line of soldiers, following Stacy and Tin Man up the mountainside. Chapter 8. Move, hold, move. There's nothing to be afraid of in the dark. It's when there's something in the dark that makes a difference. Stacy soon left Tin Man behind, despite his calls for her to slow down. He hurried, but his footing wasn't as certain, his grip less than firm. But he followed her track, marking the way by scratching the stones using his armored glove, drawing arrows to show the next handhold or foothold. Ares appreciated the young girl's speed. She was undeterred by her armor and confident in her movements. She scampered upward without breaking pace until she was out of view. That's when Ares panicked. Just in case he was wrong, and there were Skinnies at the top, he didn't need a child running into them. She carried a Mark 71 beam rifle, but she was no soldier. "Stacy, hold up!" Ares had his visor raised and called through cupped hands. "Tin Man, get her attention!" "Compliance," Tin Man called over his shoulder. He lifted his head and shouted up the mountain. If there were Skinny soldiers up there, they would know the humans were coming. It wasn't what Ares wanted. But sending a child and not a trained soldier had its challenges. Ares accessed her combat armor and slowed her systems without completely cutting them off. He didn't want to see her fall. He wanted Tin Man to hurry up and catch her, then pioneer the rest of the way to the top, providing a soldier's escort in case the enemy waited. Tin Man had more robust armor than the other soldiers. The good news was that the speed of Stacy's climb put them back on schedule. Ares took comfort in that. "I'm heading up," he told Frodo. 4 of his soldiers were ahead and climbing. Ares moved quickly. Sailorman moved aside, then Pogo. Lazarus was near the front. "Why are you up here?" "I'm still in the section. I can fight. Plus, Frodo thought I was the long pole in the tent. If I could keep up, then no one would fall behind. A little girl is putting me to shame." He redoubled his efforts to climb. Ares passed him easily. His brief concern over falling that he had experienced on the ledge was behind him. The enemy was in front of him, and in between, there was a little girl running out of control. He liked being in control. He strived to reach Tin Man and did, 50 meters short of the top, where Stacy stood with her hands on her hips, looking down on the soldiers. "Stay there," Ares growled. Oh, somebody's mad, Stacy shot back. Ares gritted his teeth and continued to climb. He reached the top and stepped away from the edge, but he stayed close enough to offer a hand to anyone who needed it. He scanned the area in front of him. Already did that. It's cold up here. No Skinnies, she stated confidently.
We don't let anyone go off on their own. Please stay with the soldiers,
Ares said through forced control. You did.
I'm not anyone, he replied. I can take care of myself in a fight because that's my job. It's not your job.
On that fine point, good sir, she said in her high voice. What is my job?
Don't get killed,
he told her without hesitation.
And your second job is to make sure you don't get anyone killed.
I thought you weren't just anyone, she asked, trying to sound innocent.
Don't make me regret taking you off that station. Belay that. I already regret it.
She laughed. There are no enemy soldiers up here. We're safe. She leaned back toward the rock face where Tin Man was just coming over the top. He straightened.
That wasn't bad at all.
He waited to help the next soldier up. Saved a lot of time, Stacy pressed. Thank you for trusting me with the climb. Her humility stalled the harsh words on Ares' tongue. He didn't want to say them anyway. He suspected it would do no good in Stacy's case. She was her own person. That's why she was on Pan Major in the first place. No one would tell her no, and she wouldn't have taken that for an answer. It was the strangest thing. Combat was no place for a child, but she was going to find herself right in the middle of the worst of it only too soon. Ares had surrendered the battle to keep her out of his unit, but he had lost. It wasn't something he wanted to get used to, so he intended to turn it into a win by having her contribute in ways that only she could. Did the Skinny forces have tanks? Stubby could teach her how to operate one. She was from a video game generation. It should be no different. Stacy proved that she could navigate the high wall of a mountainside, and she did it almost effortlessly. She was a pioneer in a way that was natural, but she was only 11, and her armor wasn't like a typical point soldier's armor. She couldn't take fire like they could.
Over there, Ares pointed. If I have our location right, that'll be where we start our descent into the Skinny camp. Time on deck is 3:30. We need to be down that hill already. I thought we'd made up time.
He didn't continue. He was arguing with himself. He wanted to hit the Skinny camp at 3, not 4:30 or even 5. A regular army was already up and at him by then. He wanted to catch them sleeping. None of the noise of their approach should have reached the camp. If the Skinnies were relaying reports, Ares didn't know how. Every army needed to communicate. Ares would figure it out, unless it no longer mattered. Yellow section arrived.
Did you let Dreadnought know? He acknowledged, and then I followed my section up the mountain.
Yellow replied. Ares nodded. What's next? Daryl asked.
We talked through the next phase with the section leaders.
Ares waved for them to follow. Daryl looked down the mountain for Dreadnought section. He leaned closer to find a trail of warm bodies snaking their way upward. They're on their way. Frodo, Yellow, Bingo, and Goblin joined Ares as he worked his way to a relatively flat spot that looked into infinity. It had the best view from anywhere they had ever been. They had to get close before they could see the army in the valley far below. The Drumlin field was to the east, and beyond that, across a series of massive fields, the city sparkled with 1,000 small lights. The Skinny camp had limited lighting. Cycling between the IR and UV filters, they were able to define the limits and expanse. Hundreds of tents in perfect alignment, with square areas surrounded by sandbags. Large tents stood at random intervals. These were the best lit.
I'm seeing a fleet of shuttles on expeditionary landing pads, maybe 20,000 troops. 4 batteries of artillery, totaling 40 tubes, and no tanks. Looks like an ammo depot with each battery. I don't see anything that would be in direct support of the soldiers. That suggests they have what they need in the smaller units. Skinnies like to operate in groups of 10, Ares said.
I'm still counting artillery, Bingo said.
That's a tall order for 65 soldiers and 2 stragglers, Yellow added. The big question is, do we hit the shuttles, or do we let them evacuate if they can?
Aries hadn't thought about that.
You're right. That is a big question. Do we remove their means of escape and kill them all?
You make it sound unethical, Goblin said.
That is the question you asked. I haven't met a skinny that I've liked, so I'm okay with killing them. I have met skinnies that were decent. We have them in a holding cell upstairs.
Aries pointed toward the sky.
I'm not in favor of wiping them out. And yes, I know we might have to fight them again. Just because I'm not in favor of it doesn't mean I won't do what I have to do. Leave the shuttles alone and just lay waste to everything else. If they make it to the shuttles and take off, we'll wish them good riddance, Goblin said. I can live with that, Aries replied. Can you and your soldiers?
He wasn't talking to only Goblin. He addressed them all.
We can live with it,
Bingo replied. He continued to study the skinny camp.
Same,
Yellow nodded.
Permission to brief my soldiers.
What did I miss? Dreadnought asked when he reached the others. He looked past them at the camp below. Holy cracker, Snacker. That's a big army with all the trimmings.
Everything but tanks, Aries explained. Leave the shuttles alone, but anyone running to them is fair game. We destroy the 4 ammo dumps supporting the arty batteries. We take out as many tents as we can, assuming they're filled with sleeping skinnies. Rockets with HE until we don't have any left. Needle guns for sniping, so they can't tell it's us coming around the next corner.
Aries could see the battle unfold in his mind. It would take a long time to get through the camp. The tents would hide one group of soldiers from the other, and the camp was massive. It extended for kilometers. Aries was guessing at the total number of soldiers. It could have been 30,000. Not many patrolled inside the wire. They were still asleep or under cover. There were that many fewer eyes to spot them coming down the mountainside. But the bad news was that they'd need all 3 ropes tied together and would descend single file. Aries tried to see down the rock face. The first person down wouldn't have the benefit of experience regarding which way to go. The first person would determine the best way for all who followed. Aries glanced at Stacy. He knew she was the right answer. Tin Man could get down there, or Dreadnought with his mountaineers. Leaving it to someone else wasn't Aries' way. His section would go first, with Stacy in the lead. He crooked a finger at her. She'd been watching, because she'd see what they were going to have to do. He took a knee so he could be at her eye level. He didn't bother raising his visor. It was pitch black outside. A night without a moon shining, and the stars didn't cast enough light for their eyes to adjust.
I'll need you to find a way down. But this is the most important thing I can tell you. Do not go all the way to the ground. Once there, any skinny can grab you or shoot you. You need to stop at least 10 meters above the ground, where the rock wall ends, and then point the way for the soldiers who follow. They'll be coming down the rope fast. Stay out of their way. They'll hit the ground and still have a ways to go down the hill. You can come down when Stubby is on the ground, and then you stay in her shadow. You'll have to run another 3 or 4 clicks, but it's all downhill. You'll do it in no time at all, and then you'll be in the middle of it. You thought the firefight on the space station was intense. That won't be anything compared to what you're going to see down there. Energy and projectiles in every direction. Explosions. It'll be loud and chaotic. People will die. Our people.
She nodded, but Aries couldn't see her face. He was sure she clenched her jaw and steeled herself to show how tough she was.
Don't dwell on the bad. Keep moving. Stay out of the line of fire. Don't shoot anything unless it's you or them. They won't notice that you're a child. They'll see the armor and try and kill you. All humans are short in their minds.
I'm tall for my age, she countered. Aries didn't have time to argue. The soldiers were ready to go.
Remember, no closer to the ground than 10 meters. Promise me.
She mumbled. I promise.
Find the best way down. Take the end of the rope.
3 ropes tied together and a long climb that would seem like a descent into infinity. Stacy headed toward the edge and was over without hesitation. The rope trailed after her.
Keep just enough tension on it so if she falls, it won't be far. But it won't be so tight that she has to fight it,
Ares said, looking purposefully at Dreadnought, since his section managed this end of the rope.
We got it, Ares. Relax. We'll tie it off and follow the others down when the time comes.
Frodo paced.
Save your energy,
Ares told him.
It's hard to wait. The sun will be coming up soon, and right now, Stacy is in full view of the entire camp. We'll be too as soon as we start heading down. How far do we have to go? 2 kilometers down the rock face, and then another 3 clicks to the camp. All downhill, as fast as you can go.
Ares would race ahead if he could run free, but he couldn't. He had to keep Ares' command together until he unleashed them on the Skinny camp. Then it would be every section for itself. One thing he didn't discuss was an egress plan.
Section leaders, egress plan is we return to this hillside and defend from here while the HFP's main force comes in through the front door. We'll be exposed, Goblin said. If we remove their ability to fight, then it won't matter that we're exposed. That might help us stay out of friendly lines of fire.
Ares saluted and ran for the cliff top, grabbing the rope on his way over. He looped it around himself in a figure 8 and went down face first, veritably running. He expected the others to come down backward, almost repelling. Ares quickly caught up to Stacy. She looked up at him. She held one hand over her mouth and pointed to the side. Ares froze and focused where Stacy had directed. IR, UV, and back to IR. There, a glimpse of an arm. A long, thin arm. How had a Skinny gotten this far up the mountain? That didn't matter as much as the fact that there was a Skinny they were about to expose themselves to. Ares disconnected himself from the rope and clung to an outcropping. He worked his way toward the enemy soldier. He gripped his Mark 71 by the barrel, ready to swing it like a club. Now wouldn't be a good time for a firefight. Fireworks on the side of the mountain, behind the camp to alert them, and waking up the sleeping soldiers. Ares slowed as he approached the depression where the Skinny was hiding. What he was watching for, or where he was looking, seemed incongruent with a mission to provide advanced warning if the humans approached the camp from that direction. The Skinnies had put soldiers everywhere. Hillsides, valleys, even on the approach in the foothills. They were out there. But what were they doing? Dying at the hands of the humans. Ares didn't respect their tactics. He took advantage of the poor employment of their soldiers at every turn. He reached the ledge where the Skinny hid. The soldier leaned out, surprised by the hint of a noise or the movement of air when there was no breeze. Ares didn't hesitate. He worked his way around the stone wall that concealed the enemy. Ares came at him fast, didn't give him a chance to bring up his weapon. Ares aimed a heel strike at his chin. It was a reach, but Ares stretched into it and delivered it with enough power to snap the enemy's head back. But it wasn't hard enough to bring him down. The Skinny grabbed Ares' arms, wrapping his long fingers around the armor. Ares scissored into his lower body, where the Skinny soldier's own armor was weakest. It cracked with the power of the impact. The soldier lost his grip. Ares took hold of the helmet and twisted it so hard, the Skinny's head nearly came free. His body went slack. When Ares let go, the corpse dropped to the stone. The calm of night returned. Ares' heart rate had increased, but was already slowing to normal. It was a fight that wasn't a strain. The Skinny had no chance. A hand-to-hand contest with a human soldier had proven their weakness again and again. That didn't give Ares a false sense of confidence. One shot from the needle gun, and the army would have been alerted. One penetrator round could punch through human armor. It's what they were made for. Technology to overcome a physical shortcoming. That was the history of firearms. Close the gap between strength and weakness. Level the playing field. Ares eased out onto the rocky sidewall and worked his way back to Stacy.
Good eye. Keep them peeled. Point out the bad guys, and I'll take care of it.
Stacy nodded and returned to her descent. She had the rope wrapped around her waist, surrendering to her mortality. She understood the consequences of a fall, and despite her age and confidence, she decided it wasn't worth the risk. The broken stone pillars created a giant staircase. Coming up would have been hard, but descending was a little more than bouncing from one column to the next. The mountain had shed its outer layer, one at a time and incrementally. It was nowhere near the treacherous ingress that he thought. They didn't need the rope, but would give those soldiers with height issues a way to stay grounded. The rest would descend quickly, as Ares and Stacy were. He took care to land softly with each drop, waiting and scanning the rocks to search for more soldiers who might be there. Just like that, they reached the ground. Stacy hadn't seen it coming. She jumped from one stone to the next until there were no more, and she was standing on a dirt slope that led straight into the enemy camp. Ares landed next to her and rested his hand on her shoulder to let her know it was okay. They moved aside to allow the rest of the soldiers a place to land. One skinny soldier on watch? That didn't make any sense. But nothing about their deployment made sense. If they knew Ares was coming, why didn't they plan better ambushes? Ares crawled a short way down the hill, rolled to his back, and scanned the rock face above him. The descending human soldiers made a line from top to bottom. Scattered on the mountainside around the camp, through 270 degrees, skinny soldiers were stationed at various heights throughout. It led Ares to believe that the Skinnies hadn't bugged the computer system and didn't know Ares was coming. They expected it because it had happened too often to their drone armies, hit from the flanks or from behind. Ares had overestimated their capabilities, but it was without a negative impact. The Skinnies in the camp didn't expect them, and that's why the camp was still down. A modern army had to operate at night. That's when the real warriors came out to play. Ares' command. 5 sections of soldiers were about to tear into the Skinnies' army. How close could they get before the alarm sounded? That was another element of surprise Ares was about to explore. Frodo appeared at his side, and the 2 soldiers nodded to each other. Chapter 9. Chaos. In battle, chaos can be managed, but it's still chaos. "We caught them napping," Frodo whispered. Ares pointed at the surrounding mountainsides. Frodo turned in a slow circle. "Can't swing a dead cat without hitting a skinny in this place." "It's good that you're well read," Ares whispered back, while studying the camp sprawled in front of them. "Artillery would be nice right about now." "Why couldn't they get it off the ship?" Frodo wondered. "The cannon cockers were turned into infantry for this one because they thought the action would be all in town. It's not. They could have adjusted, but the locals probably complained about the damage an artillery battle would do to the fields. Counter-battery fire would be ruinous." "Is that a word?" Frodo asked while he, too, scanned the camp below. The whispered conversation ended when Lazarus reported that the section was present and accounted for. That was Frodo's job, but he gave it to Lazarus so the young man had something productive to do to take his mind off his pain. He still had broken ribs. "Frodo, put Lazarus in charge of keeping Stacy safe. He can shoot from the hillside." Frodo passed the word. Stacy wanted to stay with Stubby, but Stubby was more amenable to running through the enemy camp unencumbered. Goblin section gathered on one side and Bingo on the other. They arrived quickly because they came down the mountain fast. Between the rope and the natural formations, it had been an easy descent. Yellow rolled in and accounted for all his soldiers. Final was Dreadnought. He eased up next to Ares. "All present," he reported. He pointed to each section and gave them their sector to attack, highlighting the key objective in each area. Dreadnought and Bingo had the artillery. Yellow and Goblin had the artillery supply depots. Ares took the area of the camp farthest from the Drumlin field. He intended to cut off retreating troops from the shuttles. If they loaded up, he'd let the shuttles go. That was his general plan, which he expected to modify as the situation evolved. 20,000 troops and 20 shuttles? They wouldn't be able to remove enough to make a difference, as long as they couldn't make a round trip and return for more troops. In the midst of chaos, Ares would find peace and a new purpose. He had no doubt about that. 4 sections headed down the hill, jogging at first to maintain their unit cohesion, and then running, sprinting into the enemy camp. A shot rang out, a skinny needle gun. The penetrator round dinged off someone's armor, a glancing blow. The soldiers were already close. They had their weapons up, and that first shot opened the floodgates. 60 needle guns fired at once. If the enemy soldiers weren't awake before, they were now.
"Enfilade right,"
Dreadnought shouted, abandoning further efforts at stealth. They ran straight up, snap firing at targets as they went. 2 batteries of artillery stood tall beyond a double row of tents blocking the inbound soldiers. They fired into the tents while running past. Dreadnought anchored the formation that had split in 2 to use the squared-off walkways, established with military precision. 2 Skinnies popped out of the tent and into their way. They were unarmed and unarmored. Dreadnoughts Wheel 2 and Swing 3 charged and hammered them with the butt end of their needle guns. Mercy. They were soldiers, there to wreak havoc, not slaughter unarmed Skinnies. Skinnies on a human planet were the enemy, whether they were armed or not. Remove them from the equation. Strafe the tents. Killing Skinnies inside was an unknown. It might have been morally ambiguous, but this was war. Knowingly shooting them when they were standing before you in their underwear was something completely different. Even the most hardened soldiers would have a hard time with that. Dreadnought stayed behind his soldiers, not because he was afraid, but because he wanted to see the entirety of the battlefield. His vision was limited by the high tents, a drawback of fighting creatures that were 3 meters tall. The section pushed forward, stitching the tents as they passed. It wouldn't do to leave intact units behind them. Plus, their mission was to wreak havoc. Dreadnought section had 9 soldiers plus its leader, 10 needle guns, 10 Mark 71 beam rifles, 66 grenades, and 66 rockets. They'd cross-loaded the inventory from the 6 soldier who they cut loose halfway up the foothills. They still carried a full combat load, even after a few minor skirmishes en route. It was time to use what they'd carried all this way.
"Grenades!"
Dreadnought shouted. He switched to his mortar with a high explosive already loaded. At the next intersection, he took aim at a distant supply tent, larger than the surrounding tents, and sent his rocket into it. He reloaded while moving anew, simultaneously disappointed that there weren't secondary explosions from the tent. He looked for an ammo dump that was next to the artillery tubes. His soldiers blasted tents as they passed, but they were close to the explosions, unprotected by a wall or trench. Shrapnel dinged off their armor as it ripped through fabric. Mostly harmless. It meant the grenades were doing what they were supposed to, shredding everything within the tent's confines. It eliminated soldiers appearing unexpectedly. It was Schrodinger's enemy. They were simultaneously a threat, ready to burst in front of Dreadnought section in full armor with needle guns raised and ready to fire, while also being unarmed and unarmored, sleeping in a cot and no threat until they shouldered weapons and took aim. The first objective was to reach the artillery tubes and destroy them. The ammunition nearby would make for a wondrous display when they blasted it. Dreadnought wanted that glory for himself. A high-explosive rocket delivered into a cake of powder. It would detonate everything around it and take out everything within 50 meters, maybe more. He'd have to see what was possible once he got close. Needle gun fire increased ahead. Resistance, or his people shooting more targets as the Skinny camp erupted into chaos. That confusion was part of the plan, but Dreadnought never thought he would be confused as well. He ran ahead to catch up to his people. 2 of his soldiers were down, writhing in pain. Ahead, the Skinnies had formed a defensive line and were directing heavy fire into Dreadnought section. The human soldiers were prone, minimizing their exposure as they fired back.
"Mark 71s!"
Dreadnought shouted as he dipped behind a tent, not because it provided any cover, but because the Skinnies wouldn't shoot through their own tent if their people were inside. At least he hoped they wouldn't. He pulled the pin on a grenade and threw it as hard as he could, over the tent and toward the enemy line. He was already running before it exploded, around the far side of the tent with his Mark 71 in hand, the selector on full auto. He ran face first into a small group attempting to do the same thing, flank the enemy, and come in from behind. Dreadnought was instantly in a scrum. He body slammed the first Skinny soldier and rolled sideways to undercut the others. They high-stepped around him, swinging the barrels of their weapons in an attempt to get a shot off at the human tangled with 2 of their number. Dreadnought fired his rifle. It was unaimed and at his side, but it cleared his arm enough that he could bring it up and rake his fire in a wild arc around him. He rolled and ran, then dodged hard into the open, He fired as he moved, spraying the area with energy beams. He stopped and took a knee when the last of the 5 soldiers was down. Tents on both sides of the walkway between were on fire. He turned and lit up the tents his section had already passed until a dozen were burning, sending black smoke skyward. If the rest of the HFP ground troops wanted a signal that Ares' command had reached the objective, that would be it. Dreadnought spotted the artillery up ahead, beyond the sound of the skinny needle guns. The reassuring barks of Mark 71s let him know the enemy was engaged. He launched a rocket at the farthest tube, reloaded, and hit the 3rd farthest. Every other tube, because he only had 5 rockets left. He was happy to have taken one of his soldiers' rockets. They were useful here, but not back in town where the sick man was going. Needlegun fire slowed. Dreadnought headed around the nearest burning tent to attack the enemy line, but found his soldiers already up and advancing through the broken defenders. The rockets into the artillery soured their desire to defend the tubes. Skinnies ran in every direction. A line of defenders popped up right before his section reached it and delivered a volley that dropped 5 of the remaining 7 soldiers. "No!" Dreadnought screamed. He launched himself at the end of the new defensive line, still firing on full auto. He reached the end and continued pouring energy into the 10 defenders until there were no more. 2 survivors staggered across the line and collapsed. Dreadnought checked them. Mid-section shots had torn them up. Both had been drugged by their suits, but it wouldn't be enough. They expended the last of their lifeblood getting this far. They would go no further. Dreadnought found himself alone. "Let me have your rockets, boys. Let's see if we can put them to good use, paying the Skinnies back for what they've done here." He rested his hand gently on the helmets of each before pulling the ammunition from their harness and stacking it around him. He delivered the firepower of his section all by himself. He intended to leave nothing standing. He racked the first rocket into his mortar and sent it using direct fire mode into the nearest tube of artillery to blast the breach and destroy the Skinnies' ability to fire at the incoming HFP. "You better be on your way," Dreadnought growled. Yellow wasn't going to aggressively go after the enemy soldiers en route to his objective. Artillery tubes on the far side of the formation. He decided to penetrate the area and hit the tubes first, then use that prepared area as a rally point from which to conduct attacks into the Skinny army. Yellow section entered the tent area on Dreadnought's right flank in single file, jogging as quietly as possible. They had the far side, the edge of the camp, and the short hills leading to the mountains on their right. The enemy was nowhere to be seen. No pickets, no patrols, and no stragglers. Just tents. Yellow had no intention of looking inside the tents to alert the soldiers to his presence, although the firing had already started elsewhere. Dreadnought, whose plan was to lay waste during the entire ingress, culminating in taking out the artillery. The firefight to Yellow's left intensified, and his soldiers had not yet fired a shot. They had their needle guns in hand, ready for immediate action should the Skinnies get in their way, but with the sound of war away from them, they ran unimpeded. Enemy soldiers straggled from their tents, but ran toward the sound of gunfire, away from Yellow and his soldiers. His strategy was working. The artillery emplacement was ahead, with its supporting ammo dump to the left. A few Skinny artillery soldiers milled about the pit where the tubes were oriented to fire over the Drumlin field and into the open area beyond. "Kill them," Yellow ordered. The needle guns cracked as the soldiers stormed over sandbags and into a football field-sized enclosure with 10 artillery pieces inside. The Skinnies tried to run, but the human soldiers were too fast. The Skinnies hadn't been ready for the intensity of the attack or the direction from which it came. They were prepping to fire toward the city. "Spike the breaches," Yellow shouted. The soldiers switched to their Mark 71s. Kathumps, followed by a whistle and an explosion, said that Dreadnought was using mortars to attack his target while a firefight continued nearby. A cloud of swirling black smoke rose from Dreadnought's sector. "You go!" Yellow cheered. Energy beams lanced into the artillery, melting key components and sealing breaches. In under a minute, this battery was rendered non-operational and still. No enemy soldiers challenged them. Yellow rallied his troops to a point within the enclosure farthest from the ammo dump. Their primary objective had been accomplished. It was time to regroup, eliminate the secondary objective, and then start creating chaos, like Dreadnought appeared to be doing, judging by the smoke and fireworks. "Fire in the hole," he announced, and sent a rocket on a short trip, arcing over the dead artillery and coming down in the middle of the dump. The propellant cakes erupted with the explosion. Sparks showering from artillery warheads added to the depth of the secondary explosions. The soldiers found themselves ducking and covering their heads. The destruction of the dump was energetic, sending shrapnel and dirt and ash over the area while a mushroom cloud rose and expanded. "Woohoo!" Yellow cried out. "Let's do some damage. That way." Yellow pointed between where Dreadnought's artillery target was and the front facing the Drumlin field. The soldiers switched to Mark 71s because their subterfuge was well past. They formed into an inverted V as they maneuvered through the enclosure and into the camp, firing as they went. Chapter 9. Indecision. Information is limited in combat, and too often, decisions are made without the right information. Goblin and Bingo sections stayed close together while they moved toward their objective. That maximized their firepower as they transited a wider corridor between groups of tents on their way toward the 2 artillery batteries. They were 10 seconds into their movement through the compound when Dreadnought opened fire. Instantly, soldiers poured out of a tent ahead of them, skinny soldiers in armor and carrying their weapons. It looked like they'd been ready to go out on patrol, and the nearby firefight galvanized them into early action. "Fire!" Goblin yelled. His soldiers were between him and the enemy, preventing him from getting a clear shot. But his soldiers and Bingos were well trained. They had their weapons up as a natural part of moving near the enemy. They fired while Goblin was shouting the order. 25 needle guns cracked nearly simultaneously. The squad of enemy soldiers went down en masse. They hadn't had a chance. They fell as one, dead before they hit the ground. The 2 sections had stopped to engage the enemy, but only for a moment. They picked up the pace as they moved forward in a narrow, inverted V that allowed them to focus their firepower to the front while also watching their flanks. The soldiers scanned back and forth, from side to front. The 2 section leaders watched behind them, acting as the rear guard. Snap firing to the left, 2 needle guns, then 3, then 4 as the human soldiers engaged Skinnies that poured out of the tents. More from the sides, and a few to the front. The entire formation was firing in multiple directions. They dropped to their knees and then prone. They were exposed, but had the initiative because they were firing first and with the most. Still, Goblin worried that they might not reach the artillery. "Rockets," he told Bingo, and pointed in the direction of the tubes. "I got left. You got right." Relative directions to the 2 artillery enclosures. They fired their first rounds and quickly reloaded to fire 3 more. 8 total rounds slammed into the artillery tubes, leaving the section leads with 2 reloads each. They still had the ammo dumps to light up, but they couldn't see them from where they were. They switched to Mark 71s and fired at enemy soldiers who started to appear behind them. They popped out, then ducked back behind their tents. Bingo and Goblin had no problem firing through the structures. They blasted away using their Mark 71s, and that ended up lighting the fabric on fire. Black smoke roiled skyward. Behind them, smoke plumed above Dreadnought's sector. A massive firefight was going on over there, along with explosions in and around the artillery battery that was Dreadnought's responsibility. Goblin and Bingo were faring no better. They had their own massive firefight to contend with, and more soldiers were filing into the area to surround them. They were bogged down. Goblin crawled to his soldiers on the left, while Bingo went right. "Take 3 soldiers and attack through the next intersection, then turn right. Move fast and keep moving until you get to the artillery enclosure. We can defend that position." His Wheel 2 soldier tapped the next 2, and the 3 shouted their war cries as they popped up and charged, firing from the hip on full auto as they ran, spraying down the way ahead. 12 o'clock! We have to move! Go, go, go! Goblin roared. Bingo was up, encouraging his soldiers to stand and run. There would be a respite ahead, he promised. The first of his soldiers went down under a barrage unleashed from the flank. Swing soldiers ahead and behind fired into the corridor where the shots had come from. A large number of skinny soldiers were there, aiming and firing. Bingo felt the penetrator blast through his thigh and get stuck in the armor on the back side of his leg. His balance faltered as one leg wouldn't support him. He switched weapons as he was falling and loosed a rocket in direct fire mode from his mortar. He hit the ground as the HE rocket exploded. The Skinny formation was obliterated in the blast. Bingo Swing 7 grabbed him and helped him move forward. The swing soldiers sprayed the tents to their right. Goblin moved with the remaining soldiers in his section, firing and moving. They juked left and right to foil the enemy's aim, but the growing numbers worked against them. Penetrator rounds filled the air. 2 soldiers up front fell, then 2 more. 5 soldiers down and at least 3 more injured, including Bingo. "Keep moving." Goblin tried to be as encouraging as he could, but their situation was getting grimmer by the minute. Another 2 soldiers fell, victims of the penetrator rounds peppering their combat armor. The point soldiers up front broke through an ad hoc Skinny blockade. They kicked the Skinnies out of the way and fired them up when they fell. The human soldiers burst through the crates and pallets into an area free of the enemy. "Go!" Goblin shouted. The artillery compound was in sight. The point soldiers accelerated to their maximum speed, becoming nothing more than a blur as they passed walkway after walkway where Skinny soldiers were congregating. But they had no consistent leadership. It seemed like they were waiting for orders while many other soldiers had rallied to engage the human soldiers. Their section or squad leaders were critical to their employment. Same as with humans. Like pallets. So many parallels between human and Skinny development. Goblin reflected on the lost opportunity between 2 humanoid species. He found himself wanting to kill every single Skinny soldier. They were an immediate threat or an imminent threat. There was nothing else, even for those soldiers who were running the other way. He expected them to arm themselves and return to the fight. Skinny soldiers had been falling under the section's withering fire. Smoke clouds rose above the other 2 sectors. Explosions and fireworks marked the demise of the ammo dumps. Goblin felt like he'd failed. They fired rockets into the artillery battery emplacements, but he didn't know if the tubes had been destroyed or even damaged. There'd been no secondaries. The soldiers ran like the devil was chasing them, snap firing in random directions at any hint of movement. When they reached the artillery enclosure, they found a few Skinnies, cannon cockers working to bring their pieces online. They fell quickly to Mark 71 fire. Morning wasn't far off, and with the dawn, the HFP would be coming, all of them, in a final battle for control of Pan Major. If Goblin couldn't destroy the artillery tubes, then the attack could be stymied and the force reduced until the final wave was nothing more than a ripple. It wouldn't be enough. There were Skinny tents for as far as the eye could see, except for the smoke. So much smoke from burning tents. The other soldiers arrived and jumped over the sandbags into the depression, where they took up defensive positions, aiming back the way they'd come. The soldiers spread out along the side of the enclosure and to both corners, in front of where the tubes were aimed and behind. Goblin conducted a quick count. 12 soldiers, including him. Bingo was nowhere to be seen, nor the soldier that had been helping him. They had lost 1 whole section's worth of soldiers already, and the artillery was still there. "Fire the tents! Mark 71s!" Goblin ordered. He fired first, hitting tents with energy beams and setting them ablaze. Flames licked from where the energy beams touched, quickly racing across the fabric until the black smoke billowed skyward. Skinny soldiers running from their tents. Complete chaos. That was the main goal of the entire affair. Chaos so the enemy couldn't rally to bring the full weight of their army to bear on the human forces attacking through the front door. Goblin tapped his Wheel 1 on the shoulder. "Go destroy those tubes. Shoot the control mechanisms if you can't destroy the piece any other way." The soldier crawled backward until he was close to the cannon. He fired at the breach while prone, then popped up and ran past it to the next. Goblin took his spot on the defensive line. He clicked his rifle over to semi-automatic mode and sniped targets instead of wasting ammunition. He had an entire army bearing down on him and had already expended nearly half of his power pack. The other soldiers were in the same boat. "Well, them drowns, lads," he called cheerfully, as if this was an everyday event and they weren't neck-deep in trouble. Ares wasn't in a hurry. He needed the other soldiers to create the distraction and get the Skinnies running. Then they'd crash against Ares' section. Secure the shuttles. He had a gut feeling those were the key. Whether to this action or future actions, he wasn't sure. the enemy. He'd give them nowhere to run to. They'd be vulnerable during a retreat, and if they didn't run for the shuttles, they'd have their backs to him. He could take advantage of that. Hitting them from behind was his favorite tactic, as it meant fewer of his people got shot. When he first became a soldier, a swing soldier adding his firepower to that of the other swing soldiers in Zulu's section, he was all for following orders. The smell of his own sweat inside his suit, along with the seemingly overpowering amount of information he had to process during a battle. But he grew comfortable with it, excelled faster and better than the others. Then they were killed, one by one, until he was the last one left in his section. He raged at the loss of his section mates. The enemy was closing in. He ran and fired, and dodged and fired. Time slowed while his Mark 71 shots hit their targets again and again. Small targets. The most susceptible points on the arthropod enemy. Then there were no more. Ares was in control here too, in the midst of 20,000 Skinnies. His 60 soldiers were destroying their ability to fight, and probably their will to fight too. He moved with confidence. His section kept their weapons raised and ready to engage. "Weapons hot," Ares said. The area was a free-fire zone. Shoot anything that moved. Skinnies appeared, unarmed but in armor. Frodo was the first to fire. Unarmed didn't matter when the soldier wore his armor. Getting a weapon would be relatively simple, and then they'd have to kill him anyway. No gray area there. Sailorman and Stubby fired next. More Skinnies running for the shuttles. None of them were armed. All of them were armored. Pilots and shuttle crews attempted to save the ships. Removing the crews would be the most effective, because then the HFP would be able to recover intact shuttles to replace their own that they had lost, if they could learn to fly them. But that was a problem for a different day. Right now, he had other concerns. If the pilots were prepping the shuttles, how many soldiers would be evacuating, if any? Or was it just to save the ships? Anything on the ground was a fair target, but the Skinnies had abrogated the Regulus Treaty. Even an airborne shuttle was a target without a treaty to enforce the rules of warfare. Massive firefights sounded from within the camp, far from where Ares' section maneuvered. Black smoke roiled into the air, covering a third of the camp. Explosions signaled the end of at least 2 ammo dumps. The creatures he'd seen before, the ones that looked like a cross between the bugs and the spiders, streamed away from the camp and into the hills. They no longer appeared to have weapons. Ares was pleased he didn't have to fight them. He wondered what incited them to run instead of staying and fighting. Ares felt the satisfaction of a plan being executed with great vigor. In the gaps between the long rows of tents, he saw what was happening. He switched from his needle gun to a Mark 71 and shot the nearest tent. It immediately caught fire. "Burn it to the ground, the whole camp," Ares bellowed. He fired at the farthest targets first, and then the next closer, and worked his way to the tent that was already burning. More chaos. Deny the enemy their refuge. The walkways between the tents filled with bodies running for their lives. Maximum disruption. Ares was pleased, but Skinnies in their underwear weren't primary targets. "Shoot anyone in armor or with a weapon. Leave the others alone," Ares ordered. The others, meaning Skinnies and their skivvies, and the bulk of them were heading Ares' way. "They're running for it. Let them go," Ares clarified. "By my count, not all those shuttles have pilots." A movement behind him caught the corner of his eye. He whirled with his Mark 71 ready and aimed. He immediately lifted the barrel skyward. "That's a good way to get yourself killed," he told the little girl before him. "Make yourselves useful. Pour fire into the tents." Stacy stood there with Daryl while Lazarus limped up behind them. "Sorry, Ares, they got away from me." "Make sure they only shoot tents, or bad guys wearing armor, or with weapons." Ares wanted to integrate them as soon as possible. Although it looked easy at present, the entire thing could go south on them in a hurry. The mass of bodies bearing down on them suggested it was going to happen sooner rather than later. "Clear a path," Ares shouted, moving to the side to let the Skinnies run across the open area that Ares' section occupied and continue to the shuttles. It would have to be okay to let them pass. Ares didn't have the stomach for shooting soldiers in their underwear, running to escape back to their ship. They weren't looking for weapons. They were only looking to hand the planet to the humans. That was Ares' desire all along: save Pan Major and return the settlers to a normal level of safety. Chase the fear away. Score some fresh food for the soldiers. He'd had a little that the liberated townsfolk had provided, and that whet his appetite. Get these Skinnies off Pan Major so he could enjoy a feast with his soldiers. Then he could get back to the ship and see if that nurse was available to chat for a while. There was a difference between conversations with soldiers and conversations with civilians. The good people who didn't use violence in their job provided balance for those who did. The first few Skinnies who ran through studiously avoided looking at the soldiers, but that changed suddenly. The mob turned on the soldiers, closing on them before they could fire their weapons. Skinnies hung off their arms and legs while fighting to take their weapons. Ares punched the closest in the head using his heavily armored fist. The alien's skull caved in under the power of that single blow. Ares crouched and spun back and forth, keeping his arms out and hands flat with fingers extended. They acted like scythes tearing through a wheat field. He cleared a space around him and pressed forward. "Come on! You chose to fight!" he goaded. Lazarus appeared at his side, punching and grabbing, breaking bones with both types of attacks. The Skinnies were no match for soldiers in their combat armor, except for sheer numbers. They swarmed in and engulfed the humans. Ares maintained a slight standoff distance, enough for him to pull-raise the Mark 71, flip the selector switch to full auto, and lay down fire in a semicircle around himself. He moved one step back to find Stacy and Daryl fighting for their lives, with Daryl having the harder time. Stacy was well below the Skinny's effective grappling height. She was holding her own, kicking shins hard enough to break legs. Daryl grappled with one when a second jumped on him, and all three fell to the ground. Lazarus fired a volley into the Skinnies around him, and they fell away. He staggered close to Daryl and grabbed him by the back of his suit to yank him to his feet. He kicked at the Skinnies' long arms, and they yowled with the crunch of their bones. Stacy maneuvered close to Ares and turned her back to him, as if watching his 6 o'clock. It was something a real soldier would do. Daryl flailed as if an enemy were close, but the only thing holding them off was Ares' continual fire. Lazarus struggled for breath, but he opened fire with his Mark 71, then switched it over to full auto. He laced into a tidal wave of bodies coming his way. One by one, the soldiers freed themselves from the enemy's grabbing hands and started shooting, slowly at first, and then quicker. Skinnies ran through their lines and continued toward the shuttles. Some turned around and ran back toward the growing conflagration. Others tried to engage the soldiers, even though they had no armor and no weapons. And no chance. Needle gun fire increased from elsewhere in the camp. Mark 71s answered, but the volume was much lower. Ares' short-lived joy at the success of his plan gave way to the feeling that this might have been a one-way trip. The sun wasn't up yet, and the HFP's main body was to arrive with it. He'd hoped they'd come early, help clean up the chaos, and help save his people. The Skinnies in their underwear gave way to skinny soldiers carrying needle guns and wearing armor. "Hit the deck!" Ares shouted. The soldiers dropped and fired from the prone position. They made themselves as small a target as possible to the Skinny soldiers who were ready to fight. "Find the hole!" Frodo shouted, and lobbed a grenade toward the burgeoning Skinny front lines. He followed up with an HE rocket from his mortar in direct fire mode. Sailorman and Tin Man followed Frodo's lead by firing their mortars. The high explosive rounds tore huge holes in the Skinny lines. They followed up with rapid fire from their Mark 71s. Ares moved away to get a different firing angle. Stacy was nearly attached to him, but kept firing her Mark 71, slowly, one shot every couple of seconds. She was setting an impossible standard for how young one could be to join the military and contribute as a soldier. This was all hands on deck. A brief flash of anger crossed his mind as he thought about everyone else on Panis Station who refused to enlist. They had one volunteer, and she was 11 years old. Even better, she was holding her own, which put the adults on the station to shame, and they should have been ashamed. "Stay close," Ares called over his shoulder. He moved forward, firing at the Skinnies before they could fire at him. A new volley of penetrators hit their position, but they were on the ground, making themselves as small as possible, all except Ares, and he dodged back and forth, with Stacy staying in his shadow. Lazarus had Daryl on the ground while they both fired at the incoming enemy. The reporter, no longer reporting. He was firing a needle gun as quickly as he could pull the trigger. Nothing told Ares more that this was life and death. There was nowhere to retreat to in order to regroup. They were in the open and vulnerable, but the enemy wasn't looking out over the Drumlin field. They were looking inward. They wouldn't be able to repel the main attack. Even if Ares never drew another breath, he had accomplished what he had set out to do: create the conditions for the HFP to win this battle. If they attacked soon, the Skinnies would be crushed under waves of human soldiers. They couldn't be attacked by artillery. Those tubes were dead, the ammunition destroyed. That's what he was confident of, until the unmistakable thump of artillery heading down range drowned everything else out. "Rockets!" Ares called. He ducked behind a burning tent, nearly in the flames to hide from Skinnies who were in the open, but on the other side. He took aim toward the sound, dialed in the distance based on his assessment from what he had seen from the hillside and what he had heard. This was the artillery battery that Bingo's section had been assigned to destroy. The intensity of the firefights nearby, they had been stopped in their tracks. More artillery being fired, but only 4 tubes. It was light, and the HFP would weather it. The HFP. The artillery wouldn't be firing if they weren't on their way. Ares sent his HE rocket toward that artillery. Then he loaded his last round and fired it too. He was already at the point of this battle where there was no reason to save ammunition. This was the battle that needed to be won. Rockets raced skyward from other members of his section. All those who could roll sideways to get enough elevation on their mortars to fire. He counted 6 rockets heading toward the battery. If they killed the crew, that would work until the HFP was inside the firing range and protected by the Drumlin Hills, buffers against shrapnel and concussion. The artillery stopped firing, but Ares was in no position to see if they had hit the tubes, or the crews, or both. He charged through the fire, upsetting empty cots and small bags of personal items on his way. He came out the other side into an opening where there were no soldiers. A small group to his left, between him and his section, had their backs to him. He finished them all using 1 shot for each. Stacy fired the other way, rapidly. Ares turned and swept Stacy back into the fire, where their combat suits protected them. It wasn't a roaring blaze, not anymore. It was more like a series of campfires that were burning down. More skinny soldiers were running toward them. They accelerated as they passed, not pausing to look for human soldiers. The artillery didn't resume firing. Ares moved into the gap between burning tents and crouched so he could watch the Skinnies running by without being in their way. Had the general order gone out for a Skinny retreat? Chapter 11. Assistance. When no help is coming, you have to help yourself. Dreadnought was on his own, but there was enough chaos surrounding him that the Skinnies hadn't made any effort to find and eliminate him. To one side, Yellow had destroyed his objective and kept moving. He had seen the carnage in the distance that could have only been caused by Yellow's section. To the other side, there were explosions, some bigger than others, but none of them like the earth-shaking destruction of the artillery's ammunition dump. It made him think they had been unable to complete their mission. Artillery fired, 2 tubes, then 2 more. Out of 20 tubes, 4 remained. Mortars arced into the area and exploded. He waited and listened, but no more rounds went downrange. There weren't any secondary explosions either. He imagined Skinny artillery operators working feverishly to make the tubes operational after shrapnel damage. As long as he still had the ability to fight, it was his responsibility to engage the enemy. He had lamented the loss of his section for long enough, even though it bothered him that he had lived while they had died. It was called survivor's guilt, despite having faced the enemy. He hadn't survived because he hid from the enemy. He had simply survived. It just was. He had to deal with that and move on. Dreadnought decided to give Bingo and Goblin a hand. He would head for the artillery enclosures, ready to drop an HE rocket into the middle of the ammunition dumps while climbing on top of a blasted artillery tube and screaming profanity at the Skinnies. It wasn't much of a plan, but he felt it's what he owed his soldiers. Dreadnought worked his way out of the artillery pit and into an area between tents. Skinnies were running away from the front. It was the way to the shuttles, but he couldn't tell if it was a full-scale retreat or localized after the soldiers had their butts handed to them in other skirmishes. Dreadnought section had done a fair amount of damage. Artillery firing. He realized that meant the HFP was on its way. It was even more critical to get there and shut down the remaining tubes. He suspected this might have been a one-way trip, but Ares always survived. With him at the helm, Dreadnought had hope. But then the enemy had other ideas. He kept fighting off the destructive thoughts. He had to get on mission and deliver. The waves of soldiers headed his way were counting on him personally to save their lives. That was no small responsibility. He waited for a group of Skinnies to pass, and then he ran into the open and trailed right behind them. They weren't looking back. Their focus was on the way ahead, the way back to their ship, and maybe even home. So much in common with human soldiers. It's what Dreadnought wanted, and he carried a name that was supposed to be feared. He was a good soldier, but he needed a few minutes to gather himself. Time wasn't a luxury presently available. He ran close to the Skinnies in front of him while risking glances to the rear. Others were following, but they weren't taking an interest in the human embedded with their own soldiers. He ran for a full minute before peeling off between tents that weren't on fire. He dropped and crawled to the next walkway. Skinnies ran by in small groups, like the one he'd followed down the other corridor. He waited, but the gaps weren't big enough to prevent being seen. Dreadnought gauged an opening, leveled his Mark 71, and bolted across, firing sideways into the next group of Skinnies running his way. He didn't care if they were armed or armored. He hadn't taken the time to look. He only wanted to get to the artillery and destroy it before it could be put back into operation. His sole focus. He let nothing get in his way. He kept running, through the gap between the tents and across an opening to jump over sandbags. He landed in the enclosure where the tubes stood, neat and orderly. He turned around and fired into the tents lined along the edge, hitting the nearest ones and setting them afire. Dreadnought wanted the smoke as cover so he could go about his business of spiking the artillery tubes. He ran from one to the next, but these were already out of commission, owing to the shrapnel from friendly rockets. No Skinnies were working on them, but the ammo dump adjacent was very much intact. Skinny soldiers were loading cakes of propellant onto wagons. Hell no. Dreadnought fired his Mark 71, bullseyeing a cake. It erupted with the fury that propelled massive rounds 20 kilometers. The explosion seemed small compared to what happened next. Secondaries that shook the entire world. He realized he was too close a moment too late. The eruption instantly incinerated the Skinny working party. The concussion from the blast washed over the artillery enclosure and sent Dreadnought flying, head over heels. He hit a nearby caisson and bounced off, landing in a heap. He forced himself to his knees. The best place to be wasn't here. He needed to move. His body was bruised and beaten. His mind wasn't all there. Despite the padding and tight fit of his helmet, his brain had been scrambled. The blast hadn't killed him, but it was close. He had survived because his suit took the worst of it. He staggered in the direction of the tubes that rose above nearby tents. The tents that had survived the blast were already on fire. The others had been leveled. Closer to the next battery, tents stood unharmed. He shot them with his Mark 71. His suit would protect him from the fire. It wasn't hot. The tent burned quickly, but the fire wasn't sustained. It burned out, catching various flammables inside the tents, but it wasn't like an intense magnesium fire that one might experience on board ship. Nothing the human soldiers had could protect them from those. Dreadnought jumped over the sandbags on this side of the enclosure. He ran across the blasted area, where bits and pieces of Skinny soldiers and equipment were scattered across the ground. He ran through it like those hadn't just been sentient beings. On the far side, tents were jumbled, caught in guidelines and cabling. Beyond those, another row of tents stood intact. A ka-thump, followed by a whistling of an artillery round going overhead, signaled the return of at least one tube to action. He needed to hurry. Every shot fired meant that his peers were going to be killed. He sprinted into the burning mess of tents and trash, snap-firing at anything that moved. And then he was through. In front of him, the arty enclosure was filled with armed and armored soldiers, while artillery personnel went about their business. Dreadnought skidded to a stop and backpedaled as quickly as he could. He ran into the nearest burning tent, then dodged sideways as the penetrator rounds peppered the area. He loaded his mortar with an HE rocket and poked his head around a flaming corner. He launched it direct fire mode at the tube with a gathering of artillerymen readying another round. The rocket raced straight and true, impacting the breech and exploding the propellant cakes within. The explosion sent shrapnel outward in a circle. It had been better than a grenade. He reloaded, but the enemy soldiers had already made his new position and peppered it with fire. Dreadnought's legs went out from under him. He aimed and fired with one hand before the pain in his body disappeared. He knew he was hurt, but the pain meds hadn't been delivered into his bloodstream. He should have felt the fire, but didn't. Deeper within his bruised brain, he knew the truth. He was already dead. Yellow section gave up any effort at subterfuge. A full line of soldiers leaned against the nearest hill, the first in the Drumlin field. Their weapons rested on the top, while the soldiers watched into the distance, despite the madness happening behind them. It's like they were well disciplined and well led. Enough, though, Yellow could see no one who looked to be in charge. "Fire 'em up, boys," he called, and fired the first shot into the middle of the enemy line. The other soldiers delivered a mass volley to break their spirit and continued to fire after the first bunch had fallen. They grabbed their weapons to engage the new enemy. Many of them got shots off, but they were fired wildly into the chaos of getting attacked from their 6 o'clock. Needle guns cracked, and penetrator rounds filled the air. "Move!" Yellow ordered. The soldiers' response was instantaneous. They ducked, dodged, sprinted, and snap-fired. They did everything but stand still. Yellow hit the deck and fired from there. He used semi-auto fire, sniping. 1 shot, 1 kill. It was a good philosophy when it could be applied surgically. His team hosed down the enemy line, hitting anything that moved. A swing soldier fell under a salvo. The soldiers nearby avenged their teammate, but it came at a cost. Another swing soldier fell, then a wheel soldier. Yellow was ready to call for a tactical retrograde, but the enemy fire slowed until the last few Skinny survivors fell to the Mark 71s. "Take the line!" Yellow waved for his soldiers to follow him. They surged forward and took the positions where the Skinny soldiers had been a minute earlier. Ahead of them, another line of Skinny soldiers filled the space between the first 2 in the Drumlin field of 5 parallel hills of equal height of about 5 meters. Natural fortifications, thanks to an ages-past glacier. Yellow ducked. "Grenades!" he called to his 7 soldiers. 8 grenades appeared in hands and were tossed into the space between the hills. One of them flew back. They exploded together. Wheel 2 took the full brunt of his grenade that had been returned. He slumped over and rolled to the base of the hill. Yellow gritted his teeth while continuing the fight. He leaned over the top to look at the soldiers beyond. Groups were down, but too many had survived intact. He pulled back before they could draw a bead on his head. "Grenades, ×2. Cook 'em, 3 seconds." The soldiers pulled the pins, flipped the spoons, counted to 3, and threw the grenades. Then they did it again, throwing the second grenade in a slightly different direction. "Fix bayonets!" Yellow shouted. He climbed to the top of the hill and jumped over. The soldiers didn't have bayonets, but they knew what he meant. It was time to go all in, hand to hand if necessary. Close with and destroy the enemy. Chapter 12. Peak Flow. Action is the answer to most issues. Ares moved toward the artillery enclosure, shooting as he went. There were Skinnies everywhere. They were all taller than him, many by a good margin, but that didn't deter his momentum. Stacy stayed in his shadow, no longer watching at 6 o'clock. She peeked past to see the treacherous way ahead. She fired randomly at what she perceived as threats when they appeared near their side. The enemy pressed in on them, because Ares was in their way as much as he was the target of their counterattack. He dodged between burning tents and found the other soldiers of his section crouched nearby. He and Stacy joined them in a depression ringed with sandbags that was acting like a fortress that the Skinnies were ignoring. Ares tossed Stacy over the bags and jumped in after her. "How'd you get here?" he asked.
We saw where you were going,
Frodo replied. Ares did a quick head count. He was short 3 soldiers. Pogo, Swing 2, and Swing 9. Frodo shook his head.
They didn't make it.
Frodo aimed and fired, then returned to the conversation.
Artillery? Yeah, can't have it shooting at our people. Goblin and Bingo must have gotten bogged down. We'll let them escape on their shuttles, but we can't allow the artillery to keep firing.
A new ka-thump preceded an artillery round heading outbound.
Rockets,
Ares called. As long as they couldn't get there on foot, they needed to interdict any way they could.
Ares,
Lazarus called weakly. He was propped against the sandbags and didn't seem able to hold his arms up.
Take my rockets.
Ares helped himself.
You hang on. We're going to get you out of here.
Lazarus raised his visor and winced in pain as he shook his head.
You'll leave me behind, and then come and get me if there's time. I won't hold you back. We'll work on that.
Ares wasn't going to argue, but if the young man had a rib snap, every movement would do more, probably lethal, damage to his insides. Maybe it was best to leave Lazarus and pick him up when the smoke cleared. Ares collected the swing soldier's rockets.
I'll put these to good use,
he reassured the man. Ares loaded one, aimed, and fired. The section sent 2 volleys of rockets in the direction of the battery, and specifically in the direction of the one tube that had fired. Silence returned. Even the sound of running feet diminished.
Tin Man, Sailor Man, need your eyes.
Ares waved at them to do what they were designed to do, conduct reconnaissance for the section. They both popped up, moved apart, and used their periscopes to look over the sandbags. They put their scopes aside and lifted their heads to take a more thorough look, something they wouldn't have done had there been enemy nearby. They both signaled that the way was clear.
Artie battery,
Ares said.
Frodo, Tin Man, George, Stubby, with me. The rest of you hold this position. It gives us a safe place to return to.
He looked out before disappearing over the sandbags. Frodo and Tin Man scrabbled after him. Then George, a new wheel soldier, and Stubby. Stacy was up and over before anyone could stop her. Darrow followed too, although no one tried to stop him. He was an adult and responsible for his own actions. No one liked him, but they didn't wish him dead. They wouldn't lament his loss either. Ares led the way between the smoldering remnants of bivouac tents and storage tents. Black smoke drifted in the breezeless air. Skinny soldiers moved with a sense of purpose on missions only they knew. Ares shot one that was too close. Stubby shot another that appeared out of nowhere. They maintained their momentum in the rush to reach the artillery battery, over the sandbags and into the pit with the leveled ground where the weapons were positioned and aligned. Skinny soldiers worked on 2 of the tubes, but they looked the worse for wear. They were injured and dirty, but they worked. Support soldiers carried tools and parts, while only 2 soldiers provided security. The entire group of humans fired. The 2 Skinnies with weapons went down first, then the others attempted to scatter, but were mowed down. Mark 71 fire lanced the breaches on the 2 pieces under repair, preventing them from ever being used against the HFP. And just like that, their mission had been accomplished. Chaos reigned in the Skinny camp. Were they an effective fighting force? Probably not, but they could rally. They still outnumbered the human army by more than 10 to 1.
What's next, boss man?
Frodo asked.
We blow up the ammo dump, then we return to our safe house.
I got the dump, Tin Man said. He took a few steps and aimed his mortar.
Wait,
Ares said with his hand raised, but it was too late. Tin Man fired. Ares turned around, grabbed Stacy, and launched himself toward the far side of a support pad for one of the big guns. The rocket hit and sent the ammo dump into a nuclear eruption. The shockwave ripped through the area, sending soldiers and debris flying with equal disregard. Stubby crouched low, making herself look like a turtle, and the shockwave passed over her. Tin Man, Frodo, and George went flying. Frodo hit and rolled and was the first back to his feet.
Mission accomplished,
he declared.
Report,
Ares said, standing and lifting Stacy with one arm until she was upright.
5 by 5,
Stubby said, while she stood and brushed the dirt and debris off her armor.
"I've been better," Tin Man said. "Sorry, sir."
Frodo jumped up and punched Tin Man in his chest plate. George simply shook his head and dusted himself off. He readied his Mark 71 for the next mission.
"On point, Tin Man. Take us back to the safe area, and then we're going to deal with those shuttles."
"Take 'em down?" Frodo asked hopefully.
"Some, but I have an idea. Move out."
"I'm okay too," Darrell gasped from where he was flat on his back. George yanked him to his feet. "Get up, Grip. You're giving men a bad name." "Wouldn't want that now, would we?" Darrell grumbled. George propelled him toward Tin Man, who was on his way over the sandbags and into the open area around the artillery enclosure. Tin Man rushed, running while the enemy presence was sparse. The others moved in close behind him. In less than a minute, they vaulted into the pit and reunited with the rest of Ares' section.
"Bring it in,"
Ares waved the group to him.
"Tin Man and Sailor Man, keep your eyes peeled."
The point soldiers stayed close, where they could hear Ares and still see outside the pit.
"We're going to take a shuttle to the Skinny ship,"
Ares started. Frodo did a double take.
"I'm sorry, what? And what the hell for?" "We want them to surrender, don't we? We brought 60 soldiers into their camp and disrupted an operation that could have 20,000 soldiers. With odds of 300, 400 to 1, they didn't stand a chance. I have the translation computer with me. We're going to use it to talk to the Skinny leadership. Remember what we learned. The leadership isn't with the troops. We're going to end this war, and we're going to end it right now. Steal a shuttle and go to the Skinny ship that's filled with Skinny soldiers. I'm just trying to recap what our near future looks like. They broke the treaty. They're going to see what that means. They raided Panis Station. That was a mistake of galactic proportions. Revenge doesn't suit you," Frodo said softly.
Ares raised his visor. He wasn't angry.
"It's not revenge. It's a new standard in warfare that the Skinnies brought on themselves. Imagine what they're going to feel when humans are on board their ship wreaking havoc. We're going to take out their engines and leave them dead in space. They'll have to negotiate, so we don't jump back on the shuttle and leave them there to die."
"This is about forcing them to negotiate?" Frodo chuckled. "You should have started with that."
"The end result is the same. We end this war. Are you ready to fight? We've practiced in the ship's corridors. We've executed on Panis Station. We can do this, and I guarantee we can do it better than the Skinnies. Their corridors aren't going to hinder us at all. We'll have free movement throughout their ship."
Shuttles took off incrementally and raced skyward.
"We have to go. Move!"
Ares shouted.
"I'll take point."
Ares ran for the wall of sandbags and vaulted over. He wasn't going to leave the soldiers behind. He needed his whole section to pull this off. He didn't want to give the soldiers a chance to dawdle. They'd keep up with him. His was an audacious plan, and that meant he needed to lead the way, show them he was confident it would succeed. He wasn't confident, but he was a student of history. Nothing great ever happened without great risk. He wanted the war with the Skinnies to end, taking their army out where they were most vulnerable, using a tactic that the Skinnies had used by boarding Panis Station wasn't unprecedented. He set his jaw, lowered his visor, and ran for the shuttle landing pads. The rest of the soldiers followed as best they could. Stubby helped Stacy over. Lazarus needed a boost. Darrell helped him up and over. The soldiers sprinted after their section leader. Lazarus limped and staggered. He knew he wasn't going to make it.
"Darrell, hold up."
"They're getting away!" Darrell cried, pointing at the soldiers accelerating through the debris and char of burned tents.
"Someone has to stay behind and tell Dante what they've done. That's me and you."
"I have to go with them. I have to see it for myself. Record it for history's sake." Darrell let go of Lazarus.
"Don't you leave me. I feel like I'm going to pass out."
Lazarus thought he could stay conscious, but he wanted Darrell to stay behind. That would give Ares free rein in conducting his operation. The reporter rubbed them all the wrong way. This was how Lazarus could contribute to the mission. He slumped over, feigning passing out. Darrell caught him and eased him to the ground. Lazarus raised his visor and looked through droopy lids at Darrell. He had a gray pallor to his skin. One of them needed to tell the tale of the attack on the Skinny camp and where Ares had gone, so they didn't leave without him. The firefights had ended. The explosions were at a minimum. It was a nervous silence that spread over the camp. How many Skinny soldiers were left to fight? The HFP was still going to advance across an open field. No artillery, but the Skinny needle guns could kill with a single shot. A volley could wipe out a section, and there were fewer than a century, less than 100 sections, and most of those weren't full. Maybe 1,500 soldiers left in the HFP. That wasn't enough to continue fighting. Humanity needed time, and needed to make progress. Ares wrangled to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and that stone looked like Ares' section winging skyward on a Skinny shuttle. Ares pulled up short outside the mob of Skinny soldiers waiting to get on a shuttle. Half the ships were already gone, and there were far more soldiers than the other half could accommodate. It didn't matter if 1 section's worth of Skinnies were displaced, did it? That one. Ares pointed to the shuttle on the end. It seemed to have the most Skinnies around it, but it was isolated. He took a route that circled the troops and delivered him into the mass. He didn't fire, but used his Mark 71 like a club, swinging and stepping, leveling a soldier with each swipe, kicking heads to keep them down. They cleared away from the mad human. Tin Man and Frodo waded into the crowd after Ares, and the other soldiers of Ares' section expanded the corridor through the enemy troops until they were standing on the ramp into the shuttle. Ares was inside, grabbing Skinnies and dragging them off the ship, until Sailorman, George, and Stubby took over. The swing soldiers created an egress, and the occupants of the shuttle were unceremoniously launched out of the back of the ship. Ares moved forward. He pulled the computer from his pack and held it before him as he burst into the cockpit, where a single Skinny prepped the ship. "We'll be enjoying the ride to your ship," Ares said, and the computer translated. The Skinny looked confused. He wasn't tall or wide like a soldier. He was one of the support personnel. He was barely taller than a now-seated Ares. "I don't think so. I'd rather not fly the ship at all." "Then you'll get the chance to die right here on the planet we call Pan Major, a human planet. By being here, the Renice have violated the Regulus Treaty and are now war criminals. You personally are a legitimate target of every sentient race. There are a lot of sentient races out there. If you take us to your ship, we can negotiate a settlement, and maybe we don't turn the Renice in for the violations." Ares used the term for what the Skinnies called themselves, and avoided stating that this pilot was responsible for violating the treaty. He didn't want to make an enemy of the pilot. Ares needed him to fly the shuttle to the Skinny troopship. "You violated the treaty? You, the humans." "How is that?" Ares asked. This was taking too long, but negotiations had a way of disappointing expectations. "By being here. Renice claimed this planet decades ago." "Really? Where's the evidence of that? Look at the city and the fields, and the spaceport. Humans have been here for decades. Maybe Renice came here to trade in the before time, when humans and non-humans could be friends. Why can't we return to that time?" The pilot sat silently. The humans were supposed to be raging mad, and in a few minutes, the one before him was able to speak their language, calmly and with candor. "I think I should call the ship and ask for permission," he said. "That's not going to work for me. They won't talk unless we're already there. You know that. I know that. And you also know that they'll shoot this ship out of the sky, which in itself is a violation of the Regulus Treaty. Why do the Renice have offensive weapons for space combat?" The pilot sat on his hands. He didn't have an answer to that. "You see our dilemma. How far will we let your leadership go? They need to know that we're not going to play that game. Why are you evacuating? Your army had way more numbers than us tiny humans. Yet your people are running for their lives." "Humans are brutal killers. That is not our nature. We've had to learn because of you." Ares watched the pilot closely. He was being sincere. He was also right.
True. Humans can be extremely violent. We tend to be very good at war, but we're also very good at things like farming and manufacturing. I'd be a farmer if I wasn't a soldier, because I like being outside. I can't imagine being inside a factory, or in a cockpit. I applaud you that you're able to fly this ship. That takes intelligence and a great deal of practice.
The pilot stared into his lap. His body relaxed. It didn't look like he was going to fight back, not even try to activate his comm system, which wouldn't work until he was exo-atmospheric. Until then, it was internal only. Frodo leaned into the cockpit.
Buttoned up, boss man. 14, including you and Stacy. We're missing Lazarus and Darrell, but we have 2 female Skinnies on board. I didn't know they sent females to war.
Interesting. The computer dutifully translated the exchange, even though Ares hadn't wanted it to.
That's new, the pilot said. Breeding numbers are down. They fill roles on the medical staff. Your planets make us sick.
Then don't come to our planets,
Frodo shot back. Ares gestured for him to return to the passenger compartment. Frodo nodded, tight-lipped.
This is not our normal space,
the pilot conceded.
We all know that,
Ares replied.
Let's go to your ship and see if we can have a conversation with your leadership.
If they don't want to talk,
the pilot wondered.
Then we punch holes in your pressure hull, atmosphere vents, and everyone dies. Let's say I don't prefer that alternative. I find it unsavory.
The pilot vibrated in the way that the Skinnies laughed.
I also find it unsavory.
He held his hands over the controls and looked at Ares for confirmation.
Fly the ship, pilot.
The ship slowly lifted off and then accelerated on a steep angle into the sky. It followed other shuttles racing to space. Many Skinnies remained on the ground, and most of the shuttles had taken off. That didn't bode well for Ares' section. That many Skinny soldiers would be on board their troop transport. The corridors would be filled with armed and armored bodies. Ares would figure it out. He paused the translation.
Frodo, first order of business is to take out the engines, so we can't go anywhere. Next is finding the leadership and having a conversation. We can do both at the same time. We have enough soldiers,
Frodo suggested.
I'll take 7, and you take the rest. Give me Tin Man, Sailor Man, and Stubby. We'll bring the female Skinnies and the pilot with us. Compliance.
Frodo returned to the passenger compartment. Ares turned the translation program on.
If you help us get to the leadership, we won't have to kill everyone on our way. You see that we have the ability to translate your language. It gives us the ability to hear and understand what's going on. You already know the damage we'll inflict on your people and your ship. Look what we did to your camp, where you had 20,000 soldiers waiting for us.
There were only 8,000 on the planet. We've split our forces across this entire region of space.
Ares groaned with the revelation. Not that he'd faced far fewer soldiers on this raid than he thought. That huge number of Skinny soldiers was still out there. There was more army to fight. It made negotiation even more important. It lost the opportunity to talk with the leadership team that had managed the attack on Paneth Station because they preferred suicide. This was an opportunity to right that wrong. Would they blow themselves up when they were on their own ship, surrounded by their own ships? He believed they should be more amenable because they will have just had their butts handed to them on the planet's surface. How many losses would it take before they decided to stop fighting? More questions and no answers. The flight was normal. Even though Ares' section was in a Skinny shuttle and not one of their own, he was immediately sleepy because he always slept on ingress and egress. This was different, though. He didn't give in to the urge. Frodo reappeared. Ares paused the translation.
You have Tin Man, Sailor Man, Stubby, Doc, and Swing 3. You take Doc, because you could encounter more resistance. I'll have the computer and can talk my way out. I'll take swing 4. I'll let them know. They're ready to hit the deck running. The engines on that other troop ship were at the lowest deck and aft.
Ares didn't know if this design was different. He turned on the translation program.
Are the main engines on the lowest deck and in the rear of the ship?
Front, the hangar is midships, the pilot said without thinking. Why do you want to know?
In order to have a more honest conversation, I want to make sure we aren't going to go anywhere. Nothing like a captive audience when you want to have a good talk,
Ares explained, before calling to the back.
Go forward, not aft. You can shut it down from there. Don't destroy the engines. They need to be operational when we leave the ship, so all parties can go on their merry way.
Ares kept the translator running so the pilot would hear his instructions to Frodo. It was important that they had one ally. If not an ally, then at least one person who wasn't actively trying to kill them. Sowed out. Create the conditions that were more favorable to negotiations. Ares chuckled to himself. Here he was, the consummate warrior, seeking to find a solution that didn't involve blowing things up. Then again, no one wanted war less than those who had to fight. Ares was comfortable in the midst of combat, but they'd taken an 11-year-old recruit who was on board this shuttle and ready to invade the Skinnies troop ship. The other recruits never showed up. To continue fighting, they'd have to dive deeper and deeper into the people who could be trained to carry weapons. Dante had requested they draft colonists on board Panis Station. Conscripts, forced into the military. The quality of the soldiers would deteriorate to where they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Ares could trust those in his section. If there was a time when he couldn't, he'd leave them behind and go fight all by himself. That wouldn't be very efficient. It was a weak link in a greater strategy to protect Earth. Humanity needed time to regroup, rearm, and recruit. The Skinnies were wearing them down. Humanity had defeated the Skinnies in every battle so far, but the humans were losing the war. But the Skinnies had their own problems if they were putting their women on the front lines, which was unprecedented for them. Both parties were ripe for negotiations. Ares the peacemaker. He remembered a weapon from the Old West that was called the Peacekeeper. Was he the weapon to not only bring the peace, but then to keep it? Chapter 13. Walking on Eggshells. The truth can be harsh. It can also be relative. Yellow was out of hand grenades, as were the remaining 4 soldiers in his section. They couldn't move forward, and they couldn't move back. Enemy soldiers had snaked in behind them, preventing their retreat while maintaining pressure to stymie their continued attack.
Got 'em where we want 'em, Yellow, Wheel 2 shouted. No matter which way we shoot, we're gonna hit something.
Yellow wasn't taken with the idea. He thought the camp had been empty and the soldiers were headed the other way. He hadn't planned on getting surrounded. The way ahead was fraught with danger. Too many Skinnies were between his section and the incoming HFP. Mark 71s were lighting up the first hill of the Drumlin field. The humans wouldn't come racing over the hill like Bo did. They would pound the area beyond with rockets and grenades, then attack when they controlled the entire frontage. The Skinnies would wither under such an attack. But there were still 2 lines of Skinny soldiers between them and Yellow, plus 1 behind. It was grim and getting grimmer.
"And run?"
Yellow suggested, after firing a furious volley over the top of the nearest hill.
"Better make it soon,"
Wheel 2 replied.
"How about now? No time like the present."
Yellow pumped his fist in the air.
"And run, people. As fast as you can."
"Compliance," came the low replies. Yellow crouched as he ran, even though the hilltops were over the soldiers' heads. He didn't want a Skinny soldier making a quick and casual look to see them. At the end of the hill, they found it wasn't to the ground, but about half the height. It was lower, but not ground level. They'd have to go up and over, be exposed longer than they wanted. The hills to the right were steep, but not unclimbable. Yellow never hesitated. He turned hard and sprinted over the top, highlighting himself as he bowled a Skinny soldier out of the way by ramming his shoulder into the enemy's vulnerable midsection. He kept running, up and over the next hill. The last row of Skinnies was more prepared, and the firing began. but Yellow was moving too quickly for them to draw a bead on him. The other 4 soldiers bolted past, one after another. The third went down. The fourth tried to help him up, and that pause made him a solid target. The enemy soldiers turned his armor into a fully ventilated casket. He toppled, and the third soldier fell with him. Yellow hit the ground and threw himself against the hill with the Skinnies on the other side. The HFP was coming at a full run, 10 sections wide, running like skirmishers in a straight line from north to south. They weren't within range of the Skinny needle guns, but the Drumlin was in range of the mortars. Rockets raced skyward, volley after volley. Concussions rippled through the Drumlin field. The wheel soldiers didn't have to be accurate. They only had to drop their rockets somewhere over the first hill. The high explosive sent shrapnel, faster than the speed of sound, across the entire Skinny defensive line. The only thing Yellow could do was to cover his head. The battle was now in the hands of the battle planner. Somewhere within the mass running toward them, Dante was ready to direct the soldiers into and through the camp. Victory was within their grasp. They only needed to crash upon the shore. Yellow and 2 soldiers. No rockets remained, no hand grenades. They only had their Mark 71 beam rifles. More and more mortars launched rockets to soften the enemy defenses arrayed through the Drumlin field. Syncopation of explosions filled the air, removing the peace of pre-combat silence. "How about improving the odds?" Yellow asked in a tired voice. His initial success in destroying the artillery battery and the ammo dump was short-lived. It had been a slog since then, but the payoff would save a great number of lives. Yellow was convinced of that. It was the only way he could reconcile himself with the loss of his soldiers. It had to be worth it. The 2 soldiers with Yellow checked their weapons and clicked them over to full auto. "No time like the present?" a swing soldier asked. Yellow checked the distance to the front line of the incoming human wave. They were already in range, but the Skinnies weren't firing. Maybe they were waiting for point-blank targets, because they didn't have enough troops left to deliver effective volleys at range. Yellow eased up the bank. Needle guns started appearing over the top. The Skinnies had determined it was time to fire into the HFP. Yellow popped up and strafed the line as far as he could shoot, a full kilometer. The energy beam wasn't lethal at that range, but anything closer was going to experience some pain. The 2 soldiers jumped to the top, then lay prone to limit their exposure. They held the trigger down and raked them all. 3 soldiers laying waste to an entire defensive line. The incoming sections lost a soldier here and there, but without an effective concerted effort, the Skinnies would be overwhelmed. They realized that when the soldiers were less than 200 meters away. The Skinnies popped up and ran, over the second hill and to the third. The second defensive line had no stomach to continue the fight. They joined those in full retreat. Rockets raced skyward on shallow arcs to crash into the retreating enemy, and they fell in droves. The rout was on. Yellow and his 2 soldiers stopped firing, laying still in their exhaustion. This battle was over for them. 3 had survived out of 11 that had stepped off from the city. Yellow had no idea about the other sections, but they'd done their jobs. They created chaos while removing the Skinny army's ability to mount a concerted defense. Hundreds of lives had been saved, and maybe the entirety of the HFP. Had they lost, humanity would have been at risk. The Skinnies could have invaded the solar system and landed on Earth itself. That would have been a tragedy far greater than the loss of 8 lives. Section leaders shouted for their people to consolidate and head into the sector designated for them. The smaller units maneuvered into the camp with more restraint. Fire was intense as the Skinny soldiers realized they had nowhere to go. The shuttles had all taken off and weren't coming back. The Skinnies ran to the landing area where they stood and waited. With the shuttles not coming back, they threw down their weapons and took a knee so they wouldn't stand above the human victors. Dante stood on the last of a series of low hills. He knew historians would call it the Battle of the Drumlin Field. It was one of the greatest victories in all humankind. 1,500 soldiers faced an army of 8,000 and defeated them, killing more than 5,000 of the enemy, capturing 3,000, and losing less than 100. The HFP canvassed the camp, recovering the fallen human soldiers and bringing them to a central collection point beside the crater of a blown ammo dump. Darrell helped Lazarus to the underused medical personnel. There were very few injuries. Once Lazarus was in the attentive hands of competent staff, Darrell helped himself to a few minutes of Dante's time.
We didn't find Ares,
Dante started, but Darrell waved him off. He was fine last I saw him. Him and most of his section, including the little girl. They were going to jump a shuttle and fly it to the Skinny troop ship. Dante stared into the sky. Darrell started to speak again, but Dante stopped him.
Give me a second to internalize this, and then I'll try to rationalize it, and then I'll ask a question.
He stared in silence.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say that Ares stole a shuttle to take to the Skinny transport to engage them in space. I could neither rationalize it nor internalize it, so I'm just going to stare at you in disbelief.
Darrell made a face at Dante. I wouldn't lie. Ares took a Skinny shuttle to space so he could negotiate with the Skinny leadership. He wanted to end the war.
Dante nodded. That it is. Ares never trusted our civilian engagement teams, the negotiators, like the ones who were responsible for the Regulus Treaty. Don't print that. We don't want the home front to think there's any dissent in the ranks. Ares is doing what good soldiers do. He's attacking the enemy where they are most vulnerable. The Skinny leadership are the ones who tell the soldiers where to go and who to fight. Like our force commander. I wish Ares luck wherever he is.
Darrell stabbed a finger upward. Space. The final frontier. Dante shook his head.
Where are the other sections? Goblin, Bingo, and Dreadnought. We found Yellow in the Drumlin field with 2 soldiers.
Not a clue, Darrell replied. Which way to the hot chow and showers?
Dante looked at the sky. You can have both of those when Ares gets back.
You think he's coming back? Dante fixed Darrell with an icy stare.
I will never write off Ares when it comes to war. He is the god of war, and if he can end our fight with the Skinnies by going to space, then by the mighty originator, he will. If he doesn't, then we'll have a pretty big gap to fill.
The reporter sauntered away, aimlessly walking through the area, dipping a toe into the ashes and debris, looking for who knew what. Dante accepted runners with reports, consolidating the information and adding the numbers. 3,000 soldiers surrendered. That was unprecedented, and he wasn't sure what to do. He had discussed it with Ares since the Skinnies had been willing to surrender in other battles. No other race gave up easily or at all. A new soldier arrived. A section leader. Goblin. 8 soldiers stood off to the side.
Goblin, tell us what happened.
Dante waved incoming runners away. He wanted to hear the tale of Ares' raid.
5 sections arrived. 2 went right, 2 left, and Ares headed for the shuttle landing area. Me and Bingo went left. Yellow and Dreadnought seemed to have more success more quickly than us. We got bogged down, but made it to one battery that we destroyed with direct fire. We were pinned and couldn't physically reach the second battery, so we lobbed a bunch of rockets that way. We did some damage, but then they fired at you guys. We could do nothing at that point, but then we heard more firing and more rockets. It was Ares' section. I have to believe they stormed the battery and took it out, and then blew the ammo dump. Next I know, it's all quiet. Skinnies are done running for their lives. They just stopped. We worked our way from our covered position to find the HFP storming through the area. All the shuttles were gone, and so was Ares. I don't know what happened to him, or Dreadnought, or Yellow. Bingo is gone. It's me plus 8 soldiers out of our 2 sections. That's all I know.
The battle planner sighed.
Dreadnought never made it. Yellow survived with 2 soldiers, and Ares stole a shuttle and took it to space to storm the Skinny troop ship. He had 13 soldiers with him, plus our newest recruit, the little girl.
That's not going to play well back home, Darrell interjected.
It will, because you'll make it play well,
Dante snarled.
She's the only volunteer after Paneth Station was invaded. She's the only one with enough grit and intelligence to understand that the battle is out here, and if we don't win, we risk our species. That's what that little girl brings to this fight. And she has enough spit and vinegar that we could use a few hundred more just like her. Volunteers are critical to the war effort. That's the choice. Soldiers of any ilk but volunteers, or only older adults, but we draft them into service. Which would you rather sell to the public?
Darrell stepped back and raised his hands. Maybe I won't mention her at all. He drifted away again. The 8 soldiers standing to the side watched him closely, neither offering a hand nor an ear. He was on his own once more. Dante tolerated him because the force commander wanted more recruiting videos. If Ares was successful on the Skinny troop transport, then video from that would be worth its weight in platinum. Even if they didn't get video of Ares in action, a surrender by the Skinny army would be worth it. Any soldiers the HFP didn't have to fight gave them the chance to recruit. Dante didn't want child soldiers. That grated on his soul, but he realized the thought of drafting civilians to be soldiers was equally aberrant. Stacy had better survive this. She would be the face of what could be instead of what was. They needed adults, bigger bodies that could carry the weight of interstellar combat. Despite winning the battle and feeling good about it a moment ago, Darrell made him feel bad about it. He hoped Ares was having better luck. Chapter 14. Space. In the enemy's lair, one misstep could be disastrous. Ares blinked to clear his eyes. He hadn't drifted off, but he had been close, almost meditative in his fatigue. The pilot had done nothing untoward until they neared the ship. He reached for his communication console.
No,
Ares told him.
Your comm is down. Battle damage.
It's operational. We've taken no damage, the pilot countered.
Ares contemplated it. It still wasn't worth the risk of having the pilot speak to the ship. All he had to do was mention the humans, and the entire army would be waiting to pepper them with fire the second they opened the shuttle door.
We can't risk being discovered before we're discovered, if you understand what I mean.
I don't, the pilot admitted. The communications equipment is in perfect working order.
I know,
Ares replied. I have to call the ship for landing instructions, he pleaded.
You really don't.
Ares pointed out the front screen at the ship that was growing in size the closer they approached. Ares had it in his mind that it would be comparable to the ship they boarded at Paneth Station. This wasn't. It was orders of magnitude larger. The fleet of shuttles on the ground had nearly all landed, and the ship's hangar bay accommodated them as a single wave. It put Antilles to shame. Nothing changed except their perception. Frodo leaned into the cockpit area and gaped at the massive vessel.
I won't know where to go on the landing deck, the pilot continued.
We're the last one in. Take an empty spot.
To Ares it made sense, but the Skinny was beside himself with the inability to make it up as he went. He wanted instructions. They were getting close, and the Skinny's hands were shaking.
How long until we land?
Ares asked.
2 minutes, maybe less.
That wasn't enough time to form a proper ambush.
Go ahead and call them, but land immediately. Do not delay,
Ares warned. The pilot instantly relaxed. The translation computer delivered the expected words.
Request landing guidance? Roger. Landing pad 74. Angle high, left slant.
He closed the channel.
See? No plot seeking your demise. I do not wish to die.
We have that in common, my friend. I don't wish to die either. Land this ship, and then half our number are going forward to find the engines, and you and my small group will seek out the leadership team. We won't be shooting up the ship. I hope we don't fire our weapons at all, but you know what they say. Hope is a lousy plan.
I don't think they say that. They say that hope makes all good things happen.
Ares watched the pilot as he maneuvered the shuttle into the landing pattern. He had calmed and was flying the ship in the same way he had been when they left the ground, calm and confident.
1 minute,
Ares called to the team in the back.
Weapons tight. Don't shoot unless you have to. We're going to make believe like we belong there. None of the Skinnies will expect us. If we give them the matter-of-fact approach, they might look at us oddly, but won't shoot. If they start shooting, we're going to have some real problems." "To put it mildly," Frodo added, "weapons tight, compliance."
Ares spoke clearly into the computer.
"Good morning."
"Bin Lai," the computer enunciated.
"You heard it, Frodo. Tell everyone you meet, Bin Lai. That's good morning. Thank you is Obu. That'll get you by."
Frodo told the group in the back. They had a good laugh, but quickly sobered as the lights from the hangar deck flooded through the front screen. The deck was chock full. There were no empty landing spots evident, and it was multi-level to add to the confusion. Ares closed his eyes and whispered,
"Originator, hear my prayer. Protect us from ourselves as we dive deep into the enemy's lair. Talk to them if we can. Fight them if we must. Grant us victory over the violence that threatens both our races. May we find peace in your name."
The pilot glanced at Ares after the computer finished translating.
"You worship mythical beings?"
"We pray for strength, no matter where it may come from,"
Ares replied.
"Strength so you can win the peace, and not so you can kill all my fellow Renice. Interesting."
"I have no interest in killing any more of your people. There's been enough killing. I want to know why and what we can do to prevent it. No one wants peace more than me. No one is willing to fight harder for it than me."
"You seem to have two competing ideas, fight and peace. Is your soul tormented?"
Ares shrugged. The shuttle with Ares' section was supposed to assume a parking slot on the second level to the left. The pilot guided the shuttle down a transit corridor and eased upward over the shuttles on the first deck to slide backward onto a pad number 74.
"You were right. We needed the instructions. There's no way you could have found that pad without them,"
Ares conceded.
"Exactly."
The pilot went through a quick post-flight and stood. He was mostly eye-to-eye with Ares.
"You're coming with us," Ares said. "I hope you don't mind. Let's bring this war to an end."
The skinny didn't respond. He stared at Ares' closed visor. Ares raised it so the pilot could see his eyes.
"I'm serious about this. I do not want to fight the whole Skinny army. I only want to end this war. What is the major malfunction between our peoples?"
The pilot shrugged.
"Frodo, take him out. You're going to have to descend one level and then go forward, which is that way."
Ares pointed to the right.
"Compliance." "We'll find the stairwell and head up."
The computer translated and the pilot said,
"Yes."
"Stay behind me,"
Stubby told Stacy. Ares agreed. He needed his hands free just in case their entire world came apart. He expected that far more than a flawless entry into the ship and a peaceful conversation with the Skinny leadership still reeling from their loss of Paneth Major. For the first time, he started to question the viability of his plan. Now that they were there, doubts creeped into his mind. He had another adage that applied. Once you have the plan, good or bad, you execute it with every fiber of your being.
100%, nothing less,"
he called to his soldiers as the ramp dropped and Frodo led his team out. Ares walked side by side with the pilot down a catwalk between the back end of the shuttles and a bulkhead.
"Bin Lai,"
Frodo called from ahead while he started downstairs to the hangar's first deck. Ares led his people in the other direction. The catwalk had an exit 10 landing pads away, where a small group of Skinnies waited for an elevator. The pilot stepped in behind them and stood, holding his hands together as the other Skinnies were doing. Ares mirrored the movement, but kept the computer in his hands. A soldier turned around, did a double-take and then froze, staring at Ares.
"Bin Lai,"
Ares said, but he had his computer volume turned up.
"We were captured and are here to get interrogated by your leaders."
The one who stared at them blinked.
"Cool."
He turned and focused on the elevator doors. Ares found renewed hope. Maybe they could pull this off. The group in front piled into the elevator, and it left, leaving Ares alone with the pilot, half of his soldiers, and 2 skinny females.
"Do we need them with us?"
Stacy asked. Ares looked to the pilot for an answer.
"I don't think so," he said.
"We're his captives," Ares explained to the 2 skinnies. "He said he doesn't need your help in keeping us under control. There is nowhere we can go, and nothing we can do. You can go."
One of the females pointed at the elevator.
"We're going up, and there's no way we're taking the stairs. After the light gravity of that planet, I feel like I'm getting crushed."
Ares hadn't noticed a difference, but his combat armor would have compensated. As thin as the skinnies were, he would never have thought they came from a heavier gravity environment. No wonder they were strong for their musculature, but not stronger than even humans without armor. It was a strange but true fact. Ares wondered if Stacy could take one in a straight-up fight. He banished the thought from his mind as the elevator arrived. They climbed aboard, squeezing tightly into it to fit everyone, since the humans took up twice as much space as the skinnies, maybe even 3 times as much. The 2 females punched the button for 13th level. The pilot pushed the top button. 24 decks. The females left the elevator at their deck. They didn't wave or say anything on their way out. The doors closed, and the elevator continued upward.
"I like how this feels,"
Tin Man said. The doors opened on the 24th level. Ares and the pilot stepped out. 2 guards stood at a checkpoint less than 5 meters away. They immediately brought their needle guns up. Ares grabbed the pilot and tossed him back into the elevator, diving in after him. The soldiers fired multiple shots through the doors. Tin Man mashed the button for the next floor down. Sailor Man plus Swings 3 and 4 fired back. The 2 guards went down while the doors closed, and the elevator moved.
"Weapons free,"
Ares conceded. Frodo went first. It was the prime lesson he'd learned from Ares. Lead from the front. He hurried down the stairs to the first deck and called out Ben Lai, waving congenially as he hurried down the walkway toward the front end of the massive ship. "Are you sure it's this way?" George asked.
"Of course."
Frodo paused.
"I'm not sure. Ares said forward. I'm going forward. The engine is either ahead of us, behind us, or above us."
"That narrows it down in a ship that is kilometers long," George said before repeating. "Bin Lai." The human soldiers passed unarmed deck crew, waving and saying good morning to the best of their ability. At the end of the hangar bay, massive double doors were closed, preventing easy access to the next space despite the energy shield that kept the atmosphere within the hangar bay. Frodo was convinced the engine room was on the other side. Having oversized access made sense from an engineering perspective. Having to cut the ship apart to replace an engine core wasn't logistically sound. Mechanics around the universe would appreciate a better setup. Human ships hadn't overlapped engineering and mechanical best practices. There were no side doors for quick access. It was the big doors or someplace else that they couldn't see.
"Find a way in,"
he snapped. He tried to pull the doors apart, but they wouldn't budge. Soldiers checked both sides for an access panel, but there was nothing. There wasn't even a stairway leading up. The nearest door was toward the center of the hangar deck. Frodo came to an inconvenient conclusion. These doors weren't meant to open to personnel. They were for maintenance only. How many times did a skinny ship replace the engine core? Not often enough to make it convenient to open the access doors. At least Frodo was convinced the engine room was on the other side. Information turned to knowledge, turned into intelligence.
"To the door, and then we'll find a way forward."
Frodo ran for the middle of the hangar bay, where the nearest door waited for them. Before they reached their target, a squad of skinny soldiers appeared in their way.
"Habun ne lap,"
Frodo shouted. They raised their weapons and fired.
"Cover,"
Frodo called, and dove to the side. The others headed for the space between shuttles. Anything to put heavy metal between them and the skinny penetrator rounds.
"Needle guns."
There was no sense in helping the skinnies direct their fire by announcing where the human weapons were firing. George and Drippy were the first ones to fire back. The skinnies were erratic, firing wildly with the surprise arrival of humans on their ship. George and Drippy were more disciplined. Aim and squeeze. aim, and squeeze. Their penetrator rounds flew straight and true toward small targets. Aim small, hit small. Firing at large areas was nowhere near as efficient. Skinny soldiers fell, 2 at a time. The others increased their volume of fire. 2 swing soldiers added theirs to the 2 wheel soldiers. Frodo led the others around the Skinny shuttles to conduct a single envelopment. Come at the Skinny defenses from the side, rather than attempt to take them head-on. The needle guns limited any bravado that counted on the armor to withstand a barrage. Energy weapons were almost no problem, but the penetrator rounds were a big problem. 1 shot in the right spot, and a human soldier would be dead. Those right spots were almost anywhere but directly on the chest plate. To increase their odds of success, they had to eliminate direct attacks. A frontal attack was a rapid run to one's own demise. Frodo thought he saw a soldier fall before they were able to get behind cover or prone. Needle gun ricochet didn't penetrate. Make yourself the smallest target possible to minimize the good shots as well as the lucky. Frodo's team stopped to peek around the last shuttle in the middle of the bay where there was a gap to the next to accommodate personnel moving in and out of the doorway in the bulkhead. This was the closest door to the engine compartment, the closest that would open anyway. This door was where the Skinny soldiers had come from. The Skinnies were there, leaning around the shuttle and firing. There were only 4. Frodo had a plan. He gave his people hand and arm signals to hold as he went forward. Once he was clear, fire up the enemy. The way they were arrayed, Frodo and his people wouldn't be able to shoot them all. Frodo was going to change the dynamic. He bolted around the shuttle and accelerated as fast as his power-assisted suit would go. He rammed into the 4 soldiers, holding his needle gun sideways to make sure he caught them all. They flew toward the open area in front of the shuttles. Frodo tripped over the first one as he fell. Frodo felt himself going over. He made one valiant push to get away from the tumbling enemy soldiers. Needle gun penetrators spattered the area and peppered the Skinnies. Frodo rolled over and scooted forward to get to his feet. He bolted to the next shuttle and stopped, staying clear of the main aisle. Silence returned to the hangar bay.
"Come on, take the walkway."
Frodo pointed toward the bulkhead and then ducked back behind the shuttle. He moved to the door and waited there with his weapon raised. His soldiers watched the hangar bay, but they had a limited line of sight.
"Cover my 6."
Doc was the first to move because he was at the rear of the group. Frodo wasn't sure that he had fired his weapon during this firefight. He wasn't a real medic. He was a soldier first, but no sections had medics assigned, no matter the demonstrated need. He was falling into a medic's role, ready to react to an injury without being embroiled in an engagement. Frodo didn't stress him out about it. They'd do what they had to do. Drippy appeared with George not far behind. Swing 8 was nowhere to be seen.
"I didn't make it,"
Drippy reported without Frodo having to ask.
"We never thought this was going to be easy,"
Frodo said.
"At least, I didn't. Let's find the engine room. It's through that door and that way."
Frodo pointed to the left.
"Soldiers carrying weapons are legitimate targets."
The soldiers lined up, ready to burst through the door. They didn't know what they'd find on the other side, but that's the way they had to go.
"Grenade,"
Frodo said. They still had some grenades and rockets in their inventories, but it wasn't a full load. There would be no resupply. What they were carrying was all they were going to have until this operation was over. In Frodo's mind, he wanted Ares to show up with the Skinny pilot so they could fly out of there. That gave him a thought. He activated his comm system.
"Frodo to Ares."
"Busy. Talk later," Ares replied instantly.
"Yes, we can use our comm systems. Everyone, turn on your radios. Ready to go?"
He waved the grenade at the door. He hadn't pulled the pin.
"Compliance."
The soldiers had their weapons up and were ready to force their way through. Frodo burst through and sprinted into a wide corridor. There were Skinnies there, but they weren't armed, and they ran the second the humans appeared. Frodo didn't pull the pin on his grenade. He didn't have that many left. He stopped at a T-intersection and ducked his head past to look aft when they were going forward. He wanted to make sure nothing was behind him. But there was something. Soldiers hurrying down the corridor toward him. He pulled the pin on the grenade, let the spoon fly, and fired it down the corridor. It bounced off one wall to skip along the floor until it bounced off the other wall. He ducked back. "Cover me," he said casually, an instant before his grenade exploded. He went left, running into the unknown. He found the way forward devoid of Skinnies. George and Drippy popped into the corridor and fired volley after volley into the smoke in the corridor that Frodo had just blasted. Drippy switched to his mortar and sent a rocket down the passage. He pressed himself up against the bulkhead until the high-explosive warhead erupted in a ball of flame and shrapnel. Then he backed away from the intersection and followed Frodo toward the engine room. "Come on," Frodo shouted over his shoulder. With no one in front of him, he had sprinted to the end to find a door that was closed and locked. This was the way in, and if need be, they'd blow the door and walk through. Engineers and mechanics wouldn't mount much of a defense once they learned the humans only wanted to shut the engines down, not destroy them. He knew how engineers were with their babies. Chapter 15. Alternates. Every plan needs a backup. Every backup needs to make sense. The elevator doors closed, and the lift started down. Swing 3 was slumped over. The elevator was tall, but barely wide enough for the humans in their armor and the skinny pilot. When the doors opened on the 23rd floor, a quick look revealed an empty corridor. They rushed out to establish a defensive position. Swing 3 fell between them. They didn't have to look hard to see that 2 penetrator rounds had gone through his face shield. Ares left him half in and half out of the elevator to keep it from going anywhere. But exactly like human elevators, the alarm started to ring after a few seconds. As much as Ares didn't want to, he pulled 3's body into the corridor. The door shut, and the alarm stopped. "Find the steps," he ordered Tin Man and Sailor Man. "We need to get to that top floor before they set up a defense that we can't get through." The point soldiers raced down the corridor, checking doors as they passed. It was risky. Skinny soldiers could appear behind them, cut them off from the others. But time was more of an enemy than anything else. Ares didn't expect it to go smoothly. He hadn't known what to expect, except that he would make it up as he went, driving toward that singular goal of finding the leadership team and forcing a negotiation. Success would mean leaving the ship alive. Failure would be final. "Mark 71s," Ares ordered. His Skinnies appeared between him and his point soldiers. Mark 71 beams were far less likely to penetrate their enhanced armor. That was the benefit of being a point soldier. Slower, but more heavily armored with additional sensors. "Ares to Frodo," Ares called. "Fighting our way to the engine room. The Skinnies are starting to put up a defense, and it ain't pretty. We lost Swing 8, but we're close. The engineers have barricaded themselves inside. Keep doing what you're doing, and get those engines shut down. We lost Swing 3. They have a security checkpoint on the top deck. We'll have to fight our way through. More later. Ares out." He had seen the security personnel go down as the doors were closing. "Summon the elevator, Stacy." Ares glanced behind him to see if she was complying. She was. "Stubby, you, Stacy the pilot, and I will take the elevator to the top floor and re-engage that way. The 3 of us can stay out of the line of sight of the checkpoint. Swing 4, catch up with Tin Man and take the stairs up. We'll meet you on the top deck." "Compliance." Swing 4 bolted down the corridor, making a racket with his combat boots hammering the metal deck. Stubby aimed her Mark 71 at the elevator doors. Stacy stood right in the middle. Ares gently pushed her to the side, out of the line of fire. The doors opened. Stubby snap-fired into a group of Skinnies standing there. They didn't look like soldiers. Ares ran through the opening, body slamming them. Stubby and Stacy followed him in. Ares pressed them against the back wall. 3 Skinnies, 1 dead or dying from the Mark 71 beam, had fallen, but were draped over Ares' shoulder. The other 2 were terrified, frozen while being pressed tightly against the wall. "We'll need you to be quiet now. Please comply, and you'll live." The computer translated Ares' words. The Skinnies stared, open-mouthed and wide-eyed. It didn't matter if he got through to them or not. They'd descend the second the humans left the elevator. He didn't need the alarm going off behind them by trying to hold the doors open. Ares stepped to the side as soon as the doors started to open. The dead Skinny was still over his shoulder. The doors opened on the top deck. Stubby used her periscope to peek down the corridor without exposing herself.
"Clear,"
she said softly, and hurried out, staring down the barrel of her beam rifle. Stacy rolled out behind her, doing the same thing with her rifle, but from behind and slightly to the side of Stubby. Ares hunched his shoulder to dump the dead Skinny into the arms of his fellows and backed out of the elevator. "Oh, boo," he told them. "Thank you." He waited for the doors to close before turning around, counting on Stubby to have his back. He noticed that the pilot was no longer with them. He'd gone into the corridor on the 23rd deck and had not gotten on the elevator with them to return to the top deck. Ares figured they were better off without the pilot if it was going to be a firefight the whole way. The checkpoint wasn't meant to withstand a determined enemy. It had been designed to stop casual personnel from going where they weren't supposed to. Ares stepped over the dead guards and broke a swinging door on his way down the corridor. His radio came to life. "No, shoot! Shoot! Hit that one!" The radio went silent. It had been Tin Man. That meant resistance. Whether they'd made it to the stairs or not, he didn't know. "Tin Man, do you need help?" The lack of an answer nagged at him. Don't lose focus, he counseled himself. Tin Man, Sailor Man, and Swing 4 would do what they had to do. They were also focused on the mission, and as long as they were engaged with the enemy, that was a diversion Ares could take advantage of. "Push ahead. Hurry, while they're distracted." The faint sounds of a gunfight could be heard down the corridor, where a special reinforced door stood. Tin Man would have to break through the door to push onto the top deck. But it was easy to open from this side. The mission. But Ares couldn't let his people get pummeled. He had the advantage by attacking from the rear. "Hold this corridor. I'll be right back." Ares didn't wait for confirmation. Stubby and Stacy had heard him. He punched the release and slammed the door open, sending a Skinny soldier standing on the other side into the two in front of him. Ares opened up using semi-automatic firing. He didn't hose down the stairway because his people were down there somewhere, and he knew they were still alive because they were firing. The unmistakable bark of the discharging Mark 71 capacitors echoed up and down the confined space. Ares kicked the first dead body behind him to hold the door open. He maneuvered where he could see down the stairs, tall with high steps, because of the size of the Skinnies, but they all knew that because of their raid on the smaller Skinny transport on Paneth Station. On the next landing, a Skinny soldier was torn between shooting down or up. Ares finished him with a shot that took his head off. The body slumped, and Ares fired at a Skinny heading down the stairs, but that soldier took a full frontal of energy beams. His momentum carried him down to the next landing, where he rolled into a heap. "Get up here! The way is clear!" Ares shouted. Boots hammered the stairs as two soldiers appeared. One was limping. Swing 4 had been hit in the leg. Tin Man helped him navigate the stairs. At the top, they hesitated for a second while Ares looked behind them. "Sailor Man didn't make it," Tin Man said. "They were waiting for us." "Seems like our secret is out," Ares replied without humor. The instant Tin Man set foot in the corridor, Stubby opened fire toward a target away from the doorway. Ares couldn't see. Tin Man and Swing 4 were in the way. Tin Man let go of the wounded soldier and dove across the corridor. He hit the far wall and dropped prone so he could fire controlled shots. Ares caught Swing 4 as he fell backward. Ares pushed the injured soldier against the wall and ducked his head into the corridor. Stacy was beside Stubby, firing in the same direction. Ares glanced back to find the elevator doors opening. "Watch our 6!" he shouted. Soldiers emerged from the other side of the destroyed checkpoint. Ares flipped his beam rifle to full auto and delivered withering fire into the elevator's open maw. With minute adjustments back and forth, the soldiers fell or dodged to the side, but they stayed within. The doors closed and the elevator headed down. "Sorry," Stacy said softly. Ares pushed her toward the elevator and stepped between her and the Skinnies in the other direction. "Shoot anything that comes out of that elevator. Use full auto." He took aim and fired at the Skinnies trying to find shelter in an open corridor. The enemy soldiers settled for snapping shots from around door frames. Wild shots, but they only had to get lucky once. "Rocket," Ares suggested. Stubby switched from her Mark 71 to her mortar.
"Fire in the hole!"
She angled her shot to hit the open doorway on the left side. It was a tight shot in direct fire mode. She pulled the trigger, and the HE rocket screamed down the corridor, unnaturally loud within the confined space. "Duck!" Ares shouted. He headed to the deck, reaching a hand back at the last instant to drag Stacy under him. Her armor would protect her from the weight of Ares and his armor landing on top of her. The rocket clipped the doorframe and exploded. Most of the eruption blasted the frame itself, sending shrapnel down the corridor as well inside the space to the left. The doorway across was pelted too, but lightly. A Skinny leaned out to fire, but Tin Man was ready. He downed him with a single shot. Silence filled the corridor, but not the silence of peace. It was the dread of anticipation. Where would the next attack come from?
Forward.
Ares popped to his feet.
4. Watch our 6.
Compliance, the Swing Soldier replied. Ares rushed ahead, and the others hurried after him while Swing 4 leaned in the doorway, keeping his weapon at the ready to fire up anyone who attempted to use the elevator to access the 24th deck. He glanced down the stairwell to make sure no one was coming from that direction either. He swayed with the dizzying loss of blood, but blinked away the lightheadedness, at least as much as he could. He forced weight onto the wounded leg to shock his system to be more alert. Ares pushed forward, leading the way once more. He ducked his head into the space on the right and pulled back. He held up 3 fingers and pointed. He hadn't looked to the left. Tin Man filled that void. He used his periscope to look inside while Ares covered the door on the right.
Grenade,
Stubby said, and forced one into Ares' hand. He nodded, but didn't take his eyes off the doorway.
Clear,
Tin Man whispered. Ares swung his arm until it hit the doorframe. He let go of the grenade so it sailed high and far to get at the enemy behind upended furniture on the other side of the room. He pulled his arm back and ducked away from the door. The explosion threw debris into the corridor. Ares leaned around the frame, ready to fire.
Stand by,
he said, and ran into the room. He fired twice before returning.
Clear.
He pointed down the corridor. The end wasn't another 20 meters away. That was a turn and a new checkpoint. It extended for what appeared to be infinity. The ship was kilometers long. The leadership could be another 1,000 or more meters away. Ares reached the bend to find a large contingent of soldiers coming this way. Ares fired around the bend, but they fired back en masse. They were outnumbered and in the open. The elevator dinged once more. The doors opened, and Swing 4 fired on full auto, but they were ready. The soldiers pushed a heavy metal plate through the doors and fired erratically over the top.
Stairs,
Ares called out.
Hit that thing with a rocket.
Swing 4 slumped into the corridor. Ares chased Stacy, who was running toward the elevator, firing her Mark 71 wildly and lancing everything from one side of the corridor to the other. A rocket screamed past Ares' head. He dove for Stacy and tackled her before the HE round hit the back of the elevator and exploded. The Skinny soldiers were blown forward, knocking their metal shield over as their shattered bodies were flung with the violence of the high explosive. Not all of them were killed. One pulled the metal barrier upright and fired over the top.
Stairs,
Ares reiterated. He picked Stacy up. She needed no further urging to head into the stairwell. Ares followed her in. Stubby fired one more rocket, this one targeted at the metal shield, but the angle of it skipped the round into the overhead. It disappeared and didn't explode.
Now's not the time for the dud,
she screamed down the corridor. Tin Man grabbed her and propelled her into the stairwell. The Skinny soldier at the elevator fired quickly, and one of the shots skipped off Tin Man's pauldron, a more heavily armored part of the suit. He ducked inside.
What's the plan, boss? We have to find another way up. We go down 2 levels, and then bull rush aft. This is taking too long. They'll hem us in.
On the way, Ares. Tin Man vaulted to the next landing, hitting with a racket that echoed down the stairs. Stacy followed with the dexterity of an elf. Stubby plowed after her, and Ares brought up the rear. They had lost 3 soldiers, and that left Ares with too few soldiers, but if he had to, Ares would have gone it alone. He also knew that he wouldn't make it alone. He needed all his soldiers, like those shutting down the engines. He needed that to happen, or they'd be lost in space, in the middle of nowhere, with no way to get home. Chapter 16. Damage. Flipping a switch or blasting the control box. Some decisions are easier than others. Frodo tried to free the door, but it was sealed tightly. There must have been a dogging bar on the other side. There was nothing like it on the human ship. The engine room was easily accessible from multiple directions. On the Skinny ship, not so much. It seemed like whoever was in the engine room was in control, and woe be to anyone on the outside wanting in.
Blasted,
Frodo directed. He held up one finger.
Does anyone have a penetrator rocket?
HE, George replied. The rest were unanimous. They only had HE because there had been no armor on Pan Major.
Needle guns. Hit it hard.
He stepped aside to let 3 soldiers line up on where they thought the weak points would be, like the hinges that were on the other side of the door. Nothing was going to be easy. They pounded the door, but the penetrators were little bigger than needles. It was going to take a lot of them to punch a hole in the door that mattered, one they could open. Frodo watched down the corridor. A long way off, Skinny started to file in. Frodo switched to his Mark 71 and fired. It had a much greater range than the needle guns. He'd reach out and touch them, and let them know that they weren't welcome in this part of the ship. The humans had stuff to do. If the Skinnies wanted their ship destroyed, then that's what it would take. Maybe they wouldn't achieve peace, but at least they'd stop the ship. He'd resigned himself with this being a one-way mission from the second Ares proposed it. Swings 5 and 6 joined George in pounding the door with needle gun fire. Drippy and Doc joined Frodo to shoot at the Skinnies to give the others space to keep working on access to the engine room. If they could create an opening big enough to stick a needle gun barrel through, they could fire a full magazine into the space. They would have to hit something important to stall the ship's movement.
We were the last shuttle in, Drippy said. I'll be surprised if this ship hasn't already headed toward the black hole. Drippy, you have got to have a better attitude. They haven't gone anywhere, 'cause they're contemplating if they attack our fleet, or maybe our gunship is keeping them here because they know Ares is on board. Fleet will allocate any and all assets to help Ares. That's why it's good to be in his section. Sure, but then again, we're on a skinny ship with thousands of skinny soldiers trapped in a corridor 2 meters wide because they have an armored door keeping us from where we want to go. You gotta look for the light, Drippy. Walk toward the light, my man.
Frodo continued to fire, cycling one shot every 2 seconds to hold the attention of the Skinnies who wanted to ruin their day.
It hasn't been a bad day. We won the battle on Pan Major. Now it's time to win the war. All we have to do is make it through that door.
He nodded behind him while 3 soldiers continued to hammer away at it with their needle guns.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of light, Frodo,
Doc added.
Give them your needle guns.
Frodo paused long enough to hand his weapon to the 3 working the door.
We're going to attack. That'll put them on their heels.
Are you sure? Drippy asked. Frodo raised his visor to glare at the soldier. Of course he wasn't sure, but it was the only idea he had, rather than wait until they got cornered and slaughtered. Drippy raised one hand, keeping the other on his Mark 71.
Compliance.
Doc nodded. Shall we? Frodo jogged forward, firing randomly at the Skinnies down the corridor. I had a thought, Doc started. What if that's not the engine room?
Shut your face. The shuttle pilot said it was.
Okay, I'm good. Doc fired at a Skinny who popped out of a side door. Frodo slowed. It wouldn't do to have Skinnies between them and the group working to get through.
I have an idea, Frodo said. Let's crash a shuttle through those double doors.
Turn off the engine, not destroy the whole ship. I'm not arguing, but we're not doing that, Doc said. Can you fly a shuttle? Frodo made a face.
I didn't say the plan was complete, or that there weren't issues to be worked out. Let's hold here. It gives George room to work.
The more Frodo thought about it, the more he realized crashing a shuttle into the engine would be viable only as a last-ditch, desperate effort. He was holding at the T intersection. To his right was the hangar bay, where the shuttles were located. He wasn't sure he could replicate the startup sequence, although the flying part seemed simple enough. He wasn't fooling himself. There was no way they could fly the shuttle on a suicide mission. They'd need the Skinny pilot with them, but he was up top with Ares. What he wouldn't give for one armor-piercing rocket. Those had made short work of those spider tanks. They would have punched a hole through the large doors, or the door in the corridor, but it served no purpose to long for what they didn't have. He needed to focus on what they did have. Skinny needle guns, Mark 71s, mortars, and a few hand grenades. They each carried a spare power pack for the Mark 71s as well, if they hadn't already tapped into them.
Drippy, you ever rig a power pack to explode?
Sure, who hasn't? He replied.
They were angry at training when we did that. Left toxic fumes in the air and wasted budget buying replacements. Do you think 3 or 4 of them would be enough to blow that door open? If they don't, then we'll be stuck on this ship with thousands of Skinnies and low on ammo.
Frodo snorted and shook his head.
You have a dark cloud for every sunny day.
He pulled his spare power pack out and held it out.
Doc, we need yours. Drippy, take these back and set it up. Try to blow that door. 4 or 5 of them set to simultaneously overload could be just what the doctor ordered.
I ordered no such thing, Doc replied, and fired 3 times down the corridor at Skinnies, who dared to stick their heads out. Just wanted that on the record.
Harbuna! Harbuna!
A Skinny said from the doorway leading to the 23rd deck. I surrender.
Don't shoot,
Ares called down the stairs.
That's our pilot.
Ares wasn't prepared for the relief it gave him to see the Skinny. Ares' section needed all the allies it could get. Tin Man continued, eyeing the Skinny as he passed. Stubby and Stacy ran by next, and Ares brought up the rear. Swing 4's body was on the top landing. Ares took his 2 rockets and 2 hand grenades before propping him against the closed door and then running after the others.
Come on, pilot. I'll call you Dungeon-san, because I probably couldn't pronounce your real name.
The computer translated while Ares gestured for the pilot to precede him down the stairs.
You are killing many people. That will not sit well with the others,
the pilot said in a rush. The computer translated.
They're shooting at us. They keep getting in our way.
Maybe you could ask them to come to you, the pilot suggested.
Deck 23,
Tin Man announced.
Clear.
He stepped out of the stairwell and went to the right, toward the aft end of the ship. Stubby jumped out and took a knee, facing left to provide cover. Stacy hurried after Tin Man and walked in his shadow as he stalked ahead, ready to fire at anyone or anything. Ares and the pilot appeared and walked down the center of the corridor.
What do you mean, come to us?
Ares asked.
I mean, find a place to hole up and call them. You might not be able to physically reach them. Very few could, even for Renice.
Do you have any suggestions? Because we're on borrowed time.
Down 2 more decks. That is our hydroponics level. It's automated, and no one ever goes there,
the pilot advised. Ares had every reason to trust him. Plus, it couldn't get worse than it already was.
Tin Man, come on back. We're headed down 2 more levels. Anjin-san says there's a level where no Skinnies go.
Tin Man backed up toward where Stubby stood guard. Stacy turned and ran. Ares and the pilot were first into the stairwell, with Stacy right behind them. They rushed downward 2 levels, the 21st deck. They opened the door and stepped through. They were inundated by the humidity. Ares raised his visor to see better. Soft UV lights covered the extensive deck. The huge space was wide open, with supporting pillars from floor to ceiling spaced evenly throughout. The support structure of the ship without any internal compartment sectioned off. If there was a firefight in here, there was no cover. They could try to hide, but nothing would stop a penetrator round. Even the energy weapons would be limited in the high humidity. It was like being on Antares 4 all over again.
Let's find a phone so we can call the leadership team and start a conversation,
Ares said to the pilot. He waited until Tin Man and Stubby appeared.
I'll block the door,
Tin Man said. He moved a trash receptacle beneath it and then hit it with an energy beam from his Mark 71 to melt the metal across the door. He figured they could break it open using the power of their suits when they were ready to leave. Fore and aft were forever away, a kilometer to the front of the ship, or 2 or 3 to the aft. Movement. Ares raised his Mark 71 and aimed into the distance. He watched for a moment and then put his rifle down.
A bot servicing the plants.
He scanned the entire space.
They're everywhere. It looks like you only have 1 crop.
Biomass? the pilot said. One plant has it all. Add a few spices and lab-grown protein, and it makes every meal we get on board this ship.
Are the meals any good?
Ares asked. The pilot vibrated. No, we can't wait to get home and eat real food once again. On the planet, there was good food. The other planet, too, but it wasn't the plan to stay there, unfortunately.
Pan Minor, where Ares' section destroyed the occupying force after it abandoned the city. The Skinnies had already plundered the warehouses.
You ate our food. We were looking forward to that.
Ares deadpanned before clapping Anjin-san on the back.
We have a lot in common. We both appreciate good food. Maybe next time we can sit down to eat together.
Maybe there won't be a next time,
the pilot replied. The dark cloud of reality had returned.
Are we moving? Can you tell?
We have not yet left orbit. I can feel the acceleration in my bones. I'm not one of those young people who can ignore a ship's foibles.
Ares laughed. He liked the pilot far more than he was supposed to.
I don't know how old any of you are. You probably can't tell about us either.
No, you're all short like me. It's not enviable. You look the same.
You're all tall and skinny. That's why we call your race the Skinnies. Nothing disrespectful. There are the bugs and the spiders, even though they only have 6 legs. Still.
Ares pointed into the distance.
Where might we find a phone?
Don't know. Probably down there somewhere. Unless it's the other way. He pointed both fore and aft.
You're not being a whole lot of help right now.
Ares stared at the pilot.
We are enemies after all. I can lead you to water, but I cannot make you drink.
Hey, we have that saying, but it's about horses.
I don't know what a horse is, the pilot replied.
Not many of our people do anymore either,
Ares admitted.
Let's try forward.
Ares chose that direction because it was closer.
How long do you think it'll be before we get underway, Anjin-san?
Any time now. The fleet will pull out, but to where? Our fallback position was forward, Paneth Station. Without that, the question is, do we go home or do we go on?
I hope your fleet surrenders, so we can make the decision that saves the most lives, and the answer will be, the Renice go home and dismantle what remains of their army.
I'm not opposed to that. I like home. We've already established that I like good food.
Ares walked quickly, which made the pilot stretch his legs.
I know. You're in a hurry, the pilot said.
We need to talk with the leadership before we leave orbit, unless we can shut down the engines first. I'm not sure we'll be able to do that. We're having difficulty getting into the engine room.
They are very careful with the big engines, he admitted. But persistence will win the day.
Or extreme violence, which is what they'll use when their patience is worn thin.
How will that help? Anjin-san asked.
They'll rip the ship apart. It'll be a lot worse than just shutting down the engines. No one wants that.
If the engines explode, all of our problems will go away.
Ares looked at the pilot.
You have wisdom beyond your years, but let's hope Frodo gets through that door in a way that doesn't involve the complete destruction of this ship. We can all win by losing.
Anjin-san didn't answer. He kept up with Ares using a well-practiced slide learned early in his life. Being shorter than the others meant he was always running to catch up. The only place he felt at home was in the pilot seat, where the ship responded to him despite his stature. He recognized the human female called Stacy, who was far shorter than the others. She seemed young, but he couldn't tell. The humans didn't seem to care about things that were out of the individual's control. Anjin-san worried that he had more in common with the enemy than his own people.
Can I come with you when you leave?
Is this before or after we all die?
Ares joked.
If we find a phone, I can call the engine room, convince them to open the door. They love their engines more than anything. The alternative is complete destruction. They may choose to shut them down first.
Then that's the plan. Let's hurry.
Ares took off running. If there wasn't a way to call down there, then they'd have to run to the other end, 3 kilometers away. Ares was up for it, but he wasn't so sure about the pilot. Chapter 17. Access. Trust is hard-earned and easily lost. Frodo couldn't hear the radio over the racket in the corridor. He realized he had his external microphones activated so he could listen for Skinnies trying to sneak around the adjacent spaces. Doc fired twice at a doorway, just in case a Skinny was looking to do something brave.
"Say again your last," Frodo requested. "We're trying to get the engineers to shut down the engines. They don't seem so keen to open the doors because they think they'll be killed," Ares explained. "They're not wrong. We're not very happy about the delay. They could be on the receiving end of human wrath. We're just trying to accomplish the mission. We'll call the leadership next and see if we can start a conversation. Control the wrath." "Roger. I hope they open that door soon, or there will be no wrath control." "Do your best. Ares out."
"You can't order him?" With the visor raised and the computer program running, Anjin-san heard every translated word.
"I could, but I don't know his situation. Trust your people to fulfill the mission. He needs the flexibility to destroy the ship if that's what it takes. We can't have your army attacking us elsewhere in human space."
"You might not want to say that to the Cabal. They believe all space is Venice."
Ares contemplated the pilot's advice. The Skinnies knew very well that they weren't welcome where humans had already colonized. Maybe his opinion had been shaped by propaganda. Then again, maybe the humans encroached on an area already claimed by the Skinnies. Espinar 4 had been well established by someone, probably the Skinnies, who'd built a vast facility underground. But that planet was considered to be in the neutral zone, where combat could take place between two belligerents. The Skinnies, stacking the deck in their favor. No wonder they launched the bug army on Espinar. They had been ready for a long time, but they probably expected to win the war. Ares smiled. He had been ruining Skinny plans for quite a while. He felt they should recognize that, along with the prisoners of war. How many soldiers had been left on the planet? The HFP wasn't going to kill them all. Maybe that's why they hadn't left orbit. Toby had the translation program, so the force commander might already be negotiating. He needed to talk with the leadership cabal, as Anjin-san had called them. The sooner the better, so any efforts could be coordinated. The only problem was, there was no phone on the bulkhead. They passed an elevator before reaching the forward stairs. None of it had a comm terminal.
"Will there be one aft?"
Ares wondered, but he knew the answer. This deck wasn't equipped with comms, because only bots worked there. Anjin-san looked at him without answering.
"We can't waste any more time,"
Ares stated. He called the others to him. Best possible speed.
"I bet there'll be one if we descend 1 level or more. What floor has the lowest probability of running into armed soldiers?"
The alarm sounded and lights flashed.
"Does that answer your question?"
Anjin-san said.
"It sounds like they're letting everyone know there are intruders on board."
"Or we're about to fly through an asteroid field, and everyone should transmit final messages to their loved ones."
"Anjin-san, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were one of us. It's the former, isn't it?"
"Every step you take from this point forward will be challenged."
"Sweet,"
Tin Man said as he jogged to a stop. "There's no phone, is there?"
"We're on our own, and we have to find a phone, and no matter where we go, the Skinnies will be waiting for us."
"So, business as usual," Tin Man suggested. "No disrespect, Ares. You have the best plans."
"Plans never survive first contact. That's when the problems start."
He turned to Anjin-san.
"How many levels down do we have to go before we find a level that isn't filled with soldiers waiting for us?"
5 down. Deck 17, Anjin-san replied. "It's administrative offices." "You number your decks backwards from ours," Stacy interjected. "We start with 1 at the top, although I'm told we used to start with 1 at the bottom. Don't mind me. Act as if I never said anything.
Admin. That never ends, does it? No army can exist without the admin types doing paperwork, and the loggies issuing uniforms and canteens.
It is what it is, the skinny pilot replied.
I'll be on point with Anjin-san, Stubby and Stacy in the rocking chair, and Tin Man, you bring up the rear. I'm never a tail end, Charlie. Point soldiers generally drive the train. It's different right now. We're making it up as we go.
Aries stepped through the door and strolled downward, trying to make as little noise as possible. The Skinnies moved fairly silently, especially on board their ship. Anjin-san walked casually, although he'd be in the line of fire if shooting started. He wore no armor. He'd already resigned himself to his role as assistant to the humans, a collaborator, maybe even a traitor. It was a price worth paying for peace, but only if the humans were successful. He stopped.
Maybe I should go ahead and make the call by myself, engineering first, and then the Cabal.
That made too much sense, but it also meant that Ares would have to trust the Skinny implicitly. He wasn't sure he was ready to do that, but it would be impossible to have a conversation in the middle of a firefight.
We'll wait in the stairwell,
Ares said. He had no choice.
I trust you, Anjin-san.
My name is Click Cabor.
Click it is, my man. Make us proud. Engineering and then the Cabal. We'll be waiting for good news.
Compliance,
Stubby said from behind them.
We don't have any choice.
Of course we do,
Ares said.
But none of the other choices are good ones. Cover downstairs. Tin Man up. I'll be by the door.
Ares was nervous. He was used to doing things, not waiting. But this was a new day with new challenges. He was a self-proclaimed diplomat. For a moment, he wanted to join Frodo on the lowest deck and hammer at the door like a madman, and then blast everything inside once they forced it open. Just for a moment. His place was talking with the Cabal, but he needed leverage. A starship that couldn't fly might give him enough that he could achieve what he wanted. Peace with the Skinnies. They had violated the treaty. They had entered human space. They had tried to shoot down Antilles. They might have shot down the resupply and reinforcement flotilla. Ares had killed many Skinnies. He had killed all the bugs and all the spiders. And it was all the Skinnies doing. They'd made an enemy of him, more than just being a soldier. He would fight other soldiers, but he couldn't abide fighting a system that was duplicitous to its core. They only respected strength. It's what Janus 7 told the soldiers before they deployed.
The only thing the aliens understand is respect. Without it, humanity dies. We die as a race. Earn their respect through your strength.
They were on the Skinny ship. That had to instill fear in their hearts. They had lost soldiers right here, in their safe space. No longer could they retreat to solace. Nowhere was safe. That was leverage too. He only needed to talk with them, and then look them in the eye until they wilted. Ares snarled.
We got company,
Stubby reported over the radio.
Lots of company.
So much for patience being its own reward. Stubby opened fire, and an instant later, Stacy added her Mark 71's fire to the defense of the group. Ares tried to see what they were shooting at, but he was blocked by the turn of the stairs. They were on the next landing, pouring fire downward. Stubby called a ceasefire.
2 Skinnies down,
she reported.
2 more got away. It's safe to say they know we're in the stairwell at the 17th level.
Roger. Hold steady. We need to give Anjin-san more time.
I have a grenade ready,
Stubby added. Their munitions were growing limited. Ares had what he'd taken from Swing 4, an unused Mark 71 power pack, and the remaining magazine of Skinny penetrators. He had enough. Stubby had already swapped energy cells for her beam rifle. Stacy only had the one that came with hers. Tin Man had no rockets left, but 2 grenades.
Come on, pilot, Ares grumbled. Hurry up saving the galaxy. We're on the clock.
Stubby yelled,
Fire in the hole,
and sent her grenade skittering down the stairs. She turned and wrapped Stacy in a protective embrace. The grenade thundered within the enclosed space. She hurried down the stairs to check out her handiwork. then returned to the landing she'd staked out as her last line of defense.
"Clear," she said. "I don't know for how long, though."
"Incoming,"
Tin Man said from the landing above. Ares opened the door and used his periscope to look into the space and down the corridor leading from it. Anjin-san was no more than a meter from the doorway and was talking on the phone. He waved for Ares to close the door. It was hard to do. Ares and his people were growing more and more trapped. He hadn't seen skinny soldiers behind Anjin-san or down the corridor the other way. He wanted to run for cover. They were too exposed in the stairwell. More waiting. He fidgeted. His trigger finger itched. The enemy was coming, and he was letting them.
"Give me an opening, or I'm gonna start ripping butts,"
Frodo nearly screamed. The Skinnies continued to probe the two soldiers holding the center of the corridor, preventing the enemy from stopping the attempt to breach the engine room.
"Whatever happened to human ingenuity?"
They were still messing with the power packs, trying to rig them to blow. The random shots from down the corridor weren't the only threat. Skinnies from within the engineering space were firing their own penetrator rounds through the door George was frantically attempting to get through. They were close to opening a hole big enough to get the barrel of a rifle into, and then they'd spray the interior, free them to finish their work with their improvised explosive. The soldiers continued hammering away at the cyclic rate with their needle guns. They had left too many of those weapons and spare magazines in their wake. They could put them to good use right about then. They were draining their magazines and would soon be out of penetrator rounds. A small hole. Enough to get a toehold. They could expand it, maybe. A little bigger, and they could fire a rocket through. That would stop the engines. HE might not even cause catastrophic damage, but it would surely take them offline. Give Ares time to negotiate. "Punch right there!" George yelled triumphantly. Swing 5 rammed the glowing barrel of his empty needle gun into the center of where they'd concentrated their fire and had popped out, opening more than an eye hole into the engineering space. George placed his Mark 71 barrel against it before the Skinnies could focus their fire on the hole and pulled the trigger. Full auto. He sprayed beams in a wide arc around the space, up and down and side to side. The penetrators stopped punching through the door from the other side. Doc lined up 5 power packs, the 3 from Frodo's group and 2 from the ones working on the door. He placed them side by side and duct taped them to the door around the hole. He didn't have a timer. He didn't need one. He had a wire to short one pack against the other, which would overload them. Their explosions would trigger the other packs. Would it be enough? It was their only choice. Frodo and Drippy increased their rate of fire down the corridor.
"We'll take cover in the hangar,"
Frodo called over his shoulder.
"Run!"
George shouted, while Doc connected the shorting wires. He bolted after George and swings 5 and 6. Frodo slammed through the door to the hangar bay, ready to shoot any targets that presented themselves. Maintenance workers and mechanics scattered. Despite the presence of the humans, they were going about their duties servicing the shuttles. They were no threat, at least not immediately. No military sacrificed those who kept their ships in the sky. They were not cannon fodder. That was the title for the soldiers they kept forcing into the corridor to test Frodo and the others. They were counting on lucky shots until they brought more firepower, but the limited range of the needle guns compared to the Mark 71s was a distinct advantage for the humans. Drippy fired a steady stream of energy beams down the corridor to cover the soldiers running toward him. When Doc shouted, Drippy went through to the hangar bay, with Doc stumbling into him to get out of the corridor as the power packs erupted into a massive fireball that arced and sparked like a transformer hit by lightning. The air sizzled with the smell of burnt ozone and melted paint.
"George?"
Frodo asked.
"We'll cover you. Visors down. Internal air."
Frodo was the first to return to the corridor. He fired before he could see, but a noxious cloud of smoke hung heavily in the air. None of the Skinnies had been self-contained, so for the moment, the humans had a significant advantage. George popped into the corridor and ran for the door to the engine room. The others followed him. Drippy joined Frodo with preemptive fire until his Mark 71 beeped a warning that it was empty. He reached into his backpack, but he'd already donated his spare power pack for the improvised bomb.
"I need Swing 8's weapon and power pack."
"Go," Frodo told him. Drippy switched to his needle gun, and rushed back into the hangar bay. He headed to where Swing 8 had fallen near the front of the shuttles. His body was gone. Drippy frantically looked around, thinking he might have misremembered where 8 had fallen. But no, he was nowhere to be found. An energy beam splashed across the back plate of his armor, followed by the distinctive crack of a Mark 71 capacitor discharging. Drippy dove to the side and rolled back to his feet. A long way down the row of shuttles, a Skinny held the Mark 71. Drippy fired 2 rounds at him from the Skinny needle gun. The mechanic fired again, but nowhere near as accurately as he had with the first shot. Everyone could be a crack shot when no one was shooting at them. Drippy bolted from behind the shuttle and ran straight for the Skinny. He snap-fired every couple steps to keep the Skinny from firing well-aimed shots. One of Drippy's shots hit the enemy in the leg and he toppled, like a tall tree when the wind became too much. Slowly, with a scream, he crashed to the deck. Drippy accelerated until he slid to a stop to recover the Mark 71 and spare power pack. With a howl, Skinnies came from all directions to jump on Drippy while he knelt next to their injured friend. Drippy swung his weapon wildly, like a club, and used the power assist to throw the Skinnies off his arms. He jumped high into the air and landed 5 meters away. He took aim with the Mark 71 now in his hands, but didn't fire. "Harboon de lop," he shouted, remembering the phrase that Ares had drilled into them. The mechanics and maintenance personnel who tried to mob him gave up. They raised their hands, the universal gesture of submission. Now what? Drippy said to himself. He had no capacity to take prisoners. He knew one other Skinny word. "Obu," he told them, turned, and ran for the door behind which Frodo held the corridor all by himself. Before he made it, he noticed movement in front of him. The oversized double doors at the end of the hangar bay were sliding open. "All hands, the big doors to the engine room are opening. Hangar bay if you want easy access," Drippy called over the radio. "On our way," Frodo replied. Chapter 18. Leverage. Power is in perception more than physical dominance. Tin Man started firing before switching to his mortar and sending a rocket upward. With the ship's gravity plates, all the debris would travel down, toward them, so Ares considered it a questionable tactic, but the deed was done well before he could say anything. The explosion reverberated down the stairs amidst the unmistakable sound of rending metal. Tin Man backed to a point halfway between the landing above and the one where Ares stood. "That's what I'm talking about," Tin Man declared. "They won't be coming at us from that way. That's how we get to the top deck in case the leadership cabal agrees to talk with us," Ares said evenly. Reality suggested stopping the incoming wave of soldiers was more important than getting to the other side. They were bottled in. The only respite would be what Anjin-san could accomplish. The pilot opened the door. "They want to talk with you," he said simply. "Come on, people. We're securing this corridor so we don't get shot. Tin Man, on the other side of the phone. Stubby on this end. And Stacy, you stay in the doorway and make sure no one comes at us from the stairs." Tin Man was out first and down the corridor, past Anjin-san, and took a knee on the far side. If they shot at him and missed, they wouldn't hit Ares, but it exposed Ares while he talked on the phone. Anjin-san answered that question and filled the gap where he stood on the other side of Ares. Stubby took a knee and aimed down the corridor in the other direction. Stacy tried to look everywhere all at once. "Focus on the stairs, Stacy," Ares advised calmly. "We need you watching there." "Compliance," she replied in a small voice. The sound was as fragile as lilies in the rain and reinforced why Ares wanted to end this war. A child soldier was anathema to everything he worked for. Protect humanity at all costs. But who was protecting the children if they were on the front lines? He had to win because he had to keep her from getting hurt. And then he had to return her to Paneth Station and let her grow up before she shouldered another weapon on behalf of humanity. Ares took the phone and held it next to the computer. "You are the human interloper," a voice said through the translation program. "And you represent the species that violated the Regulus Treaty," Ares replied. "Your version of events," the voice replied.
I am Sen Tabor, leader of the Forward Cabal. If I ordered you off my ship, would you listen?"
"Interesting premise,"
Ares replied. He was interrupted as Drippy announced over the radio that the double doors to the engine room were opening.
"My being off the ship won't help you. You see, your engines are about to be taken offline. You'll be dead in space. And then we can all evacuate to the human planet below, where I believe thousands of your soldiers have surrendered. I'm not sure we have enough room for thousands more, but we'll try to be accommodating."
"How noble of you. What do you want?"
"Peace, more than anything else. Peace between our peoples. An understanding and information sharing. Technology transfers. Trade. It seems you might need food that we grow. We're happy to share, but only if there's no war."
"There's no war right now. How much can you share?"
"You've been shooting at us for months. The most recent was about a minute ago, so I'm sure we are still in a state of war. Make an announcement over the ship-wide broadcast. I'll hear it and understand. Everyone is to stop making aggressive moves toward the tiny humans."
The overhead cracked to life after Ares took a single breath in an effort to keep himself sharp as well as calm.
"All hands, the humans are not to be harmed. Hold your positions while we negotiate their surrender."
Ares found it amusing. The voice continued, but only through the phone.
"You'll need to stop your soldiers from interfering with the engines."
"I fear it's too late for that. I heard what you said and think you misspoke. Release surrender. That's what you didn't properly articulate. The Release surrender before human gunships blast this ship. My section is expendable, but all of you are not. That would have catastrophic consequences for your ability to continue your war against the humans. You have to know that by attacking Panis Station, Pan Major, and Pan Minor, we are committed to coming after you. With the acquisition of one of your computers, we know where your home world is. I fear we are going to destroy all the ships in your system, and then conduct a planetary bombardment of your most populous city, and there won't be anything you can do about it except watch."
There was a long hesitation from the voice. Ares had spoken evenly, and it was the truth as he understood it. The Skinnies were an enemy that humanity would chase wherever they ran. Entering human space to steal crops and attack human families didn't sit well with anyone. Ares would lead the way to the Renice homeworld. He was ready to end the fight or continue it. It was in the hands of the Forward Cabal. Did they have the authority to end the madness? He hoped they did.
"We can do a great deal about it."
"I doubt that. You have a section of human soldiers tearing your ship apart. You had 5 sections disrupt your army's operations on the planet below. Thousands killed, thousands more captured, and a couple thousand escaped. That is a military loss of titanic proportions. We know your tricks, and you're going to pay a huge price for your missteps. Or you could decide to go in a different direction and save Renice's lives instead of throwing them away."
The ship vibrated and shook like there'd been a massive earthquake, but it was in space. A normally silent ship creaked and groaned. Metal slapped against metal.
"That would be your engines going offline,"
Ares said. The pilot's face fell, as if the ship's doom had been decided, that they would all die.
"Have some faith. We're dead in space, but not dead," he told Anjin-san.
"You have threatened them. They will not take that well."
"Those are words that will be followed by action. The Skinnies never threatened us, except by their actions. Maybe a little posturing might have forestalled all of this, but since they chose to invade instead, we'll react with more than real threats. The ship may blow up thanks to what Frodo has done to your engines, but so be it. We're willing to die for our cause. Is the Cabal?"
Anjin-san clenched his jaw. Ares realized Sen Tabor wasn't talking. The computer program had dutifully translated everything. It wasn't anything Ares minded them hearing. It was truth. Hard truth. There was no way the leadership Cabal was willing to die for their cause. The originator blessed Frodo for his timely engagement, assuming that's what it was, and that it didn't destroy the ship. It would have been impossible to negotiate for peace if they were organic matter frozen in space, nothing more than molecules in an ever-expanding debris cloud.
Tabor, what do you say we talk about staying out of each other's way? The Renice take charge of their sector of space and don't expand into ours. We stay in ours and create a cultural exchange of some sort. We both have computer programs to translate our languages so we can speak to each other. Communication is the key to resolving all difficulties. Are you married? Is there a woman in your life?
What kind of question is that?
Tabor shot back.
We don't ask that in polite company, Anjin-san clarified.
See, we need more awareness of each other's culture. Your children will thank you for giving them a brighter future. And you can stop putting your women on the front lines. We brought 2 back with us from the planet,
Ares announced.
You did?
The leader blurted before covering the phone and carrying on a muffled conversation with someone nearby. Ares and Anjin-san looked at each other. The pilot shrugged. Ares glanced past him. Skinnies were filling the corridor beyond in both directions.
You better up your game, Ares, Tin Man said. If they order their people to shoot, we're not getting out of this alive.
Stacy stepped into the corridor to stand beside Stubby.
I'm not going to hide in the stairwell while you fight to the end.
She assumed her shooting stance and raised her rifle.
Finger off the trigger, sweetie, Stubby said softly. It's called trigger discipline. Keep your finger straight until we give the order to shoot, or they shoot at us. Then rock and fire, baby.
Ares snickered. It was the worst situation Ares had ever been in. When everyone was engaged and energy was flying along with solid projectiles, the soldiers were actively fighting for their lives. This felt like being at the wrong end of a firing squad.
Hey guys, maybe we can eat some home-cooked food later. I hear Stubby cooks a mean beef stew.
Ares turned up the volume on the computer. He also raised his visor so he could look them in the eye.
Sir, I don't cook,
Stubby whispered.
You do now. We all do. Nothing like meeting over food or just the promise of a good meal. Maybe that'll make them hesitate when it comes time for them to kill us.
Rude,
Stubby replied.
The part where they're killing us, I mean.
Anjin-san stared. He hadn't understood the exchange, but he knew it was lighthearted.
We are morbidly serious in our military engagements. In what part of this do you find such humor?
If your people start shooting, we will fight like demons, but until then, there's no sense in wasting energy on things out of our control. I need Tabor to agree to a conversation. Now that the engines are offline,
Ares made air quotes with his fingers,
we have their rapt attention. The rest of the fleet can fly away, but not the ship with all the soldiers and the shuttles. We are in a position for further conversations.
The fleet is departing,
Tabor confirmed.
We are to remain behind and begin negotiating regarding the human withdrawal from Renice space.
That's a start, although we're going to dispute every element of your position until we can see a star chart and draw some lines. Where can we meet to discuss?
Ares asked. He gave a thumbs up.
Looks good, boys.
That's rude in our culture,
Anjin-san advised.
It's not in ours. What is not rude that shows we're on the right track?
Hold up your hand, palm out, and fingers separated.
Ares did as directed to the group of skinny soldiers on both sides. None of them gave the sign back, but Anjin-san did it, and they responded. He spoke rapidly with them. The computer volume was up, and Ares quickly turned it down, but too far, and then turned it back up once the conversation was over.
Whatever you said, thanks. I'm sure it was great.
I tried to explain what the 4 of you cooking would be like. Our counters are very high. You may need step stools, like our children would use.
See?
Ares chuckled.
You do have a sense of humor. We could still be flushed out an airlock or shot, but you see now that if you can't find humor in the morbid, then you shouldn't be a soldier. Well done, Anjin-san.
My name is Click-Kabor.
I know, but we're going to call you Anjin-san. It's how we do it in the HFP. You don't have a name until you earn one, and then that's the only name you go by. Isn't that right, Stubby?
As much as it pains me, that's right.
Stubby? Because she's short. That's moronic. She has no control over her height.
Keep it up, and we'll be calling you Stubby, Ares replied.
The skinny bristled at the notion.
You're better off with Anjin-san. It means pilot in Japanese. I learned that by reading a book about the samurai.
You are a strange man, and a strange people.
Very much so, and you are too. But I'm happy that we met, Anjin-san. Sen Tabor, are you still there? Where can we meet? I would prefer the hangar bay, where it's nice and open, and we're surrounded by shuttles.
Unfortunately, the hangar bay has decompressed, Sen Tabor replied.
Ares lowered his face shield and activated his radio.
Ares to Frodo, report.
The microphone crackled.
We had a minor accident, boss man. They opened the double doors and came running out. Drippy mowed down the first ones carrying weapons, but he bought it. We came in behind him, and they were still shooting at us. That's when Swing 6 cashed in. We had to defend ourselves, so we opened up the FPF. Then the engine blew a hole in the bottom of the ship. It fell out, Ares. The engine fell right out of the ship. That probably saved us, because it went up like a supernova. Roger, who do you have with you? Me, Doc, George, and Swing 5. There's 4 of us up here, and we're in talks with the leadership cabal. I think blowing the engine saved our lives. I meant to do that, Frodo said, changing course. What now? When we find a place to meet, we'll see that you can join us without the Skinnies impeding your movement. We're trapped in the hangar bay. It's completely decompressed, so it's sealed off from the rest of the ship. There's no airlock between here and the way up. The energy screen keeping in the atmosphere evaporated when the engine blew. What else did that thing power? Maybe the jammer, Ares said. Stand by for further instruction.
Ares switched the radio channel.
Ares to Dante. Ares to Fleet. Please come in.
He called twice more, then raised his visor. Sen Tabor was shouting.
I'm here. I had to talk with my people. They're self-contained and alive, but we're really sorry that the engine fell out of your ship when it blew a hole through the hole.
You owe us a new engine, he replied.
It was very human-like. Ares appreciated the change. Like humanity was going to materialize an engine that could move a ship of this size. Another point of negotiation.
We can talk about that too. Are you okay with life support and other necessities to keep your people alive?
Barely, but we'll need power or a new ship.
Ares smiled.
It so happens that we have a Skinny troop transport in our possession at Peneth Station. 10 days there and 10 days back. It might hold the number of soldiers you have on board this ship. What is that worth to you?
It gets us back to where we were before you showed up on our ship, Sen Tabor replied.
Which gets us nowhere near where we were before you showed up in human space and raided human-colonized planets. We can joust all day with these little barbs, or we can sit down and talk like adults, which you seem to be delaying. Are we going to do this the right way, or are we going to fight? Let me know so I can put in a fresh power pack. This one's running low from all the damage I've done to your army.
Ares tapped Anjin-san on his arm.
Where is the comm room? Someplace I might be able to contact the human ships. I know the frequency, but I need more power than I have in my suit.
Any computer terminal can access the comm system. I can use mine if you'd like.
Lead on, Anjin-san.
What about them?
The pilot gestured toward the corridor filled with skinny soldiers.
Honestly, how many do they need? We have 3 soldiers and a child. They should be embarrassed sending this many of their soldiers to intimidate us. Good luck flying your no-engine ship.
Ares wanted to insult them with the thumbs-up gesture, but decided that he would continue his diplomatic overtures and play nice. He held up his hand, palm out, and fingers splayed.
Bye, Skinnies. We'll be taking our leave now.
Tin Man waved and walked after Anjin-san and Aries. He made sure Stacy was between them. The pilot took them through the nearest door and into an administrative space where Skinnies were lined up and trying to see through the door. They tumbled over backward and cleared out.
Bin Lai,
Aries said. Good morning.
It's afternoon now. Bin Li,
Anjin-san corrected.
Bin Li admin people,
Aries said. Some mumbled Bin Li back at him. They were both terrified and intensely curious. Aries thought that reception benefited him and his approach. There was a time when he would have wanted them on their faces, removing themselves as a potential threat. But now was not that time. Chapter 19. Talk. How can you tell when a politician is lying? His lips are moving. Aries was no politician. He was a soldier. And not just any soldier, but a soldier's soldier. The Skinnies should have bowed before him, because he had grown particularly adept at killing them. They should have feared him. He thought they should have feared their leadership cabal more. They considered the lives of the common soldier to have no meaning. They wasted them on flights of fancy, on misplaced adventurism.
Over here.
Anjin-san waved for Aries to join him at a terminal. An exceptionally tall Skinny loomed over the terminal and spoke quickly at Anjin-san. Aries had the program running and heard the translation of the last bit of conversation.
You can't be in here. What are you doing? Traitor!
You're too emotional and not looking at this situation deeper than the surface. Step back. I have work to do that will end up saving your miserable life.
Anjin-san, laying down the common sense.
He's an administrator. He has no common sense. He's too emotional to be successful. And that's why he's a clerk at his age and with his height.
Anjin-san waved him away. The administrator tried to argue, but Aries nudged him out of the way.
The man said we're busy. Give us space.
The computer translated, but it didn't get the last part right.
How am I supposed to give you all of outer space? Are all humans this stupid?
Give us room to work, Aries clarified.
Move back, or I'll punch you right in your junk.
Anjin-san vibrated with laughter while he hammered the keys, which were arrayed in a way that no human could have navigated. He typed quickly, obviously well practiced with a keyboard.
Stand by,
Anjin-san said. Aries recognized the Skinny numbers when they showed up on screen.
125.5 megahertz.
I have no idea what a megahertz is,
Anjin-san replied.
Can you tell what frequency I'm using to broadcast?
Yes, but not here. I could use the equipment in one of the shuttles, but I heard that the hangar bay has lost atmosphere.
I fear that we are at an impasse.
Aries rubbed his face while the administrative workers stared at him. He turned up the sound on the computer.
Hello, good people of the administration community. Armies need their paper trails, don't they? Without it, how would they get paid? How would they have weapons and ammunition? How would they know where to sleep? You serve a useful purpose. We want you to go home and stay there. Your army has had its day and lost. Were you aware that you suffered one of the greatest defeats ever in military history? 60 soldiers sent 8,000 running for their lives. Make sure you document that. It'll be a great lesson for future military historians.
None of the admin team replied. They continued to stare, many at the computer in Aries' hand, a magic talking box that spoke their language.
All good?
Aries asked, and started to give the thumbs up, but changed it to the open hand. They relaxed, just a little. The door opened and filled with skinny soldiers looking inside.
They don't seem happy,
Stubby said.
Wait in the corridor,
Aries said into his computer. It dutifully translated the words. The Skinnies weren't too keen on following Aries' direction.
Shut the door, Stubby.
She stormed up to them, making them back up. Whether involuntarily or voluntarily didn't matter. Stubby pushed those who were still in the doorway into the corridor. She continued to push until they were outside, and the door clicked shut. One opened the door and pushed. Stubby stared at the skinny hand holding the lever that acted as a doorknob.
"That's not going to work for me,"
she told him, and punched his hand with her armored fist. He screamed and pulled back.
"Stay outside, boys. We're doing human stuff in here."
She pushed the door shut again and leaned back against it to prevent a repeat.
"Centaur wants to talk with you."
Anjin-san leaned the computer toward Ares. This terminal had an integrated camera, allowing him to see the skinny's face. It was old and weathered, even though Ares doubted he spent much time outside or in a harsh environment. Leathery yellowed skin stretched harshly across pronounced facial bones. He was a visage that would make children run away. "We find ourselves at an impasse once more. I'd really like to call my ship Antilles and explain to them why they shouldn't blow this ship out of the sky."
"What means Antilles?"
the skinny asked. Ares scratched his cheek. "I don't actually know. I think it might be a place name on Earth."
"You are on board Pride of Renice. It is more descriptive, no?"
"Sure. You win the naming game. Which ship can move under its own power?" The skinny chose not to answer Ares' jibe. Tin Man stepped closer to Ares. "You seem uncomfortable," he said. "I am. Does that matter?" Ares replied. "It's only the fate of humanity that rests on my success, and I'm talking with an individual who seems to have no connection to reality." "Then is it really all on your shoulders? Could anyone deal with someone who's unhinged? Maybe you should speak his language." Ares looked at his point soldier, then to Stubby holding the door shut and Stacy beside her, leaning her small but armored body against the door to help Stubby keep it closed. The admin skinnies watched. If Ares hadn't been here, he would have thought this whole thing was a parody. She laughed. "The engine fell out of the ship." Tin Man half smiled and shrugged. "It's probably a failsafe. Send the engines into space so it doesn't destroy the whole ship whenever it's overloaded." Ares sobered. "That's engineering genius. Better to be adrift than blown up. That also means emergency beacons, but they already knew where we were, and their fleet abandoned us instead of sticking around to perform a rescue," Tin Man offered. Ares straightened. "My thoughts exactly. It's almost like what they did on the planet." The insight into skinny behavior gave Ares a different perspective. "Centaur, I know the truth. You're a whole lot of bluster and not a lot of substance. You're going to surrender to me so we can work to get your people home. If you want to be a tough guy, come down here and face me yourself. You sent a bunch of soldiers, but they're not ready to engage with us because they'll die, either now by our hand or later when our ships destroy this transport. Here's what we're going to do. I promised beef stew, so we're heading to the mess deck to start cooking. You can join us there, or we'll eat it ourselves. Makes no difference to me. In the meantime, set up a temporary airlock to the hangar bay and help my people out of there. They're hungry too."
"I don't think we'll do that,"
Centaur replied. "You're going to do it, and you're going to do it right now. Close the channel, Anjin-san." Ares rested his hand on the pilot's shoulder. He selected the commands, and the leader's image disappeared. He shut down the terminal. "Lead the way, Anjin-san. We've got some work to do."
"There are multiple dining facilities on board the ship. The leaders eat in a small room on the top deck. There's one for support personnel on the next deck down, the 16th. And the troops eat in a massive mess deck on the 7th.
Ares scanned the faces around the room. "We're soldiers. We'll eat where the soldiers eat. How do we get there?"
Anjin-san held up his hands. "The elevator. We'll use the one that doesn't have dead bodies."
"Look at you, making a joke, but I agree. Let's use the one that hasn't been pocked by rifle fire." Ares waved at the Skinnies admin team. "Bye. Miss you already. If you want some good old beef stew, then join us on the 7th deck in about an hour. We'll have something by then." Ares strolled toward the door. He gestured for Anjin-san to go first. The skinny pilot hesitated. Ares tried to reassure him.
They're not going to shoot you. Well, I'm pretty sure they're not.
He froze, refusing to go farther. Ares moved to the door, gestured for Stubby and Stacy to step aside, and casually opened it.
Hello, boys. We're going to your dining facility on the 7th deck, where the humans are going to make beef stew for everyone. I'm thinking it'll be ready in about an hour. Come on and join us for a good meal, human style.
Do they eat beef? Tin Man asked.
Sure. They took cows on Pan Minor, and this is the same bunch of soldiers. They have to have the beef in their freezer or something. I hope they prepared them properly, otherwise we'll have to boil that meat like nobody's business.
Stubby raised her hands in surrender.
I don't cook. I signed up to fight.
Ares nodded and spoke softly.
Sometimes we wage a different battle to win the war. We could fight all these soldiers and kill a bunch of them, but we'll all die, and they won't help Frodo and his team, which means they'll run out of air and die too. We'll kill all of us. Or we can do something so bizarre that the Skinnies will follow us out of curiosity because they have to know what the crazy humans are doing. And then we'll share a meal together because that's how soldiers bond. Remember Pan Major? Ares' section was living it up with the locals. I thought some of our people were going to get married right then and there.
They do think with their stomachs.
And the Skinny soldiers are built more robust. That means they eat better and work out. That's how we're going to fight this battle. You can cut up vegetables. Show us what you can do with a knife. And you too, Stacy, but the counter might be over both your heads. We'll see if they have step stools.
Ares nodded to the soldiers, staring at them over the barrels of their needle guns. He brushed the barrels aside and shouldered his way through them and into the corridor. The Skinnies didn't have the body mass to hold back a human soldier in combat armor. Ares made a gap through which Anjin-san followed. Stubby held Stacy by the shoulders as the little girl walked in front of her. Tin Man brought up the rear once more. He was getting used to being Tail End Charlie, but when they returned to ground combat, he'd be back in front where he belonged. Ares moved through the mob of soldiers and strolled casually down the corridor. He knew they were behind him, following his team. More than 20 soldiers, all with needle guns locked and loaded.
Where's the elevator?
We'll take the next one, about 100 meters down.
The Skinny distances were comparable, and the computer translated them one for one, as they did time, but frequencies and other measures had no comparison until the scientist could figure out standards and include the calculations. Like megahertz. Ares hadn't thought how something that seemed simple wouldn't be. He had trusted the translation program completely. Toby's work on it had been magnificent, but there were also gaps that wouldn't be resolved without significant and critical study. Math was a universal, but one had to know what the constants were called in order to translate them.
I like how you blew off their leader,
Stubby said, adding conversation into the tension filling the corridor. Only Ares seemed comfortable with the situation as it progressed. He was at his most uncomfortable talking with the leader of the Cabal. It was different. He was at home with his fellow soldiers, whether they were human or skinny.
It's not so much discounting his position as considering it irrelevant. He was trying to dominate when he had no hand to play. I dropped the trump card, cleared the pot, and headed for the snack bar. I don't know about you, but I'm hungry.
Starving,
Stacy added. Of course she was. Children needed more calories more often. They all had their faceplates raised, and they were looking gaunt.
When's the last time you ate something?
Ares wondered.
Before we left for the hills,
Stacy replied.
That was 2 days ago.
Ares tried to think the last time he ate something, but couldn't remember. The city. The pie. His mouth started watering.
Less than 24 hours, but since we didn't sleep, that counts as 2 days, I guess,
Stubby said. 24 hours. They'd covered 90 kilometers, through mountains, fought Skinnies in the hills, and then attacked and destroyed the camp of an attacking army, stole a shuttle, and now had the enemy's troop ship under their control. It had been a full 24 hours. Of course they were hungry. Stubby took a protein bar from her backpack and handed it to Stacy.
This should hold you over.
Ares pulled one from his and gave it to Stubby. Then he dug for another one. Tin Man followed their lead. The humans munched their snacks while waiting for the elevator. When it arrived, it was filled with Skinnies. "Get off," Ares ordered, holding the elevator door open with his armored hand. "We're on the clock. Your cabal is expecting us." The Skinnies stayed where they were until Anjin-san shouted at them.
"Get off, or the humans will rip your heads from your bodies."
The Skinnies hurried out, glaring at Anjin-san.
"We wouldn't do that,"
Ares whispered.
"I know, but they have the stories they tell themselves about the evil human soldiers. They could have listened to you, but I think they were afraid."
"So you made them even more afraid through the threat of violence. I'm not opposed, mind you, since threats are good, but only if you're willing to follow through."
"Yes, I learned that from you," Anjin-san replied. "Would you have not pulled them from the elevator?"
"Yes, but we wouldn't have torn their heads off,"
Ares argued.
"My people are very particular about their heads. They tend to be separated from the body too easily in accidents." "That's horrific," Stubby said.
The humans raised their hands in the skinny version of a thumbs up, and the elevator started to descend. It was a long trip, but not as long as the one from the bottom deck to the top. The elevator doors opened, and the five stepped into a corridor where a line was already waiting at the door.
"I hope you're looking forward to some good human food,"
Ares said casually as he passed. The computer translated appropriately. Anjin-san led the way to the front of the line, where they found the doors closed and secured. He rattled the doors and then pounded on them.
"They won't open them until dinner starts,"
the first skinny soldier said.
"How do the cooks and their helpers get in?" Anjin-san asked. "Around the corner,"
the skinny replied helpfully while staring at the human soldiers.
"Obu,"
the humans said in unison. Anjin-san was first down the corridor and around a corner into a new hallway. A door stood open 20 meters away. He walked in like he owned the place, with Ares right behind him.
"Get out,"
a gruff voice called from ahead. They were in the kitchen itself with prep tables and huge pots. It was reminiscent of the mess deck on Antilles, only bigger, and the countertops were much higher. Mid-abdomen for Ares. He glanced at Stubby and Stacy. For the little girl, the counters were at eye level. There were tubs lying around with raw ingredients, most likely taken from Pan Major. Ares didn't see any meat.
"Sorry, we're taking over the kitchen, by order of Sen Tabor. Renice and humans are going to bond over good food, human food. I need access to the carcass of a creature we call a cow that your people took from Pan Minor."
Anjin-san jumped in and explained in terms the head chef would understand. Ares found humor in the fact that the chef was the first skinny he had met who wasn't skinny. He had an extra paunch that made him seem misshapen. He shouted something unintelligible at his staff, who gawked instead of worked. They immediately went back to chopping.
"This is my kitchen,"
he stated. He reached for the nearest table and picked up a large knife, holding it as he crossed his arms over his chest. The blade stood out in front of him. It wasn't threatening to Ares because he was wearing combat armor, and the skinny would have to untangle his arms to put the knife into use. His pose was for the consumption of those with no combat skill. He came across as a bully, and that was one type of individual Ares truly despised. He looked down as he stepped in front of Anjin-san. With a move too fast for the eyes to follow, he slapped the knife away from the chef and followed through with a knife-hand strike to the midsection. The chef doubled over, straight into Ares' waiting grasp. He stepped into him, caught him, and lifted the chef upward while he powered forward to body-slam the fat skinny onto the kitchen floor. The chef's eyes rolled back, and he passed out.
"Get this thing out of my kitchen."
Ares motioned for Tin Man and Stubby to drag the chef out. They took him into the corridor, dumped him unceremoniously to the side, and shut the door. They secured it from the inside. Ares stood with his feet wide and his hands on his hips.
"Let me get everyone's attention," he said,
and the computer translated.
"We're going to make a little dish that my grandmother used to make. It's called beef stew, and it'll be the best you've ever tasted. Now who knows how to run this kitchen?"
He glanced from face to face. Anjin-san moved where he could see past Aries.
You.
He pointed at a Skinny that seemed older, but it was hard for the humans to tell.
Let's see you.
He took one step forward.
How long have you worked the kitchen on this ship? From the beginning, the Skinny admitted. Then answer the man. He's looking to you to make this kitchen work.
Anjin-san motioned toward Aries.
"You're in charge. We'll help by joining the prep team, and I'll carve the beef for the stock. Do you have flour or cornstarch that we can use to thicken the stew?"
The translation program stopped. It didn't even try to translate what Aries had asked.
That's going to be a problem.
Stubby laughed.
"I need to see your supplies,"
Aries told the new head chef. Chapter 20. Friendship. Friends can become allies easier than enemies can change. They emptied and overturned the buckets. They brought a cow's carcass that had already been gutted and skinned. They had received it that way, which meant they took it from the butcher on Pan Minor. The vegetables were also getting old, another product of Pan Minor. They hadn't recovered the crops from Pan Major because the HFP showed up and forced them to rethink their plan. It was enough.
"How many do we have to feed?"
Aries asked.
3,000,
the new head chef replied.
"We better get to getting then. Knives and vegetables. Mountains of them. Let's go, people. I need onions to season this beef, so let's get on those first. Peel and quarter those bad boys. Dump them into that pot over there, with butter or oil or whatever they cook in."
It is oil from the jamba root. Very pure and clean.
"No butter or lard then. Shame,"
Aries joked. The chef didn't understand. Anjin-san tried to explain the human sense of humor, but he fell short. They both frowned at Aries. He got to work on the beef. His soldiers started on the vegetables, while the Skinny kitchen staff adjusted what they were doing to cube the vegetables and separate them by barrels. The fact that they fed up to 8,000 soldiers daily with a little automation amazed Aries. They had technology in some places, but not others. It was definitely an expanding society that had not quite made it. They could benefit greatly from an alliance with humanity. Aries chuckled to himself. Maybe they'd flesh out, and he had stopped calling them Skinnies. Humanity had a way of enjoying the good things to excess. It wasn't a trait that other races demonstrated, at least not the ones he had run across.
"Anjin-san, give Sentabor a call and check on the status of the temporary airlock to bring my soldiers into the ship."
Of course,
the Skinny pilot replied. He used the comm unit on the wall near the head chef's desk, which was in the kitchen itself and not in a separate office.
He says there has been no progress.
Anjin-san called across the kitchen.
"If we have to go down there, he's not going to be very happy with the fix we put in place. He's got 10 minutes, or we'll do it ourselves."
He says go ahead now, no need to wait 10 minutes.
Anjin-san hung up the phone.
"I think Sentabor is going to get punched in the face whenever I meet him face to face. He's not representing your race very well. You, head chef, you're doing a bang-up job. Thank you. Obu."
Aries put his knife aside.
"Stubby, on the beef."
Me too,
Stacy called.
"Stubby's in charge. Her call. Tin Man and I have a small matter to deal with. When we return, we'll bring help."
Aries nodded to Stubby.
"Compliance,"
she replied and gestured for Stacy to join her cubing meat. Aries and Tin Man unbolted the door to find an extremely angry Skinny in the corridor. Aries raised his fist, and the Skinny chef backpedaled. They heard the lock click behind them.
"You should go to medical. You're injured,"
Aries said. He and Tin Man walked away, taking long strides because they needed to get Frodo and his people into a pressurized space.
"The middle elevator,"
Aries said. They turned the corner and discovered that the line for dinner had quadrupled in the short time they'd been inside. Ares waved to the skinny soldiers as he worked his way through. They were thin, but Ares and Tin Man were not. They took up the space of as many as 3 Skinnies and had to turn sideways to get through the line that snaked to the end of the corridor and loop back down the other side. It was nearly a full kilometer before they reached the elevator they'd taken to the top deck. They called it by pushing the button and waited while the skinny soldiers stared at them.
I feel like I'm the star of the debutante ball,
Tin Man said, lowering his visor so the Skinnies couldn't see his face. Plus, they didn't know if the corridor outside the elevator had decompressed. If it had, that would make things easier. They'd have a way to transition from the hangar bay to atmosphere. It wasn't to be. The elevator door opened. Immediately beyond was an emergency bulkhead that had dropped into place. Behind them was another emergency bulkhead. The elevator doors closed.
Do you think those are sealed well enough?
Tin Man wondered.
We're going to find out. We may end up decompressing a bunch of decks, but Centaur should have thought of that before sending us down here.
Ares nodded toward the bulkhead. On human ships, there was always an emergency override next to them, on both sides, so someone on one side could get to the other in case they were in a pressure suit or the bulkhead closed by accident. It was a common-sense approach, like the emergency bulkhead itself. They checked the walls, looking for a hidden panel, but found nothing.
You have got to be kidding me,
Tin Man groused. They moved down the corridor, looking for any side panels.
Ares to Frodo. Come in. Frodo here. How can I make your day wonderful? Are you low on oxygen?
Ares wondered.
No, but we are starting to get cold. We're conserving power for the rebreather by reducing heat. Are the Skinnies going to break us out of here? The Skinnies have deferred our request, so you've got Tin Man and me looking for a way to raise the emergency bulkhead that's located near the central elevator. I need you to have your team ready to rush through as soon as we can get it up. That's what she said,
Frodo said, and laughed until he couldn't breathe.
Hang on, Frodo. Get your people next to that bulkhead.
Got it, boss,
Tin Man said. The panel cover was on the deck, and controls for bulkheads on both sides were in front of him. There were 2 buttons to his right, on the side with the bulkhead they wanted to raise, and 2 on the left, on the side they wanted to keep in place.
Frodo, report when you're there. We're ready to give it a shot.
George here. We're close. Give us 10 seconds. Frodo got battered by debris. I think the painkillers are finally getting to him.
Thanks, George. Get ready.
After a short delay, George reported they were in place.
Open it.
Tin Man pressed one button and waited. Nothing happened. He gave it a few more seconds, then pushed the other button. The emergency bulkhead started to rise. Wind whistled out of the elevator shaft.
Hurry,
Ares shouted, only to find it empty on the other side.
Shut it down,
Ares waved frantically. Tin Man pressed the other button, and the bulkhead dropped back into place. Oxygen in the space had been significantly depleted.
George here. Is anything happening?
We expect to find you at the other bulkhead. Stand by.
He looked at Tin Man.
That's downright inconvenient. While you're on a roll, raise the other one.
Once the first bulkhead was secure, he punched the button to raise the other side. Less than a meter up, Swing 5 and George crawled under. Frodo was next, pushed by Doc. Once the last was through, Tin Man closed it. All the air in the space had been evacuated.
Welcome back, Ares said. Our mission is to get you to the 7th deck, where their mess hall is located. We're going to feed the Skinny army as soon as we can figure out how to get some atmosphere in this area. Well now, you think the elevator will still come to this deck if we're decompressed?
Tin Man asked. Ares stood near the elevator. He listened intently while checking his systems.
There's air coming through. We just have to wait a little while.
They punched the call button. It lit up, but the elevator didn't come.
Ares to Stubby, he called over the radio. We have them, and we're waiting for the space to repressurize. I think we'll be up there in 20 minutes or so.
It's going well. Seems the Skinnies like to sing. Too bad somebody took the computer with them, so there's no translation.
Are you holding your own with those golden pipes of yours? Tin Man asked.
What golden pipes?
Stubby shot back. Exactly. Don't sing. You get us all killed.
I'm going to punch you in the head when you get up here, Tin Man.
I look forward to watching how high you can reach. Good barbs. How is dinner coming?
Their oil is garbage. It burns off before the meat can cook.
Cut off some fat and use that. It'll make it a little greasier, but we can drain that off if we catch it before we add the other ingredients. Have you found any spices?
Didn't know I was supposed to look for them. Remember the part where I told you that I don't cook?
You're all we have. No, wait. Ask Stacy for help. I bet she can cook.
Because she's a woman?
Stubby snapped. No, because she's been on her own a lot with just her dad. If they wanted a home-cooked meal, I expect she had to make it.
She confirmed that she has a few recipes that she can make. I hate it when you're right, Aries.
I'm not sexist, Stubby. You keep expecting, and I'm happy to keep disappointing you. Get that chip off your shoulder, or you're gonna have a real hard time if they ever bring your soldiers to you. As a section leader, you don't have the luxury of fighting with your people. You give good orders, and they follow them. That's how it works.
Compliance, Aries. You're a good mentor. I hope that I can live up to your standards when I have my own section.
And don't sing. Tin Man's right. You'll get us all killed. Aries out. Tin Man bobbed up and down. Nice one, Aries. She'll never live that down. Aries shook his head. We have 8 total soldiers who survived the raid on this ship, and I have to admit that we're no closer to peace. The leadership cabal hasn't ordered the soldiers to kill us, but that's the only concession they've made. Their position is that humans are in skinny space, and they are not joining us at the table to talk about it.
Damn,
Doc said. The light went out on the call button. Aries punched it again. Aries, is that you? Frodo blurted. They said you were coming to get us. I can't see you. Do not raise your visor, Frodo. Relax and wait. We'll be back in the air soon. The doors opened and the 6 soldiers squeezed in. Aries punched the button for the 7th deck.
You can read Skinny?
Doc wondered. Those are simple numbers. I can tell the numbers. The elevator doors opened to a hallway almost completely blocked by skinny soldiers. Gangway, humans coming through, Aries bellowed. Bin Lu. He forced his way through, plastering Skinnies against the bulkheads as he passed. The others squeezed sideways down the full corridor until they were past the entry. They rounded the corner to find the former head chef camped out in front of the door. Don't make me hit you again, Aries told him, and the computer translated his words. The chef crouched and held his arms wide in a standard wrestling stance. Aries took 2 steps toward him before accelerating in a rush and body-blocking him down the corridor. The chef flew until he landed on his back and then slid another couple meters. Aries pounded on the door. Open up, Stubby. Open up, Stubby. We're back, Tin Man said casually over the radio. A few seconds later, the latch clicked and the door opened.
Am I happy to see you? My meat doesn't look right.
Tin Man howled, but Aries raised his visor and hurried to the massive wok-style pan where 20 or 30 kilograms of meat were cooking. What is that spice? Aries asked.
It's what they had. Here's salt.
Stacy handed over a big container. Aries was generous in adding it to offset whatever the other spice was. It could have been a curry for all he knew, but he didn't want curried beef stew. They continued the prep work while Doc helped Frodo out of most of his armor so they could check him over. Aries made sure the base was good enough before adding water and dashes of flour until he had a gravy. He then added the vegetables.
It's time to open the doors, Anjin-san said.
Need 5 more minutes, Aries replied.
They will tear down the doors and raid the kitchen,
the new chef added. Then let them in, but don't serve them until it's ready. Get those next batches going. The first 60 to 70 kilos of food were almost ready. The serving lines were set up,
The soldiers were not allowed to serve themselves. The kitchen staff would dish it out. They had spoons that delivered half of what Aries considered a reasonable portion. But who was he to complain? They weren't called Skinnies for no reason. Bodies flooded through the open door and raced into 8 different lines, where they stopped at the front since the food was not yet in place. The grumbling began instantly. Aries turned the volume up once more on his computer. He jumped to the top of a table, so he stood above the Skinnies.
Fellow soldiers, they call me Aries.
He waited until he had most of their attention.
We have fought each other, and we've died by each other's hand, but those battles are behind us. Let us share a meal together as the first step toward positive relations between our two peoples. We have prepared a meal we call beef stew. Please have more than a single scoop if you want, but on a second time through the line.
No. We don't have enough food for our second servings,
the new chef stated.
You have to be rescued anyway, because this ship has no engine, so we'll ask them to bring more food, Aries said. Enjoy this meal as our introduction to you. I hope this passes the taste test, because what I've seen, we like similar foods. Thank you.
Aries climbed down and hurried back into the kitchen. He sampled the first batch and stopped.
Hey, that's pretty good. Whatever that first spice was, it doesn't taste anything like how it smells.
He twirled his hand over his head.
Dinner is served.
The Skinny staff pulled massive tubs of potatoes from a boiler and filled serving tray after serving tray, while Aries and his people filled serving pots with the stew before reloading them with the next batch.
Spice it up, Stacy. You did well with the first batch.
Aries took a serving spoon and positioned himself in line to serve the Skinny soldiers. They were well disciplined. Their lines were orderly, but they were impatient and pushed and shoved if the Skinny in front of them took too long. With 3,000 to 8,000 soldiers to feed, it would take too long if they milled about. They were eating as they sat, inhaled the meals, and turned in the dishes on the way out to be cleaned and returned to the front of the line.
Did they like it?
Aries asked. Anjin-san appeared beside him.
They are soldiers, Aries. They eat what's put in front of them. Then they make way for the next wave. If they didn't like it, they would still eat it. But I think they ate faster than usual, which suggests they liked it. But dinner started late, too.
You don't know,
Aries said.
I shall try it myself, although with significant trepidation.
Say what?
Aries continued serving, almost as fast as he could move, delivering spoonful after spoonful. Anjin-san held a plate in front of him, and Aries slopped a spoonful onto it.
If you don't like it, lie to me,
Aries said. Anjin-san ate the whole scoop. He stood for a moment and held out his plate.
I'm not sure I received the full flavor with the first scoop.
Aries served him again, and when he held out the plate for a third scoop, Aries didn't put very much on it. The pilot was turning green.
Are you okay?
Aries asked.
I think I ate too much.
That good?
That good. Thank you, Aries.
Can you call Tabor and tell him he's going to miss out if he doesn't get some food now?
They usually eat in a separate room upstairs,
Anjin-san replied.
We learn to eat with our troops after they've eaten. There is no one more important than the frontline soldier.
That's not how we think,
Anjin-san replied.
We maintain a distinction between the soldiers and the leaders.
And that's why you've lost to the humans, over and over again. The frontline troops aren't making good decisions on the fly. They need more flexibility in line with mission objectives.
You are speaking in a language I don't understand.
Aries shook his head. He drained the serving pot and pulled it out to replace it with a fresh one. He took a quick taste.
Superb, Stacy. You are the master. Teach Stubby your secret. She needs to expand her educational horizons.
You bet,
Stacy called from across the kitchen.
Call Tabor, please.
Oh, right.
He hurried into the kitchen and grabbed the phone. Aries served the endless line of soldiers. None of them thanked him for the meal, but their culture was different. His people had held up their end by helping to prep and cook. Stacy eased up next to Aries.
Can I borrow your computer?
Of course. I'm not using it.
He handed it over. Stacy used it to carry on an animated conversation with the chef. They both laughed and continued talking. A soldier banged his plate on the counter to jerk Aries' attention back to the serving line. Anjin-san said something and looked happy about it.
Stacy, ask him what he's saying.
After a brief conversation, she reported that the leaders were on their way.
Good. I'll finally get to talk with old Leatherhead. Don't translate that.
Aries waved Anjin-san to him and handed him the spoon.
It's all you, my man.
Anjin-san looked distinctly uncomfortable, which made Aries laugh. Serving the common soldiers was far beneath a pilot. Despite his small stature that made others constantly look down on him, he'd be belittled until the end of time. But he respected Aries, and Aries had already served the first 2,000 soldiers without complaint. He tried to serve with a smile, but it didn't come as easily to him as it had to Aries. When the leadership cabal walked in, Anjin-san felt even more inferior. Chapter 21. New Reality. Winners can be chosen by the losers. Aries recovered his computer and stepped into the line. He relieved Anjin-san of his duties, much to the skinny pilot's relief. Leatherhead looked even worse in person. He looked like he had been mummified, but recently been treated to the therapeutic value of a high-humidity environment. He moved to the front of the line, bypassing the waiting soldiers.
Are you ready to get something to eat, so we can sit down and talk?
Aries asked.
What, here?
Centaur replied.
Of course. Here among those who would fight your war. There is no more fitting place to discuss their fate.
Aries gestured to Tin Man, serving on the next line over.
Ask Chef to take over here. I'm going to talk with these good people.
He prepared 5 plates for the leadership cabal, and with Chef's help, had them delivered to a table nearby where Doc continued to minister to Frodo. The skinny kitchen assistant chased away soldiers sitting too close to the table, but didn't say anything to the humans. Aries served himself a plate with a single scoop of stew, the same amount he had given to the skinny soldiers. He could have easily eaten 5 or more, along with as many potatoes as would fit on an empty plate, but he didn't. 72 hours without eating. That was his standard, and it had only been 24.
Please,
Aries said softly, his computer in one hand and the plate in the other. He took a seat, finally looking at the eating utensil. It was flat and narrow like a tongue depressor. He watched the skinnies eating to determine how they used it. They raised their plates and used it almost like a spatula to scrape the food into their mouths. It wasn't very becoming, but once again, if that's what their culture demanded, he'd do it their way. On a human ship, they'd use what the humans used. That's how cultural exchanges worked. Both learned from the other without judgment. Aries scooped some into his mouth, and for a moment, he was lost in the taste of something he'd missed since he left Earth. It wasn't quite the same, but was close enough to satisfy the itch. When he opened his eyes, he found the cabal staring at him with their meals untouched.
I'll take it as a personal affront if you don't at least try the meal we prepared for your people. Consider it an olive branch, a peace offering.
The computer translated as best it could, but the term olive branch was lost on it. Centaur balanced a small amount on the utensil and licked at it. He put the utensil on the plate and pushed it away from him.
There. We don't eat with the common soldiers.
Maybe you should. Look at them. I'm told there are something like 3,000 soldiers on board your ship, when there used to be 8,000. Do you want to tell them what happened to their 5,000 friends, in addition to the 500 that were sent to Panna's station, in addition to the hundreds on Pan Minor?
He pointed an accusing finger at Centaur.
Their losses are your fault, because you put them into situations where they were guaranteed to lose. You sacrificed them for no reason whatsoever. And here we are, the soldiers who defeated you, trying to stop you from making more mistakes. You care less about your own people than we do.
Aries made sure the volume was high enough for the soldiers to hear. The leadership didn't allow them to think, but that didn't mean they wouldn't if given the chance. Turn them against the leadership cabal. Bring them to the table so the killing could stop. The soldiers closest lingered, far longer than others who had eaten and dashed away. The serving lines continued to flow quickly.
"Getting to the end of what we have," Stacy announced. "But we're making bread and watering down the gravy to make sure we can feed the last of them."
"Well done, Stacy, and thank you,"
Aries called to her. Their conversation was the only one. The skinny soldiers did not talk while eating. They didn't talk while waiting in line. The kitchen staff worked quietly under Stubby's rigid direction. They prepped and they cooked. For thousands. And it was a monumental effort, 3 times a day, for whenever the army was embarked. Aries turned his attention back to Centaur.
"Is this where you tell me that you'll consider my proposal for further conversations?"
"No, we're not interested in that. We will take your surrender, though."
"Screw that,"
Frodo blurted and lurched to his feet. He brought his weapon to bear on the 5 members of the Cabal. Ares stood.
"We're all friends here, Frodo. Relax. We'll take them into custody as prisoners of war if they continue to be unreasonable. Their ship is dead, thanks to your efforts. The only way to survive is to find a new ship, which we have, but won't share if they want to be intransigent. If we abandon you in space, then you and all your people will die. And that, too, will be 100% your fault."
Centaur seethed, and it gave Ares more gratification than it should have. He wanted to get under their skin. He wanted them to suffer for every soldier Ares' section and Ares' command had lost at the hands of the Skinnies and their minions. He hadn't contemplated taking them prisoner until this moment, when a switch flipped, and he realized that as long as they were on their own ship, they would continue their intransigence. Ares gestured for his soldiers to take up positions around the table.
"You've had enough time to make good decisions, yet you persist in thinking you hold trump cards. Well, any cards for that matter. You've lost, whether you admit it or not."
"I could order these soldiers to kill you. They would die for the cause."
Ares felt sorry for the leadership.
"You are living a delusion. You would kill them for your cause, but they wouldn't die for you, not given a choice. There they all are. Give your orders and see what happens."
Ares held his hand up, palm out to the soldiers in the massive dining hall. They continued eating. Some left. Some entered. The line had dwindled. Dinner was almost at an end. Ares wasn't sure how long it had taken, but it couldn't have been more than an hour to feed 3,000 in a single sitting. It would have been impressive had they taken the time to think about it. The Skinnies employed a certain efficiency that Ares admired. His people would sit around and talk, dragging out meals for far longer than necessary, but it was necessary. These soldiers were asked to protect each other, or even die for each other. They needed to embrace that with every fiber of their beings. It's what gave humanity an edge over the Skinnies. They would never match up if they continued with their current leadership culture. The Skinny soldiers wouldn't go above and beyond for the 5 who sat there, now that they'd been exposed as uncaring to Skinny goals or the survival of their troops. Their mission was disconnected from anything that made sense.
"You know you can't return to your homeworld. So much disgrace. But the soldiers can. They could go home in a prisoner exchange. We know you have human prisoners because you have a translation program from your language to English, much like we have one, all because we let a group of your engineers live. And now, with thousands of soldiers as prisoners, our program will get even better. We'll be able to have flawless conversations. Not with you. You're unreasonable and can't see the bigger picture. We'll find the leadership on your homeworld, since we know where it is, and we'll talk with them."
"We know where Earth is, too,"
Centaur hissed. Ares sighed and shrugged.
"But you don't have any ships to take you there, while we have an entire fleet ready to chase your support ships all the way home. Checkmate, gentlemen."
Ares twirled his finger in the air.
"Secure these 5 and keep them here where they can do no harm."
"You cannot. This is a Renice ship, and you are alive because we allowed it,"
Centaur screeched.
"We're alive because we're willing to destroy your ship, and the only thing you care about is your own miserable lives. I'm glad we didn't have to, because your soldiers deserve better." He locked eyes with Tin Man. "If they run their mouths, gag them. I need to find the radio room and call Antilles." Tin Man happily raised his Mark 71 and pointed it at Centaur's head. The time for negotiations hadn't come to an end, only with this group that was unwilling to be serious. "Anjin-san, let's go. The radio room needs us." Ares popped to his feet, finished his too small portion of stew. "You don't know what you're missing." He pointed to the plates that the Cabal had left. "Give that to the worthy. You know, the soldiers."
"We don't know your frequency," the pilot said, taking off his apron and tossing it on a table.
"I bet the radio room can broadcast across a spectrum. We can get close enough and dial it in from there." He waved toward the kitchen. "Stubby, you're with me. Stacy, stay here. Doc, keep an eye on her."
Stacy was stirring a big pot, standing on an overturned tub to be high enough to reach inside. "Once we're finished, I'll join you," Stacy declared.
"Once you're finished, you have cleanup. I'll join you when I'm finished."
Ares stabbed a finger at her. She clenched her jaw for a moment before mumbling, "Compliance." She was starting to understand, but Ares still wanted to take her home to Paneth Station. If they had to travel there to collect the Skinny troop ship, they'd drop her off. She wouldn't like it, and despite her contributions, war was no place for a child, no matter the cause or need. If the adults couldn't handle it, then the adults had failed their children, as bad as if they dressed them all as soldiers and pointed them toward an enemy. Ares and Anjin-san left the dining hall. A soldier stood up and blocked their way. He pointed to his dish and said, "Oh, boo."
"Bin Lu, my man. Oh, boo to you too."
Ares stepped around the soldier, continuing into the corridor and toward the elevator.
"Where are we going?"
"Level 21, amidships. It's right after we get off the elevator." They hurried down the corridor. Skinny soldiers milled about, but gave way when the human approached. Ares waved to them as he passed. "They show you the greatest respect, Ares," Anjin-san said. "You have accomplished in hours what the Cabal has failed for centuries."
"I'd ask why you still adhere to a system that allows skinnies like Leatherhead to give orders, insulated from the consequences of being a bad leader. But I know better. The only ones who can change such a system are those who benefit from it."
The pilot stared at the deck as they walked. He took 2 deep breaths, as if preparing to reply, but didn't. Ares punched the button for the elevator. "You have wisdom beyond your years, and definitely beyond your station," Anjin-san said softly.
"My station? That's where we have different cultures. Yes, soldiers may be considered lower class, but we know that we're not. We come from all walks of life. We embrace the role we have at the moment, but we're ready to fill in where needed. I also read a lot," Ares added.
"You strike me as an academic. I fear in our society that you are born into a status, and that is where you remain for all your days." The elevator arrived. 2 skinnies were inside. Ares, Stubby, and Anjin-san piled in with them.
"I'm glad I'm not trapped within such a system. We can be anything, even aspire to be the next Janus. That's what we call humanity's singular leader."
The elevator rose quickly, since the only button pushed was for the 21st deck. Ares took a moment to marvel at the parallels to human engineering. It made him wonder if they had captured a human colony from decades earlier and taken human inventions to fill the gaps in their own systems and services. They didn't invent identical things. There was far too much coincidence for that. He put those thoughts aside when they stepped off the elevator. Anjin-san pointed to the next door down, across the corridor. The pilot knocked on the door and then went inside without waiting for an invitation. Ares and Stubby followed him in. Their appearance was a complete surprise for the crew members staffing the communications equipment. Their hands flew across the computers as they zeroed out the frequencies. Anjin-san waited for them to finish. "Now that you're done, Ares would like to send a broadcast message to the human ships. Widest range of frequencies." One operator gave him the thumbs up. Anjin-san angrily replied and reached down to drag the skinny from his seat. He stood and was taller than Anjin-san,
but Ares grabbed the operator's arm and jerked him sideways.
"I'll take care of it," Anjin-san said.
Ares gave the intransigent operator the thumbs up and then laughed. In our culture, that means good. In your culture, it means something not so good. You see why we might find it funny? He didn't. You have more spunk than your fellows, but understand, you have lost this fight and this ship. It cannot fly, and you will have to be evacuated if you want to survive. Ares explained while Anjin-san worked the controls for the radio.
"Ready," he announced.
Stubby. Ares made sure the operator was unable to sabotage the equipment while the second operator sat sedately, hands in his lap. Ares kept his eye on the second one. Antilles, this is Ares. Calling from the Skinny troop transport. Request immediate assistance to aid in the evacuation of the personnel aboard this ship, as its engines are permanently offline, and its leadership is in custody. I say again, Antilles, please respond. A reply came on a narrow channel, giving Anjin-san the opportunity to dial in tightly.
"That is 69.4 of our cycles as we measure them, for future reference."
Ares gave him the thumbs up, and both he and Anjin-san had a good laugh about it. The relief of being able to talk with Antilles gave him new life. He was still hungry, and growing more tired with each passing minute. Ares, this is the Force Commander. It's good to hear your voice. We have nearly 4,000 captives on the ground, and can handle no more prisoners. Can you hold on? There is auxiliary power, but we have no ability to fly anywhere. If we don't have a stable orbit, we'll burn up on re-entry. Your orbit is fine, from what we can see. Also, there's a pretty big hole in the side of your ship. Is that your doing? If it gets me in trouble, no. If it doesn't, then yes. Can you extend an energy screen over the hole so the Skinnies can use their shuttles to evacuate their people to the planet's surface? We can't handle more prisoners down there. The Force Commander seemed adamant. I think with the right leadership and good food, you can have a 7,000-person workforce ready to work the fields for the simple reward of shelter over their heads and food on the table until they can integrate with the Pan-Major Society. What are you saying? I'm saying these people are very close to being allies. Their frontline soldiers are being led astray. Once we separated the head from the snake, we discovered they're a decent sort. They can be good allies. And we'll need to recover the troop ship from Paneth Station so they can go home. But that ship won't support the thousands. They'll have to travel in smaller groups. Even as allies, there's no place like home. They'll plant the seeds that the humans are good, and their own leaders are bad, killing their soldiers without remorse when they have no hope, stultifying their progress as a race. Stultifying? The Force Commander asked. Retarding, restricting, removing their freedom. That kind of thought, Ares explained. We'll bring Antilles and see if we can secure that gaping crater you carved into their ship. We're here to serve, but we also want to go home to Antilles in our own beds. I'm sorry to report that we have 7 soldiers plus me. That's all that survived, and Frodo is a little beat up. That's about all we found on Pan-Major, but we did recover the one you call Lazarus and Daryl the reporter. Ares smiled. Lazarus has survived when he should have died 3 or 4 times over. And Daryl, he'll want to write the story of how one section captured a major Skinny troop transport. But I'll admit, we had help. One shuttle pilot from the surface helped us have the conversations we needed to have and get us where we needed to go. Kudos to allies. He wants to join us, by the way. It's your call. Did the girl make it? Stacy is here. Turns out she's a good cook. The Skinny soldiers love the meal she cooked for them. That's good news, Ares. All of it. Give us an hour to see what we can do with that whole penetration. How did you do that? Never mind. The good news is that it didn't take the whole ship with it. We were pleased about the not dying part too, Force Commander. Stay close to the radio. We'll have more instructions when we get close.
Contact me via suit radio when you get close, please. Compliance.
Ares told him and disengaged the microphone. Good news? Anjin-san asked.
We'll be going home. All of us, eventually. We have no desire to keep your people here, but they have to go to the planet's surface first. You'll be able to join my section. You'll be the first alien serving in the human force for peace.
I'm not sure how to take that. Does that make me a traitor?
It makes you a visionary. I think the Renice and humans will become allies, but we need to take a more active role in shaping the leadership cabal and changing how the Skinnies govern themselves. We need to excise the cancer from your culture and let you develop a healthier path.
That's it? The upstart Skinny operator asked. The war's over?
For you, yes. We won. But we're not going to use that to erase your people from history. The leadership did bad things, but the soldiers were just following orders, misled by those giving the orders. Humanity never was your enemy.
Humans are evil, he shouted, and made to stand. Stubby punched him in the face on his way up, and he went down. A growing pool of blood under his head indicated that the punch landed with more force than intended. At Ares' nod, Stubby checked and shook her head. Sorry, he didn't make it.
Surrender means different things to different people. He should have acquiesced.
Ares nodded toward the radio gear.
Can you get me the ship-wide intercom?
Of course, Anjin-san replied. The second operator stared open-mouthed at his dead colleague. Anjin-san ignored him. There you go. He pointed at the microphone, still in Ares' hand.
Much obliged.
Ares positioned the computer so it would translate his words.
Attention, everyone on board the ship. They call me Ares, and I am in charge of this vessel. The human ship Antilles will secure the hull breach with an energy shield, and then you'll use your shuttles to transport your people to the surface, where you'll join 4,000 of your fellow soldiers. We will provide for you until such time as another troop transport arrives to take you home. That should be in about 20 days. There is much we can learn from each other, from something simple like cooking to the more complex, like using biomass for production of living drones. We do not wish to harm you in any way. Follow orders and know that we're doing everything we can to help you. Your war is over, and we're going to take you home.
Moving? Anjin-san deadpanned. They will believe you because you fed them, but they are not sure about you because leaders are not servants.
They're going to learn that that is not true. We call it servant leadership, or leading from the front. There are many different ways to say that leaders have to work harder than the people they serve.
Time to go, Stubby said. Chapter 22. The Tide. The moon's light wanes and waxes beyond the control of any human. The Skinnies gave Ares and his team a wide berth. Anjin-san enjoyed the notoriety of being with the humans. He had never raised a weapon against his own people, and he took pride in that. Stopping the leadership cabal was something he had prayed for, but had never thought possible. But it had happened right before his eyes. The humans tolerated no duplicity, something the cabal embraced as second nature. He had always suspected that they didn't know anything more than the average Renice, but Ares had confirmed it. Their losses had been profound at the hands of few humans. Click Kabor chalked it up to their leadership. He would follow Ares to the ends of the galaxy and back. Ares' people already had, and would continue. It was the kind of thing that Skinnies could only dream about. Someone who cared for them. Maybe the humans were the answer to his prayers. He'd already asked to go with them. His second thoughts hadn't cast any doubt. They reinforced his decision.
We'll meet the delegation from Antilles, who can take over interacting with the powers that be on this ship,
Ares said, updating his section on the next steps while they were on their way to the hangar bay. They escorted the fuming leadership cabal, who Ares found humorous. This group had never been on the receiving end of anything that was counter to their own desires. They weren't used to being told no. He took pleasure in being the first to stand up to Leatherhead and his cronies.
You'll die in a lake of fire,
Centaur declared.
Shut up,
Frodo said, and backhanded him across the face.
The old Skinny flopped to the deck and was immediately pulled back to his feet.
You want some more, scumbag?
Take it easy. His only tool is bluster. Every one of his problems is handled by bullying someone. He knows that he can't order any of us around, and I doubt he'd even be able to order his own people around at this point. They know they've lost, and they've surrendered themselves to the idea. Ares replied.
Surrender to the idea. Nice one, Ares.
Frodo replied.
I'll tell you what. Those pain meds are worse than the bruises.
Food, oxygen, and sitting down had worked wonders for him. He seemed as healthy as the rest.
You're still going to see the ducks.
I concur, Doc added.
You guys mother hens, the lot of you,
Frodo scoffed.
I'll take you myself,
Ares said.
What for? I know where it is. We're Ares section. We all know where medical is located.
That should hurt me, but better in sickbay than some grave on an unknown planet or worse, flushed out the airlock. Ares straightened. He was short compared to the Skinnies, so he took to walking taller.
I've asked our people to deliver the bodies of your soldiers who died on this ship to the hangar bay. They should go home with you, the Skinny pilot said.
With us, Anjin-san.
Click Kabor, please.
Sorry, that's not how it works,
Frodo replied.
It is absolutely how it works, Anjin-san countered. My parents had the honor of naming me. Then it was off to boarding school. It is my name. It's what you should call me.
Sure, Anjin-san. We get nicknames like Frodo and Buttface. You get a cool one and you're whining about it. I think you're going to find itching powder in your shorts.
What? Why would we do that?
You're about to get a crash course in human customs, Anjin-san. Buck up, little buddy.
Frodo continued to press the Skinny.
Leave it be, Frodo. You're Anjin-san to us, but in polite company, we'll call you Click. It's the best we can do.
He nodded but stared at the deck while they walked. He had no family to return to. There was nothing tying him down on the Rhaenese homeworld. He had no friends because of his height. Pilots were generally taller. Short Rhaenese were shunned. It was all about status, and being a pilot did very little to raise his.
Can we keep the shuttle I pilot? He asked out of the blue.
If we can maintain it, sure. We can keep anything we want. That's what happens when one side wins.
But we aren't going to deprive your people of food, water, and shelter.
As in, we're not going to leave them here to die.
I know. I wasn't asking to deprive anyone of anything they needed. Once I fly the shuttle off this ship, there's no need for me to bring it back. I doubt my people can fix them either. The mechanics, maintenance personnel, and engineers were all flushed into space when the engine blew a hole through the hull.
There is that,
Ares concluded.
I'll ask, just to make sure. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll take a second shuttle for spare parts.
I like that idea, Anjin-san replied.
With atmospheric integrity restored once the energy screen projected from Antilles contained the hull breach, they could take the elevator and walk around in the hangar bay without environmental suits. It was business as usual in there, except for the lack of maintenance personnel. That meant the hangar bay was devoid of life. Ares let Tin Man lead the group through. Ares and Anjin-san were right behind him. Frodo brought up the rear with Doc. Frodo didn't look back, though. He kept his eyes on the 5 Skinnies of the leadership cabal. Their arrogance faded when they saw the human shuttle landing in their bay and the human contingent exiting. They wore dress uniforms, looking extremely small compared to soldiers in combat armor. But their physical stature was backed by a section of soldiers that left the ship after them. Ares thought the armored soldiers should have departed first and secured the area, but the leadership trusted Ares implicitly when he said that he had secured the ship. He hadn't verified every space and every Skinny, but from what he saw, they were a defeated army. 1 or 2 could have rejected their defeat. He should have advised more caution. The force commander and Dante walked ahead. Behind them was a group of people Ares had never seen before. They weren't soldiers. Diplomats and bureaucrats? They needed more soldiers to give the civilians credibility. The only ones the civvies could negotiate with were Ares' prisoners, and they would spend months getting nowhere. Ares stepped forward and saluted on behalf of his section. The force commander offered his hand in a high five. It was ill-advised to shake a bare hand with one wearing combat armor.
We've talked, and what you've done during what we call the Battle of the Drumlin Field is something that's never happened before. Your plan and your execution, and then coming to this ship and taking it over, we're devising a new award. Order of the Saber. It'll be all red with a curved metal sword pinned on. It's for exactly this: planning, executing, and realigning to go farther, along with the success of the operation. Well done.
We lost a lot of good soldiers, Ares replied. At this point in his career, he didn't care about more medals.
You'll also get a monthly stipend for life for every medal you've won. You're up to thousands of credits a month, more than I make, the force commander stated.
Ares chuckled. Will we ever have the chance to spend those credits? The force commander laughed and shook his head, but said,
Yes, of course.
I offer you control of the Skinny leadership cabal. They were the ones responsible for this fleet action and the invasion of the Paneth region. They own the Paneth Surge and the subsequent failure of their adventurism. They are directly responsible for HFP losses on Espinar, Antares, Pan Major, Pan Minor, and Paneth Station.
Well now, that's a long list of war crimes. Drones on Espinar, and one could argue the spiders were little more than drones too. Major, Minor, and Paneth Station. Those were all off limits. Don't forget the attack on Antilles. If they were responsible as you state, then we'll see them flushed out an airlock. Do you have your translation device?
Ares held it up.
Let me talk with them.
Ares turned it on and increased the volume. He walked to the left and one step back from the force commander.
I command the human force for peace. I am formally taking control of U-5 and will be subjecting you to trial for your war crimes in violation of the Regulus Treaty. Your punishment will be dependent upon your guilt, but as enemy combatants, we also have the right to hold you indefinitely. You'll be treated decently because we're not barbarians. I don't care if you say anything at this time or not. I expect it will be meaningless drivel. You will die at our hands. You cannot stand up to the Renice. Turn it off, the force commander ordered. Are these guys for real?
They've been spouting that since we captured them. Their people seem relieved. We've had no problem at all since we made the announcement. Although I would advise caution. There could be a few ultra-loyalists in hiding. This is a very big ship.
We'll screen them when we evacuate them to the planet's surface. I have to admit that we are not equipped to handle 7,000 prisoners. That'll take half our remaining force to secure. We are combat ineffective. If another race raises their ugly head, we won't be able to respond. Earth is vulnerable.
Ares frowned deeply. He had been responsible for the surrender because he personally refused the military tactic of wholesale slaughter. Had they done so, then the Force would be able to respond. But he hadn't been wrong. Humanity couldn't survive doing things that made them less human. The Skinnies would make great allies. Instead of looking at them as 7,000 prisoners of war, find those who are willing to remain soldiers. If we get half of them to come on board as allies, then we triple our combat power.
Allies? The Skinnies?
The Force commander made a face while looking at Dante. Dante replied, Ares is a student of military history. His thoughts aren't constrained. I fear ours are polluted by politics. I think what he recommends has merit. Let me introduce you to Anjin-san, his human name. His skinny name is Click Gabor. He's a shuttle pilot and a friend. He's the one who will join my section. And that's how you'll do it, Dante said to the Force commander. The Force commander held out his hand and shook with the skinny pilot.
Welcome aboard.
Albo. Anjin-san replied.
That's thank you in their language,
Ares explained. Ares pointed to the section of soldiers with them.
To be most effective, I recommend you put more soldiers on board. The Skinnies respect the soldiers. Bureaucrats and diplomats, not so much, since the Skinny soldiers have already had their fill of this bunch.
He tipped his chin toward the 5 captives. Tabor continued spewing his bile. Ares gave him the thumbs up. Anjin-san vibrated with laughter.
Is that a secret joke? Dante wondered. Thumbs up is like giving them the finger.
Is that how we treat our captives? The force commander pressed.
If we flush them out the airlock now, we'll make more friends, especially want them to fight with us. Alas, we cannot because we abide by our laws, which means we treat these prisoners with dignity. I shall continue to subject them to my disdain. They are the evil we came out here to fight. The Skinny soldiers are not.
Point to Ares, the soldier scholar. The force commander gestured for the soldiers he brought in their clean and shiny armor to secure the prisoners and move them to the shuttle. 2 more shuttles arrived while they were loading the first.
Well ahead of you, Ares, Dante said. More soldiers to help us with the evacuation, and each section has a translation computer. As soon as we can get those integrated with the combat armor, we'll be better off. Everyone will be able to talk with our future allies. Can we do that?
Dante looked at the force commander. He bit his lip. I don't see why not. Get somebody on that. Ares, you take the 2nd shuttle back to Antilles. You've earned some downtime. And one of your soldiers needs to see a doc? Hey! He finally noticed Stacy standing next to Stubby. The commander leaned down. It's good to see you, Honey Badger. She chuckled and high-fived him. We fought our way through the ship and back, and then made dinner for them. It was amazing. Dante shook his head and frowned at Ares.
We'll talk,
Ares said softly.
Force Commander, can we take a Skinny shuttle? We have a pilot. I'd like to get out of my armor and get something to eat. The Skinny portions were less than satisfying.
Dante nodded.
Lead the way, Anjin-san. It's time to go home. Your new home.
The Skinny shuttle was directed to the far side of the landing deck on board Antilles. They parked it and powered down. They left as a team, surrounding Anjin-san, so there would be no miscues.
Tin Man, get quarters for Anjin-san, although I suspect he'll bunk with you guys as part of my section. See if there are any longer beds that we can get. Stubby, you've got Stacy. Get yourselves cleaned up and fed, then hit the rack. I'll go with Frodo to sickbay. We'll meet tomorrow in the section training room at 900 hours. Make sure Lazarus, Finger, and Swing 10 get the word.
Come on, boss man, I feel fine,
Frodo argued.
And the docs will tell me if you are fine or not. I hope they keep you for a week for observation, Ares quipped.
You wouldn't do that to me,
Frodo grumbled. A figure jogged toward them. The first group from Mary's section gave him a wide berth. Darrow. I'll never forgive you for that, Ares. You abandoned me.
You took care of Lazarus, right? Then you served with distinction and made the world a better place. Don't make it weird,
Ares replied, maneuvering to get past the man who was determined to get in their way and stall their progress.
We're going to sickbay. Frodo got himself banged up. Don't interfere, Darryl. The armor folks will download whatever we recorded, and you can look at it to your heart's content.
I'll need an hour at least to interview you. You owe me, Ares. Ares grabbed the front of Darryl's shirt and lifted until he was on his toes.
I'm trying to get to sickbay with an injured man.
Frodo let out a howl and nearly collapsed.
See?
Ares cried out. He half-carried Frodo to the exit, then up 1 level to the hospital. Darryl followed. The 3 appeared at the entrance to a hospital that had almost no one inside. The doctors and nurses were at a table playing cards. Ares saw the nurse and doctor who had tended to him before. They folded their hands and made a beeline to Ares. He held up his hand.
It's not me this time.
They both laughed.
It's not me either, but here I am anyway. Frodo glanced at Ares.
Darrell held his hands up too. Not me. I'm just here to observe. I'm a reporter. He smiled and offered his hand.
Sorry, no one besides the injured and their commanders are allowed. You'll have to leave, the nurse said and pointed at the door. That means go. Now.
Darrell grumbled. Your name? He said it like a threat. Out! The doctor interjected. Darrell slunk off.
I'd like to know your name,
Ares said softly.
Evelyn. Thank you.
The doctor pulled Frodo aside. What's wrong with you?
Nothing,
Frodo lied. Ares rolled his eyes and turned his head.
He was too close to a really big explosion and got banged around, so much so that his suit pumped him full of painkillers. I think he should probably remain here under observation, probably for an extended period of time, possibly forever. He can empty bedpans.
Evelyn chuckled. I'll make that determination, young man. The doctor led the way to a nearby exam area. Off with your armor. We'll start with a proctology exam. Ares snorted.
Hey!
Frodo stopped cold. I'm joking. I thought you soldiers had a sense of humor. You do have to take off your armor. We do not have to take off your shorts. Come on, chop chop. I had a winning hand over there.
I'm going to have to assist the doctor,
Evelyn said.
You owe me a conversation, soldier.
They call me Ares,
he told her, even though she already knew. The end of the Drumlin Field. You've been listening to Drumlin Field, the fourth book in the Eye Soldier series by Craig Martelle. Narrated by Bryan Douglas.